Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Welcome to Blade's Rest, a low-stakes town-building lit RPG by Tom Watts, narrated by Ryan Burke. Chapter 1. The offices of Blade and Sheath Incorporated were smaller than I expected. Not just that, but they were a lot more run down. After all, this was the home of the third largest VRM MMORPG on the market, easily pulling in billions of dollars every year in subscription fees. That was without factoring in the cosmetics packs you could buy and the expansion packs they released quarterly. We were talking big bucks. Maybe it was just me, but I expected some kind of inner-city tower block. Maybe one situated in between buildings for a law company and an ad executive agency. The kind of place where you were never more than 10 feet away from a guy holding a coffee in one hand and screaming into a cell phone in his other. The sort of building that attracted trendy cocktail bars that popped up around it and clung to it like barnacles on a ship's hull, finding sustenance on the suited folks who worked there. I couldn't have been more wrong. Blade and Sheath was basically a digital money printing machine, yet it was maintained in a 3-story office building near the South Docks. The brickwork was decades overdue repointing, and the window frames looked like a mild storm might shatter their frames. I adjusted my expectations accordingly. It made me feel better, to be honest. Made it seem a little less imposing for a guy starting his first day at work. Getting a job here had always been a dream of mine, but I'd never studied computer programming or game design, or anything that might get someone a job at a games company. In fact, despite it being a childhood dream to work at a place where they made video games, I'd never seriously pursued it until now. My route into the company, it turned out, was a strange one. In the reception area, a busy receptionist ignored a ringing telephone to greet me. She gave me a smile that extended beyond professional and seemed genuine. "Good morning. Name, please, sir?" "Josh Booth. I'm here to see Sasha Watts." "Ah, Ms. Watts was in a fire blanket meeting this morning. I'll see if it's finished." "Fire blanket meeting?" "Sorry, it's an office thing. There was a problem in the realm of geekdom, and all the department heads had to meet. I'll see if I can track her down." I assumed that the realm of geekdom meant the game Blade and Sheath. It struck me as weird that the receptionist of BAS Inc. would refer to the product that way. Then again, she seemed like a weird lady. Case in point, she had at least 3 dozen cacti decorating her tiny reception desk. She probably couldn't even pick up the telephone without stabbing herself. I sat down, wondering what kind of place this was and what I was getting myself into. While I waited, I looked around reception, where on one wall there was a mural of a blood elf warrior fighting a horde of corrupted imps. The style was a sort of graffiti art. Above the scene was Blade and Sheath's tagline, "For the players, by the players." That was the tagline that had drawn me in all those years ago. It wasn't just a fancy slogan, the devs meant it. BAS was designed to be a massively multiplayer role-playing game, or MMORPG, which would be released and given a gentle nurturing by the devs, but then the players would take it from there. The sheer amount of customization options in-game was mind-blowing. Players could create quests for other players to follow. They could design dungeons, towers, enemy forts. Given most people's attention spans, the result was tons and tons of half-finished castles, villages, mountain mines. The base idea of player creation in an MMORPG had merit, but the devs were still fine-tuning the execution. Even so, aside from the odd expansion pack released by devs, it truly was a game for the players. "Mr. Booth?" A woman crossed the reception area. She had red hair tied into a ponytail, and she wore a crumpled shirt with the sleeves rolled up at the elbows. Clipped to her belt was a key ring with maybe 2 dozen USB sticks looped along it. She stuck her hand out toward me. "I'm Sauce," she said. I took her hand and shook it. "Good to meet you. Call me Josh." "Super. You're here for the town building, right?" I nodded. "That's what they assigned me." "Sorry to ask, we've taken on a lot of staff lately. Lots of new faces, and I suck at remembering them. Last year I went to my sister's wedding, and for a minute I forgot the name of my own niece. I'm a horrible, horrible person. Oh well, don't worry about it. We never met face to face. You probably know me as a bunch of text on a CV. I don't read those. Anyway, come this way, Josh, and we'll get you set up. I followed Sauce out of the reception area and to an elevator. Aesthetically, it looked like one of those old ones where an attendant would take you to whichever floor you wanted. Inside, though, it was a modern elevator. It made me reevaluate my judgment of this place. Maybe the BAS devs just liked the old, run-down aesthetic. When the doors closed, Sauce hummed the Imperial March under her breath, and she didn't say a word nor look at me. I knew anxiety when I saw it, so I did my best to appear relaxed and not draw any attention to how she must be feeling. If Sauce noticed, she didn't show it. When the doors dinged open, she let out her breath and stepped out. Sorry, I hate the elevator. I mean, I know nothing will happen. It's gotten stuck once in 12 years. But still, I don't use it when I can help it. I'd have been fine taking the stairs, I said. I normally do, but today has been hectic. There was a fire blanket meeting earlier. Yeah, I heard. Not far now, just this way. Try not to stare at the cages. I don't want you scaring the animals. Cages? Sauce nodded at the window of an office right next to us. Cages and animals meant the devs and the offices they worked in, though she said it with a smile rather than meaning anything malicious by it. We passed by long, open-plan offices where hundreds of people were hunched in front of computer screens and laptops, enthralled in their work. I don't think a single person looked up as we walked by the windows. The ones who weren't sitting in front of screens were lounging on multicolored beanbags scattered haphazardly throughout the office. Though they were sitting on the most ridiculous furniture possible, they seemed to be having serious meetings and were talking and scribbling notes on ledgers. Sauce was talking to me the whole time now that she wasn't constrained by the elevator. Remind me again, she said, how many classes are there in BAS? She said it with a kind of forced casualness you'd only pick up from somebody who really sucked at acting. I realized what this was. She was testing me. I'd done my homework on BAS when I interviewed for the job, even though I had played it for years. I treated it like I would with any other role that I was applying for. 106 classes, I said. 107. That's not what I read. We added the Twilight Steel Shaper class just yesterday, said Sauce. Tell me something. Did you do any research before applying? I gritted my teeth. Some. How many guilds are there in BAS? She raised her right eyebrow, as though she couldn't believe I'd had the gall to ask her a question. After a while, she said, 36, 35. You removed the Potter's Guild 2 weeks ago. Son of a bitch, she said and grinned at me. If everything I had seen so far wasn't a clue, this was confirmation that Sauce wouldn't be a normal boss. Sauce strolled on, always a step or two in front of me. She talked all the way, sometimes glancing back to see if I was listening. As you know from our video chats, I'm head of player content generation, she said. If the game feels stale, that's down to me, or so my paymasters say. I'm not in charge of BAS expansion packs, of course. That's an entirely different type of content. Do you know the difference? Between player content and expansion packs? She nodded. Sure, I play BAS, I said. Sauce said nothing. Evidently, she was waiting for me to actually say it. She was one of those kinds of managers, it seemed. I composed my thoughts, then answered, So you've got scripted content like locations and characters and quest lines that the devs make, I said. And then there's the player content system, where everything is made by players. There's a whole heap of nuance and detail involved, but yes, that's pretty on the money. She took me to an office at the far end of the 3rd floor, where there were tons of boxes piled up against one wall. One box was crammed with rolled-up posters. I couldn't see what was on them, but I remembered the aggressive poster campaign from last year. The posters featured 5 of the 13 player races in BAS. Rather than have them brandishing weapons, they were lounging in one of the in-game taverns. The tagline read, Log in, sword down, feet up. Having adjusted my expectations already, I wasn't surprised to see a storeroom full of crap. Not that it mattered much to me anyhow, since I would be working from home. Sauce fiddled with the switch for a set of blinds. When the blinds didn't move, she rolled them up by hand and then jammed them in place. Let's get a little fresh air in here. She cracked open each window one by one. I opened the last one for her. The winter breeze quickly blew in like a tempest that was upset at being kept out for so long. I zipped up my coat. Grabbing 2 boxes, Sauce tapped them and then, feeling like they were solid, stacked them in the center of the room. I wondered what she was doing. She stood on the boxes and reached for the smoke detector set on the ceiling. Twisting it, she removed the lid and then pulled the mains connections, then yanked out the emergency battery. I began, but she held a finger up. Standing near the open windows, she took out a cigarette packet and shook out a single cigarette. She popped it into her mouth and then flicked open a silver Zippo lighter. "There's an extra $1 per hour in it if you keep stum," she said, grinning. I must have been wearing a stern expression or something because she said, "Oh, sorry. Did you want one?" "I'm good." I should quit, but I don't have time. Don't have time to quit? Nope. It's a whole ordeal. Have to book a week of vacation so I'm not stomping around the office like an ass. That kind of thing. Better for everyone that I carry on. Anyway, let's get on with this. She extinguished the cigarette in her coffee cup, which still had some coffee in it. Crossing the room, she stood in front of a giant map of the game. Or actually, 2 maps. The poster was 6 feet tall and showed the landmass of BAS duplicated. The first representation listed all the locations created by the devs, the capital city of Storm Hollow, the dozens of dungeons that were home to loot and monsters. The map on the right showed the player-created content. 4 towns, 38 villages, and a bunch of smaller hamlets. On top of that, there were hundreds of dungeons and ruins and temples. I'd explored a few of these when I played BAS, but they were invariably half-finished and poorly planned. I wasn't the only one who felt this way. It got to the point that some folks ignored player-created content, which were represented on game maps as blue dots. I still had faith in the idea, however, and the devs just needed to stumble on the proper way of implementing it. "Let's find you a VR set," said Sauce. "You're giving me a set?" "Sure. If we were a restaurant, I'd give you a uniform." Giving someone a VR set was a little different than issuing them a $10 uniform, but I wasn't going to complain. The set I was using right now was on its way out. She headed to the boxes piled in 10 rows. She turned and looked at me, squinting, and held up her index fingers, like she was using them to measure my head. "You look like a regular adult size," she said. "Not that there are many choices. Kids, adults, large adults, for people with big heads. Do you have a big head, Josh?" "Never something that occurred to me. No, your head looks normal-sized. I'll add it to my CV." She grinned, then commenced her hunt through the myriad of piled boxes. While she checked each one for a VR headset that would fit me, I asked her to tell me a little more about my new job and what I should expect. "Keen, I like it. The player content system is much more dynamic than anything we could come up with in an office," she said. "And that means good and bad. Dungeons that only stay open for a week, that kind of thing. Creates scarcity. Quest lines written by creative writing majors who need an outlet but don't want to stop playing BAS so they can, actually work on their studies." "I've played tons of player-created quests and stuff," I said. "That's a touch modest, isn't it?" "Ah, so you did read my CV after all." "My sec reads 'em, but she bullet points the good ones and sends 'em over to me." I knew what she was referring to, but I didn't elaborate. It wasn't that I didn't want to blow my own trumpet. I mean, why buy a trumpet if you don't plan on blowing it? No, it was the fact that I had been so proud of the Rise of Towers Reach questline that I had written and had approved for the game. It had attracted masses of players, and the quest had branched until there were 5 pathways to finishing it, each with a different outcome. I was paid dividends for every person who completed it. Then my dog, Baxter, hurt his foot chasing a ball. There was a tiny sinkhole in the grass, and he put his paw in it awkwardly and broke his leg. I was forced to sell Rise of Towers Reach on the BAS auction site for $500. That, along with my $5,000 savings, helped me afford Bax's surgery. But every quest line I created after that petered out. Nothing caught on like Towers Reach. "This job is for town building, right?" I said. "Not quest writing?" "Yep. Here." Sauce passed me a box. The lid was open, and inside were hundreds of little white packing fillers. "Let me get that," she said. She scooped the fillers out with her hand and threw them on the floor. Out of empathy for the office cleaning staff, I started to pick them up, but Sauce said, "Hey, I know I look like an ass, just throwing stuff around like that, but this is a test. I've been suspecting for a while now that the people we pay to clean this place are slacking. They're ignoring the rooms that they think we don't go to." Sauce's whole life seemed to be one series of little tests, grudges, and battles, I realized. I couldn't live like that. It'd stress me out. I shrugged. "Suit yourself." Here. Inside the box was a brand new VR headset with touch sensors, lovingly packaged with foam so it didn't get damaged. Tucked to the side was a small paper manual. "Wow. Touch sensors?" Sauce nodded. "Nothing less for our employees. Besides, you'll need 'em." At home, I played with a second-hand VR set that I bought from Loot Tree. The vision flickered during battles and the right earpiece wasn't working. It sure as shit didn't have touch sensors. The price of those had steadily dropped over the last few years, especially as VR tech improved. But it was still a luxury I couldn't bring myself to splurge on. I'd picked up frugalness from my father, and I never replaced things while they still had life in them. That was why I wore a 10-year-old coat every day, one that I'd made so many sewing repairs on that it looked like a Frankenstein's monster of a garment. "Is this on loan?" I said. "Nope, it's yours." "These sell for $500, I said. "What's to stop me just never coming back and having a free VR set for my trouble?" "Is that what you're going to do?" "Nope." "Well then, moot point. And that's the worst kind of point because even the word moot sounds stupid. Anyway, we partnered with Hero Tech years ago. These things might sell for $500, but they manufacture them for a relative pittance." I looked down at the VR set again, hardly believing I now owned one as sophisticated as this. I couldn't wait to try it out. "Well, thanks. Thank me in a month once you realize what an asshole I am. $20 an hour and a VR set might not seem like such a good deal." Maybe she had a point. $20 an hour was way less than I used to make as a junior for a marketing exec company. Back at Oak Tree Media, I was on a path that went upwards. Only slowly, but still, my old boss, Phil Glendale, said I was ready for a promotion, and I just had to play my cards right. Then Bax broke his leg, and even after his surgery, his rehab went slowly. Poor guy needed someone around at home all the time while he got better, and I didn't have anyone I could ask to do that. Sure, I could pay a dog-walking service to check on him twice per day, but that wouldn't cut it for my best friend. It wasn't good enough. Bax had been there for me when my parents died, and now it was time that I was there for him. Besides, if I was honest with myself, I wasn't enjoying it at Oak Tree Media. That meant I needed a job that was work from home and had flexible hours. When I saw a job listing for Blade and Sheath Inc., I couldn't believe it. A job creating player content for BAS was perfect in most ways. It was work from home, and it was fun. The money wasn't great, but I'd always been a frugal guy, and $20 per hour was enough to see me through until Bex was fully recovered, and he could be safely left at home for a little longer. "Thanks for the set," I told Sauce. "I'm looking forward to getting started. Then let's get the other stuff out of the way, huh?" She took me to a staff canteen on the second floor, where she bought me a coffee. I've always hated leaving a debt unpaid, so I bought us both a jam donut in return. Sauce ate the donut like a lunatic, tearing it apart and gobbling the jam-covered bits, then throwing the rest away. I ate mine carefully, trying not to stain my shirt and tie. "So," she said, "let's talk specifics before my meeting. How's your coffee?" "Tastes like crap." Sauce laughed. "I keep telling them that they need to buy better stuff. You can screw around with a lot of things, but not coffee. Anyway, your role. Let's discuss it. Tell me what you know." "It's town building," I said. "I'm supposed to start building a player town somewhere in BAS." She nodded. "Do you know why we want you to do that instead of just adding a fully made town ourselves?" "You're cheap." She laughed. "Can't argue with that. Since the launch of SpaceNet and how that went, we've had our budgets cut." SpaceNet was their foray into creating a sci-fi MMO, and it did not go down well. That's what I would say if I was being nice about it. They tried making a game 10 times the scope of Blade and Sheath, and they wanted to do it not just 5 times quicker, but immediately. BAS had grown over time, allowing all its kinks to be ironed out. SpaceNet was released as this big, flabby universe where nothing worked as it should. I'm guessing you can't afford to pay as many people to work on new content for BAS, I said. Yes, but that's not the whole story. We created BAS with dynamic player content in mind, and we never really cracked that nut. That's why there are two build interfaces within the game, one for creating physical structures, the other for creating quests, weapons, and spell tomes. Player content didn't happen by accident. We designed the game with that in mind. Every MMO needs a USP, and I am aware that I use a lot of acronyms, BTW. Why do you need to hire players to create towns if everything is dynamic? Plenty of folks out there building stuff. Trying to talk yourself out of a job? I just want to understand it better. You're underestimating the average person's tenacity. Most people start building a village, hit a hump, and then give up. They decided it'd be more fun to go questing or find a dungeon. As such, the game map is littered with the ruins of half-finished dwellings. It's a bloody eyesore. I knew what she was talking about. Most people who built stuff in BAS started too big, like they wanted to build a cathedral with a dungeon full of undead demons beneath it. They had an initial burst of motivation and then, realizing their project was too big, they gave up. I wouldn't have said the map was littered with such things, though. Things degrade in game, I've seen it. If something is left unfinished for long enough, it begins to disappear. Saw sipped her coffee and nodded. Sure. We built in a destruction mechanic for places that are unfinished and haven't been worked on or visited in a while. Even so, that only solves half the problem. For dynamic player content to realize its potential, we need dedicated players to be the forerunners. That's where you come in. Another coffee? I looked down at my half-finished cup. No, thanks. I think I get it. You figure that if you pay a bunch of players to create towns, they'll be more dedicated because it's a job. When they finish building them, other players will buy into the whole thing and start building their own. Sauce smiled. Exactly. You know, they always used to think that nobody could run a mile in 4 minutes. Impossible. Couldn't be done. Then a student called Roger Bannister did it. Suddenly, more and more people started running a mile in under 4 minutes. So we're the Roger Bannisters of the MMO world. You got it. Create a town and your job's done. Seems like an incentive for me to drag this out, I said. If I lose my job when I finish what you asked. Are you the kind of guy to drag things out? I shrugged. I could be. She stared at me for a moment as if trying to see whether I was joking or serious, or just playing some kind of game with her. Finally, she said, Somehow I don't think you are. Welcome to the Blade and Sheath team, Josh. Chapter 2. I lived in a small apartment in Templeton South, right above a wok noodle joint that made the best chow mein I had ever had in my life. It was so good that I had to restrain myself from ordering it all the time, instead of saving it for special events like my birthday, or like Tuesday. Some nights I craved it so badly that I had to shut my windows so that the smell didn't get into my apartment and try to coax me downstairs, where I'd inevitably hand over $9.50 to Mr. Chen. He always called me Terry. This had been going on for 2 years now, ever since I moved into the apartment. Way too long for me to suddenly tell him my name was Josh. Ah, Terry, he'd say whenever I walked past the open kiosk. You look skinny. Sit your ass down. As tempting as it was to sit on a stool and wait for the best chow mein ever, my self-discipline usually won out. That, at least, was something I'd always been good at. After my meeting with Sauce at the BAS headquarters, I was starving by the time I got home. The aroma of Mr. Chen's noodles was almost too strong to resist, and it took a great deal of me telling myself, I have leftover pizza in the fridge, I have leftover pizza in the fridge, for me to walk past. Before eating or doing anything else, I took Baxter out to make toilet. His leg was healed enough for him to walk outside for that kind of thing, but it'd be a while before we could go on the long hikes that we used to love. I carried him down the apartment stairs and then let him walk along the pavement on a lead. We headed to the dog walkers park on Smith Rye Road, and he did his business. He wanted to stay and run around with the other dogs, but I had to be firm about it. Sorry, buddy, I told him. Another month or two and then you can make some friends. He was a good boy, and he quickly gave up tugging on the leash and trotted alongside me. If anything, that made me feel worse, like I was going to be a heel for the next couple of months. That was how long his rehab was going to take, according to Dr. Loneview, the veterinarian overseeing Bax's post-surgical needs. 2 months was a conservative estimate, and he hoped it'd be sooner. The biggest problem would come in a month's time, when Bax wasn't fully healed in terms of his leg, yet mentally felt ready to be running around like he used to. When we got to that stage in his recovery, I was going to have to be the bad guy. With my buddy taken care of, and now sleeping contentedly on the sofa, I reheated my leftover pizza and I ate it so fast I practically inhaled it. Logging onto my PC, I had an email to answer from my old college roommate, Lee. He had a farm in South Dakota, which he inherited from his folks. He'd gone to college and studied music, knowing full well that a life of farming awaited him. College was kind of like a 4-year-long holiday for him. His latest email was him bugging me to go visit his farm, and I knew I was going to cave in sooner or later. After answering Lee, I was finally ready to log on to Blade and Sheath. The computer I played Blade and Sheath on at home was shoddy, but that had never much mattered. Tons of people streamed their games these days. Some folks still bought digital downloads after the 2025 ruling that said digital games should be able to be sold if the owner chose to, but most people just streamed. Only collectors bought physical games these days. In my bedroom, I had an old game called Cannon Fodder on a floppy disk. It was my pa's favorite game, and I'd bought him the framed disc for his birthday, and after he passed, I put it up on my bedroom wall. I even found an old emulator that let me run the original game, and I had a few beers and played it until I completed it. The reliability of streaming games meant that my computer was a glorified monitor and control system. Though owning it had meant that I could still play BAS to unwind, I had never got the chance to try the immersion side of things that other people were always talking about. I unpacked the VR device and tried it on. It was a sleek headset, and it weighed less than a drinking glass. When I put it on, the plastic melded around my skull, kind of like a memory foam mattress for my head. The result was something that felt as comfortable as a VR set was likely to get. Not quite enough to forget I was wearing it, but comfortable. Taking it off again, I connected it to my computer and let the drivers install. Meanwhile, I unpacked the movement sensors. These were 2 gum patches that I was supposed to stick on my forehead. One of them interpreted movement commands from my brain and applied them to the game, while the other passed stimulus from the game and made my brain believe it was true. Things like the temperature, the texture of objects, and how they felt, as well as more mundane yet important stuff like how beer tasted in the game. I suppose it took a while to get used to when you were in-game and things felt real. It made some folks feel sick, gave others a kind of vertigo. The tech was fairly old hat by now. The military had been using it for decades before the public got a sniff, which was supposedly the way things went. I heard a saying once that the military tech is always 30 years ahead of whatever the public gets to use. I didn't know how true that was generally, but it was certainly the case with Immersion VR. A pop-up on my monitor told me that the VR set drivers were installed. I stuck the immersion pads to my head and put the VR set on. Immediately, my apartment disappeared. I was staring at a blank screen. A menu system appeared. Temple Trademark Virtual Reality Headset 3.01, Initial Boot. Thank you for choosing Temple for your virtual reality needs. To ensure a seamless user experience, we sometimes track browsing behavior, eye movements, and speech patterns for marketing purposes. Do you consent? Not a chance in hell, I said. I'm sorry, I do not understand that. I said no, no way, not a fucking chance, ain't gonna happen. Thank you, preference logged. Please take a moment to select in-app notification settings. The menu took me to a giant list of options where outside world things could break the immersion and alert me about something going on. I configured the basics, apartment fire alarms and that kind of thing. Even though this was Templeton South, not exactly the swankiest of areas, the apartment's fire system was a smart one. The owner, Jeff Lenowitz, was crazy about fire safety. Crazy to the point where there was a fire extinguisher outside the door of every single apartment. Some of the tenants joked about it, but I didn't. I had a sense of humor about pretty much everything, but fire wasn't one of them, and for good reason. At any rate, Mr. Lenowitz had preserved the old manual fire system, too. He distrusted modern smart technology, and though he abided by regulations, he still wanted a backup plan for his residents. "Burn the gun, Jabs, you better have a hammer in your pocket," he used to say. Though I got the spirit of it, I wasn't quite sure that it made sense. Inside my apartment, I had the basic smart furnishings that most folks had. My front door was hooked to my Wi-Fi so that it got an alert when someone stopped in front of it for more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds was the minimum because I didn't want it to alert me when someone walked past, or if someone was pushing a flyer under my door or something. I added this to the VR notification settings. Finally, I played with the menu until the VR set registered Baxter's smart collar. If my buddy needed me or seemed restless, it would take me out of the game straight away. I had already Bax-proofed the living room and my bedroom anyways, so there was nothing that Bax could destroy and nothing he could jump on or off and hurt his leg. When I wasn't in my room, I put a plastic guard around the sofa. Same with my bed. Bax wasn't happy to lose 2 of his favorite sleeping spots, but Dr. Loneview said Bax wasn't supposed to jump on stuff yet. In the meantime, I'd bought him a new bed and put tons of blankets and toys on it. With the settings set up how I needed them, I closed the notification menu and navigated to games where I could access a stream of blade and sheath. By now my pulse was hammering. Maybe it was pathetic, but I was like a kid with a new toy. I mean, it literally was a new toy. I'd never had a VR set like this before. Only, I was a guy in my 20s, and I sure wasn't a kid. I guess some things never change. "Here we go," I said aloud. "I'm sorry, I do not understand that. Play Blade and Sheath." It took 5 seconds for a familiar trumpet to call out, followed by the strumming of a lute. Then came the crashing drums that marked the BAS intro music that had been the soundtrack of many nights for me. I found myself at the familiar Blade and Sheath menu system, with a graphic of a blood elf behind it. It matched the mural in the BAS offices. Even after years of playing, seeing that familiar graphic and hearing that swelling orchestra of music was enough to bring out prickles of nostalgia in my mind. It took me back to summer evenings with the window open, listening to other kids playing outside but not caring because I was having way more fun slaughtering grunders in the forest of blackened hearts. It took me to weekends with my buddies where we would rent a cottage in the country and drive there in convoys of 4 people to each car, with the trunks crammed high with pizzas and beer and other such things that had pretty much no nutritional value. Then we'd spend the whole weekend on BAS together, laughing until our stomachs hurt. Time had plucked each of us from those days and then abandoned us. It had left us all stranded on our own little islands. Some of us got married, had kids. Others had to take second jobs. My buddy Pete Norte moved to a village in England where his Wi-Fi connection wasn't good enough for him to play anymore. I had never gotten married, never even got close, but it wasn't like I'd been looking for it. I left college 2 years into my studies when I realized that I just wasn't enjoying learning about business management. And when the thought of a career in it made me wish that there was a way to fast forward through life and get to retirement. I thought about just giving up my college course, but the sunk cost fallacy whipped my ass. I'd already invested so much money and study time into it. What would happen to it all? I couldn't get it back, that was for sure. It was Dad who told me, "Kid, the next 20 years are gonna happen like it or not. Why let them happen while doing something you hate?" A few years later, Dad would have said something completely different to me. He had been the one to push me into college, and he'd been telling me that business was the way to go for maybe all my life. Only, he had a heart attack when he was 57, and after that, his personality completely changed, in a good way. He quit work and cashed in one of his private pensions early. Over the next few weeks, he bought a camper van and he grew out his hair and his beard, and then he hit the road, traveling along the East Coast and stopping wherever the hell he liked. So after a call with Dad, I quit college and I went traveling. I started in the UK, and then headed across the Channel and into France, then worked my way inland. I ate goulash in Hungary, drank beer from giant 4-pint jugs in Munich, did the cliched holding up the tower pose in Pisa. I did it mostly alone, sometimes meeting people in hostels, many times just being content to see all of this for myself and keep it to myself, too. I didn't post a single thing on social media. The way I saw it, I was never going to do a trip like this again. Why dilute it by spending half the time wondering how many likes my photograph of a plate of spaghetti got? When I got home a year and 27 days later, I realized it had been months since I even thought about college or business management. I sure as shit hadn't missed it. I had, however, spent a little time thinking about stuff, and that was how I decided that I kinda liked the idea of working in marketing. But those days were over, at least for a while, and I had a new job to focus on. It had been a while since I'd played properly, but being back here, looking at that menu screen felt like a time machine ready to let me revisit happier days. My login details were already filled out from the last time I had played, which was 4 months ago when I was drunk. I still paid for a BAS subscription. It was one of those things, like my subscription to Amazing Comics Unlimited, that I kept renewing and canceling depending on what kind of mood I was in. I still tried to play BAS sometimes, even though I couldn't seem to get into a gaming session the way I used to. I almost logged in automatically. Then I remembered that Sauce had sent me a brand new login that I was supposed to use when I was playing as part of my job, rather than when I was playing recreationally. Let's see, where had I put it? I hunted around my apartment for the scrap of paper that she'd written it on. It was only after 30 minutes of searching that I remembered who the hell still writes things down. I kept notepads where I scribbled down advertisement ideas and that kind of thing, but it was a little old-fashioned in a world of tablets and smartphones. Checking my emails, I found one from Sauce with all the relevant details. One username and password later, I clicked the confirm button. The menu screen disappeared, taking the blood elf with it. A progress bar appeared but was soon filled in, and the colors of blade and sheath rushed at me. Chapter 3. My old world was replaced by a new one, and the effect was jarring. BAS was supposed to do a slow fade-in to give your brain time to adjust, but sometimes it went wonky. I took a moment to let my head settle, and then I looked around. I found myself in the middle of a vast plain of scotch grass. It seemed to spread endlessly into the distance, this sea of green, and it only relented where it met the swelling of an oak and birch-filled woodland, or the faint shimmering shape of a lake. There was a gentle breeze that I felt teasing through my hair. An earthy smell came from all around me, the aroma of mud that had been soaked by rain. It wasn't raining anymore, but the clouds above me were thick and mean and full of stormy threat. For a moment, I did nothing but look around and take it in. It made me remember an old VR advertisement for a driving simulator, with the tagline, "There's real, and then there's real." I had been in this game and in this world lots of times, but never like this. Blade and sheath in full immersion was everything I had wanted it to be. The crispness of the colors, how sharp they were, like reality but improved to a new level of detail. The feeling of the weather being real, of this being a place that existed in reality. I almost forgot I was even wearing a VR set. Luckily, it wasn't an overwhelming feeling for me. Although I'd never owned my own full immersion VR set, I'd been to the Immersion Cinema on Hope Street, where I'd watched the Die Hard 1 full immersion touch-up version. I remember thinking that there was no better feeling than hearing John McClane yell, "Welcome to the party, pal!" and feeling like I was at the party. I'd yet to convince myself to have the courage to go see Alien, full immersion cut. Supposedly, in its first few screenings, some folks took off their VR sets and just left the VR center, ashen-faced. Full immersion was an example of a tech that was growing too quickly for society to keep up with, and it showed equal amounts of promise and threat. I could only imagine, for instance, the stuff a psycho with a full immersion rig and a coding background could get up to if he kidnapped people. It was one thing watching a full immersion movie where you were ultimately still playing a passive part of the whole affair, and another being in blade and sheath with full immersion settings. I suspected it would take a long time for the novelty to wear off. I decided the best way to get used to it was to just get on with things. I checked my map. The area of the game world that I was in was called Gobbler's Creek. Looking around, I saw a giant forest in the distance, maybe 10 minutes' walk away. In the opposite direction was a mountain range with various caverns dotted along its rock face. There was a steep pathway gouged into the stone, and it led all the way up the mountain and to a cave that was bigger and higher than all the rest. I knew a monster lair when I saw one, and there was a time when I would have set a custom map marker and headed straight there. There was almost certainly going to be a cave or tunnel that led deeper into the mountain, and it would most likely be guarded by a boss creature. This brought home to me how different this playthrough was going to be. There'd be little fighting or looting, no battles with Leviathan boss monsters, no crawling around dark, spider-infested dungeons. Lots of people played as non-violent characters, but fighting had always been my thing. Maybe this would be a nice change of pace. South of me was a great lake resting peacefully in the afternoon light. There was a rowboat in the middle, and sitting in it was what looked like a guy or a girl with their dog. They had the oars out of the water and placed horizontally across the boat. There were figures standing at various parts of the lake bank, probably fishermen. Most were probably non-player characters, NPCs, though full immersion fishing was popular with players in BAS too, especially when combined with the cooking skill. Full sensory immersion and in-game cooking were a match made in digital heaven. In the east, way in the distance, was a town. It was too far away to make out in detail, though my game map listed it as Westfell. It was a pretty small town, and I couldn't remember ever having been there. If I looked hard enough, I'd probably find a traveler's road that led to it, and there would be NPC merchants and caravans traveling across it who were probably willing to give me a ride for 5 silvers. BAS rewarded manual exploration if a player walked from A to B. Going the long route might let you stumble on hidden ruins or meet an NPC with a special quest. But the devs weren't sadists. They also included quicker ways to get to places. You could hire a horse, pay for travel by a carriage, or buy a carriage of your own. There was also, of course, fast travel, where you could use your map and simply click on a place to travel there. I'd always been of the damn you all walk everywhere school. For me, fast travel took away the game's immersion. It committed the great sin of modern RPGs. It reminded you that you were playing one. Deciding to focus on my task, which was to build a settlement that earned town status, I went back to basics. With a mental command, I opened my character screen. Josh Booth, Level 1. XP 0. Power 1. Agility 1. Intelligence 1. Classes. No classes earned. Skills. No skills earned. Perks. No perks earned. Nothing surprising here. Blade and Sheath's character system was as efficient as they could get it without sacrificing too much of the RPG side, at least at first. The further along you got in the game, the more options became available to you, and the more you could customize your character. At first, however, it was deceptively simple. Various tooltips popped up as I studied the screen, but I had played the game for years. I dismissed them. All I really wanted to know was whether the devs had put anything special on my starting character, which they hadn't. Likewise, there was nothing in my inventory. This playthrough was very much a blank canvas. It looked like I better get started building my town. I gave a mental command to partition a tiny corner of my VR screen, and I used it to bring up a web browser. I visited a website called Blade and Sheesh. It was the go-to source for anything BAS related, and had a pretty active community. There I navigated the guides section, where someone had made a player's guide to creating a town. Before you can earn the town status, your project must progress through various stages, these being hamlet, village, settlement, and then town. After town, there is a city stage, though no player-built location has ever become a city. Each stage has 5 levels, and each level has certain requirements to achieve them. Let's see, Hamlet Level 1. For Hamlet Level 1, I simply needed to construct a group of houses. Group being, for the purposes of BAS, 3 or more. There were no guides on what the houses should be made of, only that they satisfy the basic requirement of having 4 walls, a roof, and a door. That shouldn't be too difficult, I guessed, though the requirements for Hamlet Level 2 were bound to be a lot tougher. BAS was known for its jumps in difficulty between levels. I decided not to look at the requirements for a Level 2 Hamlet just yet. It'd be overwhelming. If you're eating an elephant, it's best to start with 1 foot. I gave a mental command. Create priority list. House building. 1. Find out which skills are needed to build a house. 2. Earn Level 1 in each skill. 3. Gather building materials. 4. Build houses. The priority list that I nicknamed House Building was added to the list screen, which was a menu option that I could recall just by thinking about it. Not everyone utilized the list option in BAS, but I liked it. I've always been a list kind of guy. When I was 8 years old, I even started a list of things that Josh Booth likes, and for a full year I wrote down every single thing that vaguely pleased me. Unfortunately, I lost it in the fire that burnt down our old house on Maple Drive. Anyway, I had a direction to go in now. I just needed to look up what skills I needed, and then set about earning them. Before I could do anything, a man appeared in front of me. He was 6 feet 1 inch tall, a similar height to me. Like me, he was wearing the noob starter outfit of brown trousers with a hemp belt, shoddy boots, and a beige work shirt made from rough wool. His hair was thick and curly, and its mud-brown color matched his eyes. Above his head was a green player tag that read, Lincoln Garter. "Hey," said Lincoln. There was no player versus player in BAS, except for in arenas where both parties agreed to it. You could only find arenas in the bigger cities in the game, such as Stormhollow and Vestfall. I tended to stay away from those places. The way I saw it, I lived in a city in real life. I wanted a break from the chaos when I logged on to BAS. The reason that there were so few opportunities for players to fight other players was that PvP was seen as discouraging for sub-level 20 players. Discouragement was the last thing that the devs needed for noobs. A discouraged player was less likely to let their subscription run on. This meant that I wasn't particularly concerned about the guy standing in front of me. How's it going?" I said. "You have the look of a guy who didn't expect to see me." "It isn't the kind of place I expected to bump into someone, and this isn't a normal starting place for new players either, so I'm guessing you're working with Sauce," I said. "She didn't tell you?" "Tell me what?" "Oh, well, I better explain." Lincoln Garter, I learned, was a BAS employee like me. He was part of Sauce's initiative to create some true player towns. But because Lincoln lived 50 miles east of New York, he'd never met her in person. His interview and induction were conducted by webcam, and Sauce had couriered a VR set to him. "Got the job without needing to get dressed," said Link. "One of the few things I like about the modern world." "You didn't get dressed at all?" "I was wearing a shirt, sure, but I didn't bother to change out of my gym jams." In real life, Link was a forager, which meant that he spent his time outdoors collecting all kinds of herbs and veggies that anyone could find if they knew where to look. Although foraging was useful in stocking his cupboards, it didn't pay the bills in and of itself. So Lincoln got a tech-savvy friend of his to make a simple website, and he started a foraging tour business, where he'd take groups of city folks on hikes around the country, showing them the loot you could pluck from Mother Nature if you only knew where the loot drops were. "How was business?" I said. All right. Enough to live on, but not enough to squirrel some money away. I don't know what it is. The folks who come on a tour, they love it. Check me on TripAdvisor. The only crummy review I got was from a fella named Riesel, and he was being an ass the entire time, talking over me, picking up berries even when I told him not to collect anything unless I say so, on account of it being poisonous. Finally, I had to tell him to shut his mouth, hence the only 1-star review I ever got. I'd love to do something like that. Weird that you're not attracting anyone. Maybe you need a USP, You could sell it as a survival tour or something like that. Folks like pretending to be tough. Link tapped his chin. You know what? That might be an idea. When I can actually start giving tours again. "So what's a cool thing that I can forage?" I asked. "There are loads of things. You don't realize what's sitting out there, buddy, just waiting for you to find it. Folks will happily go to a grocery store, but they ignore the fact that Mother Nature's got her own store set up. And the best thing is that it won't cost you a dime. Take dandelions, for instance. You can make a salve with the petals. The roots make a good coffee. And you haven't lived unless you've tried dandelion and burdock soda. My aunt used to make nettle tea. There you go. Nettle soup's a good one, too. You don't strike me as the kind of guy who'd enjoy working in BAS. Well, I'm not. This place fucking sucks. So why are you here? Because I'm an idiot. I was guiding a bunch of folks in Poulter's Ravine, and there was a pretty girl with them. I started showing off. We came to where the river swells fastest, where there's a stone path across the river, and you have to jump from rock to get across. Only you can't do it in winter, and especially not after it's been raining. I know that because I'm a guide, but I'm also a show-off. So you tried to impress this girl and you hurt yourself. Broke my ankle. While it's healing, I need to earn cash. The way I see it, if I can't work outdoors in real life, why not do it in a game? Beats work-at-home customer service for the same pay. I've got nothing against those folks. I admire them, if anything, but I've never been able to do a desk job. What about you? I told Luke about Baxter and how I needed a job where I could work from home, at least for a little while. I love dogs, said Lincoln. My sister's a cat person. She has this horrible little freak of a thing. You know, those hairless ones? It looks like a demon. Cats are just dogs for people who hate affection, I said. Lincoln laughed. Call me Link. Josh. Yeah, I can see you're called Josh, buddy. Your name tag's right there above your head. Only mine says Lincoln, and I'm saying you can shorten it. Call me Link. All my friends do. Right. So Sauce told me you're working together? Yep, said Link. 4 teams, each with 3 people. We're supposed to build a town. I think that might take a week, maybe less. I laughed. You're in for a surprise, Link. At least she mentioned that part to me, even if I didn't know I'd be working with anyone else. Loner, are you? Kinda, but it'll be cool to work together. It didn't surprise me that Sauce had left out that part. I doubted she'd done it on purpose. Her day just seemed chaotic, that was all. Link looked around. So, what have you found so far? Any resources nearby? I haven't looked, but to get a level 1 hamlet, we need to build 3 houses. I was going to look up the skills you need to build a house, work on earning them, and then gather wood and stuff like that. Lincoln put his hands on his hips. Okay, buddy. How about this? You work on that, and I'll have to explore the area and see what's worth gathering. Chapter 4. It turned out there were a number of skills that would allow a player to build a house. Some were more complex than others, and many of them involved mixing 2 or even 3 skills together. For instance, someone with the stonemasonry and carpentry skills could combine them to create a house using both materials, whereas someone with only the carpentry skill would have to make a house using only wood. While I researched town building, Lincoln had been exploring the area around us, going as far as the woodland in the distance without entering it, and then walking back in a circle. Every so often he stopped and inspected something in the grass. He plucked leaves and pinched them between his fingers, rubbing them until they wore away. He brought petals up to his nose and sniffed them. When he returned, he emptied his inventory out onto the ground, littering the grass with different-colored flowers, stalks, and pine cones. Some of them were tangles of thorny vines, while others looked like the herbs you'd find in real life, except colored sunlight yellow or a deep purple. I'd never played as a forager, ranger, potioneer, or any of the classes that involved heavy herb use. To me, if I could buy a potion in a shop, then I was happy. Link stood with his hands on his hips and looked down at his flowery trove. These must do something, he said. I don't know what, but something. I need the foraging skill before I can identify them. Botany might work, too. Shame my real-life skills don't transfer into BAS. On the subject of skills, I've been reading into it. There are a few ways to build a house. The improvisation skill lets you fashion a hut out of whatever materials you can lay your hands on, whereas carpentry lets you build a more stable structure, but it takes longer to learn. Then there's architecture, brickworking, metallurgy. The more skills you have, the better a building you can create. Link didn't answer. He was kneeling in the grass again, studying his forged lute intently. Link. Huh? Sorry, buddy. Got wrapped up in something. You were saying? I repeated what I'd told him, which Link folded his arms and considered. How about this, he said. If we're working together on making this a town, then I propose a division of labor. You do all the planning and building, and I'll be in charge of gathering resources. Planning a whole town seemed like a task. Then again, until I met Link, I'd already been expecting to have to do that. At least if he was in charge of procuring resources, I wouldn't have to make journeys to the woodland for timber, or go to the mountains to mine stone and metals. The division of our skills seemed like the best way to do it to me. It left us free to specialize in specific skills, rather than having to be mediocre at lots of them. Sounds like a plan, I said. So I can call myself head of resource procurement, can I? If that's what you want to do. Sounds fancier, that's all. I never wanted a desk job, but I've always envied folks who have fancy titles. Tell someone at a party that you're a forager, and they look at you like you're begging for change on the street. Seriously? I think it's awesome that you do something different. Then maybe you should meet my parents, laughed Link, because they sure as shit don't agree. Now, as head of procurement, I have a lot to do, but the first is to ask you this. What's your title? Builder. That's it, said Link. Builder? It's simple, does the job, a little like me. All right, whatever makes you happy. Anyway, what say you learn those skills you were babbling about, and I'll see what materials I can scavenge? Deal. Listen, Link, you're new to BAS, aren't you? I said. Sure am. Okay, I better tell you a couple of the basics so you don't make the mistakes I did on my first playthrough. This can wait. Foraging's a callin' me. Trust me, you're gonna regret not listening. All right. So, we're both level 1, okay? I said. That means right now we have a skill limit of 1. We can learn 1 new skill, and we can't learn another until level 2, at which point we get another skill slot, and so on for every level. What I'm saying is be careful what you choose. Removing a skill can be done in towns, but it's expensive, and you lose any ranks on that skill if you do that. Choose skills carefully. Got it. You can look it up online if you need more information on whether to choose a skill. Secondly, there are a couple of ways to level up. There's the classic way, kill monsters and earn XP. Then there are tons of quests you can accept in town where you get XP as a reward. But we're building a town here, so we aren't going to be doing much fighting or questing. Besides, we want to be careful leveling up that way in any case. We do? Said Link. Yup. However you choose to level up affects the kinds of perks you get. Leveling up through combat will mean you get to choose mainly combat perks. So we need to level up in a way that unlocks perks that are more focused towards town building? Exactly. What's the third way of leveling up? Skill use, I said. BAS is all about giving players a choice of how they experience the game. If you had to level up by fighting, then your experience is still limited whichever way you look at it, because you'd have to spend all of your time fighting stuff. So there's another way to level up, and that's by using your skills. Earn a skill, successfully use it enough, and you earn XP. Right. So if I was a chef, for instance, then you'd level up by cooking things. Got it. I'll bear that in mind. Link headed off toward the woodland in the northeast. The day was wearing on, and the woods had an unwholesome darkness that hadn't been there when the sun was at its brightest. Link, at least, knew enough to avoid straying too close to it while he was a low-level character and unarmed. While he was gone, I checked the guides on the Blade and Sheesh website and scoured their skill list. The top building skills like architecture were hard to get and required me to have some lower crafting skills first. You gain skills in a few ways in BAS. One was by repeating a related action until you got the chance to learn the relevant skill. Another was to read a skill tome, which were available in bookshops. Finally, you could jump the queue and just pay a master or skill trainer to teach you a skill. What this meant was that a skill like architecture was out of my league for now. Even if there was a city nearby, I didn't have money to pay for tuition, and I hadn't leveled my intelligence enough to be able to earn the skill. Further down the list of skills was carpentry, a sort of catch-all skill where woodwork was involved. The requirements for carpentry were as follows. Carpentry, apprentice-level requirements. Power, 2. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 4. Optional. 1 times instruction from a carpentry master. The 1 times instruction meant that I had to find a carpenter NPC and get them to teach me, usually for a set fee. Players who reached the master level could also become trainers in the skill, selling their expertise for gold. They weren't allowed to undercut NPC trainers, however, so there was no possibility of them selling enough training to boost someone to master level for a stupid price like 10 silvers. I couldn't afford to buy carpentry instruction yet, so I was going to have to learn a skill that didn't have any cost attached to it. When Link returned from his exploration 6 game hours later, He brought with him a load of timber that he'd found in the woodland. "Hopefully this will help," he said. "I didn't realize my arms would feel tired in here. This place is way too real sometimes. One of my first acts as head of procurement is going to get a card or something. This looks great. Thanks." Most of his haul were just branches that he'd found on the forest ground, which he'd collected after moving the rotten ones away. He was left with a varied selection of long, tall, short, and thick branches, but not the kind of wood we could use to make houses. Still, they would be useful. "There's no shortage of trees, let me tell you," Link said. "The herb picking gets better the deeper into the forest you go, too, but it gets dangerous." "Did you run into trouble?" "I died. So yeah, you could say that." I must have missed Link straying too far into the woods to get attacked. Maybe I did need to have a talk with him about that after all. "What penalty did you get?" I asked. "Lost some of my inventory, and I got a speed debuff for 5 minutes. That's why I wasn't back sooner." "If you'd gone back to the place where you died, you could retrieve any inventory items you lost. They won't stay there forever, though. You have to be quick. Anyway, maybe avoid the deep forest until we're better provisioned." "Ah, damn it. That's where all the good stuff is." Link took all of his gathered herbs from his inventory and began studying them, trying to earn the foraging skill. Meanwhile, I got to work on some skill learning of my own. First, I searched through the sticks and branches until I found 4 that were as long as my forearm and an inch wide. I set these on the ground. Next, I took some of the vines that Luke had brought back. I tore the vines into stringy strips. After searching around the fields for a while, I found 5 rocks that were the size of my hand. They were all shaped differently, but with one similarity. They had at least one edge sharper than the rest. Using the sharpest rock, I gouged a 4-inch slit at the top of one stick. I slotted one of the sharpened rocks into it, then used vine string to secure it in place, wrapping it around the wood until it was about as secure as it was ever going to get. Item improvised, crude axe. You have made progress toward the improvisation skill. "Hey, Link! Link!" With a great struggle, Link tore his attention away from a strange-looking plant he was studying. I was quickly learning that he had that rare kind of attention span where if something interested him, he would get deeply absorbed in it to the exclusion of everything else. My cousin, Mo, was the same if you put a soldering iron in his hand and placed a circuit board in front of him. "What's up?" said Link. In answer, I broke the #1 rule of schools all over the world: don't throw scissors. Instead of scissors, I tossed an axe at my friend. He picked it up, inspecting it by turning its handle around. Not bad. Not bad at all. "It won't let us chop down trees or anything, but maybe we can hack branches off quicker now." "Thanks, buddy. Here, take this." He tossed a plant at me. It was a long-stemmed plant with 2 blood-red furry balls growing on the end. "It's a healing plant, supposedly. It's meant to be boiled into a potion, but eating it raw will still restore your health. Just not as much," he said. "Did you learn the foraging skill then?" "Not yet. I'm using the Blade and Sheesh website like you told me, but when I learn foraging, I'll be able to focus on a particular resource and my map will start showing me where those things are. Be right back. Gonna explore a little more." With Link gone, I made 4 more crude axes. I placed them in a pile beside me. It was when I finished the 5th one and set it down on the ground with the others that I received a notification. "You have learned a skill, improvisation. Rank, apprentice. A resourceful skill that allows you to create crude tools and structures from various materials. Do you wish to accept apprentice improvisation?" This wasn't the greatest skill to commit to a slot, but I was a level 1 player, so I didn't have much choice. I needed to earn XP, and if I wasn't going to be fighting stuff, then I needed a skill that I could use to generate it. If improvisation came in handy in town building, then that was great. I also needed to make money, and this was a step in that direction. For instance, I could sell my crude axes to a merchant NPC when I saw one. They wouldn't fetch much gold, especially not without a bartering skill, but every penny helped. When I accepted the skill, a notification told me that apprentice improvisation had been added to my usable skill list. Testing it, I put 1 stick, 1 string vine, and 1 rock in my inventory. I mentally clicked on the improvisation skill. Ingredients: 1 times wooden stick, 1 times string vine, 1 times asphalt rock. Available improvisations. Crude axe. Crude bola. Crude knife. Crude spear. Crude hammer. The bola was a weapon where a lump of stone was tied to the end of a rope. I'd never used one, but an educated guess told me you either swung it at stuff or maybe swung it around your head to build momentum, then released it. I didn't have much of an attack rating, but it was good to know that I could create a weapon, even if it was rated as crude. The other things were more useful to me. The knife would have all sorts of utilizations, whereas a hammer was going to be key in building structures. Likewise, we could use crude axes to cut branches from trees and collect them for timber. Right now, I just wanted to test the skill, so I selected crude spear, thinking that Luke's resource gathering might also include hunting. A timer appeared over the improvisation symbol on my skill list. It was there for just 5 seconds, and then a spear appeared at my feet. Kneeling down, I picked it up and inspected it. It was a shoddy thing, really. It amounted to just a sharpened stick. The beauty of it was that it had taken me no effort at all to make it. Without the improvisation skill, I would have had to sit there with a sharp stone and spend time sharpening the tip of the spear. Now, as long as I had the ingredients in my inventory, I could make a spear just by giving a command. When Luke returned 2 hours later, I tossed the spear to him. He flinched and lifted his arms up to protect his face. Since I hadn't been trying to kill him or anything, and hadn't put force into it, the spear fell by his feet. "You dope," I said. "Even if PvP was enabled, do you think I'd try to kill you with something like this? Caught me by surprise is all. I keep hearing growling sounds coming from the woods, and it sounds so real that it's gotten me on edge. Anyway, what's this?" "A spear," I said. "I know. I mean, where'd you find it?" I told him about my improvisation skill. Link was impressed, and he told me in return that he'd earned the apprentice level of survivalism, which included a foraging aspect. As much as it pained him to be just an apprentice in a skill that he'd mastered in real life, he was happy to have achieved it. "If only skills transferred into the game," he said. "Or even vice versa. Like imagine if you could practice a craft in the game and then use it outside. Come to think of it, why isn't that a thing?" "Because learning a skill usually requires some kind of muscle memory," I said. "Because we aren't really using our muscles. It's all about the pads on our temples. When you pick something up in BAS, you aren't actually grabbing it with your hand. It's just an electrical impulse. Seems to me there are better applications for this kind of tech than a game." "Tech goes where the money is," I said. The sky above us had been darkening for a while, and now it was completely black, save for the whites of stars winking at us from digital galaxies far away. With the coming of the night came a chill, not as cold as a chill in real life, since nobody would want to play a game where they froze their asses off, but a notable chill nonetheless. It was on the very edge of comfort, where if it was any colder it would have been unpleasant. It was a clever balance, enough to add to the immersion, but not enough to make you want to log off. "How about a fire?" said Link. "How about a burger and a beer? I'm serious. My survivalism includes fire lighting, but I'll need a knife." I passed him the crude knife I had made earlier. Using some timber, Link made a fireboard and cut an angular notch in it, and then made a depression in the wood. From one piece of wood, he cut a spindle and bent a more pliable branch to create a bow. After using string to create tension on the bow and spindle, and then creating a little tender nest, Link announced that he was done. "Voila! A one-hand drill for fire starting. Bon appetit." "Did you take French lessons at school?" I said. "No, why?" "Never mind. So, we used the drill to start a fire? I saw this on Survivor Jones once. It took him ages." "Survivor Jones wasn't playing BAS," said Link. "And he didn't have the survivalism skill. Also, the guy's a giant fraud." "You have a problem with Survivor Jones?" I asked. "All his shows are scripted. The guy hasn't spent a real day outdoors on his own in his whole life. Don't forget, on these shows where it looks like he's stranded on his own, who's holding the camera?" "Good point," I said. With a working hand drill, Link's survivalism allowed him to start a fire simply by selecting the skill. 1 second there was nothing, the next there was a fire glowing red and orange and spreading a welcome heat over me. If I had tried to use the hand drill, It would have taken a lot longer since I didn't have a relevant skill. Similarly, Link couldn't craft improvised tools with the speed that I could. I sat a little closer to the fire, salivating over the prospect of catching a rabbit or hare and toasting some meat. Suddenly, my health bar glowed red, and a quarter of it drained away. An arrow was sticking out of my thigh. "The hell?" Link stood up, pointing. "Over there! Weird, thing!" I got to my feet and yanked the arrow out of my leg. I didn't feel pain, since the full immersion regulations that were signed 2 years ago prevented it. Instead, I felt pressure on my thigh where the arrow had been. More arrows whizzed at us. One stuck in the mud near my right foot, while another smashed through into the fire and sent embers flying. Link got to his feet, holding the crude knife I had given him. From my inventory, I took out my crude spear, which I had as much confidence in as a sword made from chocolate. "Holy fuck! I wasn't ready for how real this would feel. My heart's pounding," said Link. "See anything? Nothing. Whatever it was is hiding now." A scream pierced the stillness of the night. It was a strange, guttural scream made from something inhuman. It was soon followed by another scream, and then another. Finally, a shape emerged from our right. It was a woman, and she held something in both her hands. She tossed whatever it was at us. Then she tossed another, then another. In the glow of the firelight, I saw what they were: corpses. More specifically, the corpses of 3 Grunders. Grunders were one of many low-level creatures in BAS. Waist-height and possessing basic intelligence, they were group hunters that could use weapons such as bows and arrows and swords. They looked like hairless rats that walked upright. "Are you guys trying to get killed?" said the woman. The green tag above her head revealed her to be a level 3 player called Hilly Rose. She was shorter than Link and me by a few inches, but she more than made up for it in muscle tone. It looked to me she'd leveled the old-fashioned way by killing stuff, and this had increased her power ability. In turn, the change in attributes had shown on her physique. Unlike Link and me, she was wearing a leather chest piece and leather gauntlets that covered her hands and most of her forearms. "Sus said there'd be 3 of us," said Hilly Rose, "but I was beginning to doubt that anyone was showing up. So I went looking for fun." Chapter 5. Hilly Rose, who told us that she preferred being called Hilly, but had also adopted the stage name of Lil Ro during a failed attempt at music stardom when she was 12 years old, had been recruited by Blade and Sheath 4 weeks ago. They put her on ice until today, at which point her employee login credentials for BAS activated. "Sit by the fire, traveler," said Link in a wizard-like voice, "and tell us your tale." "Huh?" "We're gonna be working together, so let's get to know each other." Hilly shrugged and settled down in front of the fire. The flames flickered upon her blood-splattered shirt. "Well, okay," she said. Hilly's tale wasn't much worth waiting for, she told us. Outside of BAS, she had tried lots of jobs, trades, and college courses. She'd sampled so many that it was like she was trying to collect them. "It exasperates my sister Lou, but nothing sticks with me. It's like I have this weird tweak of personality where I get heavily invested in something for a few weeks or a month and really delve into the details, but then my interest wanes. Before I know it, I'm moving on to something else. Same reason I've had tons of relationships and never celebrated an anniversary, and why I've lived in 8 different countries." "Nothing wrong with itchy feet," said Link. "Usually a sign you've got some scratching to do. Where are you living now?" "I burned through my savings, so I'm back home. Evanston." Hilly had already leveled up 3 times, which put her ahead of Link and me. I asked her what she'd been doing during that time. "I logged in, waited around a while, then got bored. Started exploring a little and kept getting attacked by Grunders. They killed me 3 times in a row and gave me some real nasty debuffs. Then I managed to get one of them. I knocked the little shit down and he dropped these leathers. They're my size. Who knew? It got a little easier after that, and when I leveled up and scored a point in power, it got easier still." "We're lucky you came back when you did," said Link. "You'd only have died. It isn't like you die in the game and die in real life like some crazy sci-fi movie." "So I guess that makes the 3 of us," I said. "Between us, we're supposed to build a town, huh?" "Yep, we just need to settle on a name." Is that important right now, when we don't even have a chair to sit on, let alone any buildings? Said Link. Hilly shrugged. I just feel better getting it done. Naming a thing makes it more real. All right. How about Danfoss? Said Link. Hilly thought about it. That's not particularly bad, but it doesn't seem right. Nantwich. I shook my head. Sounds like a place you'd read about in Anne of Green Gables. Murfield? Said Lincoln. Trudai. Gariel, Lulling, King Colin. Where the hell are you getting these names from? Said Hilly. Are you just using a fantasy town name generator or something? Yeah. I have something, I said. What about Hill Valley? Hilly and Lincoln looked at each other, then shook their heads simultaneously. This isn't a hill. And it ain't a valley. I know, I said. It's the name of the town in Back to the You know what? Let's settle on a name later. Daylight seeped into the sky not long afterwards, marking the start of a new BAS morning. Hilly, who had appointed herself as the head of security for our community, when it actually became a community, gathered the corpses of the Grunders. There were 3 of them. Whistle while you work, she sang, almost under her breath. Just whistle while you work. She took 3 of the biggest branches that Lincoln had brought from the woodland, and she drove them into the ground. Unhappy with the depth, she removed the branch from the ground, dug a deeper yet narrower hole using the tip of her sword, then stuck the branch back in so it was upright, like a pole. She shook the pole. It stayed put. That'll do, she said, then dug another 2 holes for the other branches. Then she used vine string to tie the Grunder corpses to them. They formed a grisly triangle, with the dead Grunders staring out from each point. It looked less than the peaceful village I had in mind, and more like the construction site of Lad the Impaler's holiday home. I was about to tell her that stringing up corpses wasn't the best way to start building a town when I received a notification. Buff received. Your current location has received a buff. Plus 50% deter weak Grunders. Plus 10% deter strangers. That changed things a little. I hadn't realized that stuff like this would give our town buffs or debuffs. I guessed it was part of the whole player content system. The things you did mattered. Link eyed the corpses. Really? It'll stop them attacking while we're building stuff, said Hilly. Unless you have a better idea. At home, when I had mice in my house, I laid humane traps. And did that work? Not really. I see now that what I should have done is killed the mice and then strapped them to tiny popsicle sticks and arranged them all around my living room. You mock, said Hilly, but if something works, it works. From the ground where the Grunders' corpses had been, Hilly looted 3 bows and 26 arrows. She gave a bow to each of us, and we split the arrows between us. My share was 6. The bow was a U-recurve bow, named for the tips that curved away when the bow was strung. It was simple and looked homemade, though I guessed that in a sense every weapon in BAS was homemade. Made by whom was the question. The bow I now owned was so basic that it was probably more useful to me if I deconstructed it for its materials. Can we still use these without the archery skill? Asked Link, pulling the string back and twanging it. I nodded. Sure, in the same way you could use one in real life. Just because you haven't practiced doesn't mean you physically can't use it. Having a skill just increases your chances of scoring a hit, and it boosts the damage you'd do. It's easier in BAS because you don't need to learn the basic techniques. It's like how we discussed before. The game gives you a kind of fake muscle memory for skills you've never used in real life, and it's strengthened when you take a skill to the next rank. To test this, Link knocked an arrow and aimed at a Grunder corpse. His arrow went way over, but he seemed impressed. I never fired an arrow in my life, but it felt natural. This game's really something. With his next hit, he stuck an arrow in the Grunder's belly, making its corpse wobble. All right, settle down, said Hilly, yanking the arrow out and checking the tip, then wiping it on her shirt. She tossed it back to Link. Waste not, want not. I was pleased with Link's thawing mood in regard to the game, and I knocked an arrow to show him how it was done. I had already done some archery in real life. When I was a kid, my dad used to take me to Easter Park near our house, where they offered classes to under 10s. That basic knowledge didn't add much to my in-game character, technique-wise, but it meant I felt a little more confident. I nocked an arrow and pulled the bowstring tight and aimed at a grunder. Holding my breath, I released. My arrow flew on a true course toward it before arcing right and sailing away. "Closer, but still a shit show," said Hilly. She readied an arrow. Squinting, she let it loose. Her arrow thwacked into the wooden stick holding the grunder upright. Shrugging, she said, "Guess none of us are Robin Hood right now. What happened to waste not, want not? I'm only human. I had this urge to show the both of you up. Besides, as long as you don't lose or break the arrow, it's okay. What's the plan now?" asked Link. "I reckon we gather as much wood as we can while exploring the area at the same time," I said. The three of us went into the woods and spent all day collecting wood. First, we combed the perimeter and collected every branch and every decent-sized stick, and we piled them up back at our base. Next, I made a crude knife for myself and started cutting away vines to build up a hefty supply of them. Hilly, possessing an iron sword which she'd looted from grunders and then used to kill even more grunders, was more adept than Link or me at cutting through the branches. I quickly found that crude knives and axes made crappy hewing tools, and my arms started to tire by the time we had a decent supply. Finally, we used our crude axes to chop away the biggest branches that our tools would allow. As a test, I tried cutting down a tree using a crude axe, but the tool fell apart after 2 strikes and it barely made a dent on the trunk. Back at our base, while I started working with the wood, Hilly and Link went exploring. "Got a hankering to stretch my legs," said Link. "Been a while since I had a good walk. In real life, I mean." "You a cripple or something?" said Hilly. "If I was, do you think that'd be the best way to ask me that?" "Sorry, I'm not good with, talking. I didn't mean anything by it. I just meant that lots of folks play BAS for the sense of being able to walk again, with full immersion and stuff. I heard that it's used for physio, too. It doesn't help physically, but it's great for building up confidence. That's half the battle sometimes." Link explained what happened to him and how he wasn't going to walk much further than his bathroom anytime soon. "I'm not going to complain about us having a forager around. You know what my favorite part of BAS is?" she said. "Killing stuff? Nope. Grub. The fact that food here tastes like food. I had a hell of a sinus infection when I was a kid, and stuff hasn't tasted right since then. In here, though, no such problem." "You can't taste at all?" I said. "I can, but it's muted. Except for in BAS. The game gets around it. Stuff tastes great here. I want to eat some nice rabbit cooked over a spit." "Do we have to eat to stay alive in here?" asked Link. "You really are the biggest noob in the world, aren't you?" I said. He shrugged. "They gave me a manual and I read it, or I tried. But I've always been an outdoors kind of guy. Paying attention isn't my strong point." "We don't have to eat, but you can get buffs from it, so it's worthwhile. Some foods restore health, too. Plus, things taste great," added Hilly. The two of them headed toward the woodland, quickly becoming tiny dots in the distance. Way over in the mountains, I saw movement. A few shapes scuttled over it, but they were way too far away to make out. It could have been some players crossing over it, or maybe NPC critters on some kind of pre-programmed patrol. I reckoned that at some point we'd all have to venture over to the mountains and spend a few days mining them. There would be coal deposits near the surface, as well as metal ores hidden deeper. Eventually, we were all going to need to construct things using metal, and it'd be great to supply ourselves rather than having to buy resources from merchants. While they were gone, I opened up my improvisation menu. I was greeted with the same options as before: crude axe, crude bola, crude knife, crude spear, and crude hammer. None of these were what I needed, but there was a way to fix that. According to the guides on Sheesh, ranking up in improvisation increased the options available. For most crafting classes, you could also buy craft prints that allowed you to make stuff, subject to having the correct skill rank and materials. For the next few in-game hours, I used my improvisation skill to instacraft lots of crude hammers, knives, and axes. Soon I had so many that I could have equipped an army with them, as long as they didn't mind knives that blunted quickly and axes that couldn't wait to fall apart. One thing that caught my attention was that even though the tools were all listed as crude, some were slightly better than others. One crude axe, for example, had a thicker handle than another and looked more solid in general. I guess that even with the crude category, there is variation in item quality. Finally, after amassing a pile of the shoddy tools, I received a notification. Skill leveled up. Improvisation. New rank. Novice. Improvisation quality increased. Improvisation speed increased. Improvisation options increased. Reward gained. Crafting chest. As well as earning me a rank increase in this individual skill, my use of improvisation had steadily been earning me general XP. Right now, I was 80% toward earning level 2, at which point my attribute and total skill capability would increase. As for becoming a novice in improvisation, well, it had various bonuses. I tested it out by creating a crude axe. The timer that appeared as I was crafting went by much quicker. Not only that, but the axe itself looked sturdier, and the stone edge that acted as a blade was sharper. Holding it, it felt a lot more secure now. I wouldn't be able to fell a tree with it, but it was better at least. The new axe was listed in my inventory as an improved crude axe. Leveling my improvisation also improved the selection of things that I could make. These included buckets, bowls, and even crude bed frames. I still needed the correct materials to make the things, of course. If I didn't have the materials, then the improvisation options in my inventory were grayed out. In my inventory was the crafting chest that I had gotten as a reward. I was getting used to reward chests from previous playthroughs of BAS. You usually got them for special events, such as leveling a skill for the first time, reaching a memorable level, or conquering a dungeon. I dragged the chest from my inventory and set it on the ground. It was the size of a shoebox and had a flat, rectangular lid. It was also locked by a small padlock fastened over a latch, the type you might secure a garden shed with. I yanked the padlock. The latch rattled. Turning in a circle, I saw no sign of a key. Scratching my head, I stood for a moment and regarded the chest, wondering if I was going mad. Would the game really reward me with a chest that I couldn't open? Was I missing something? The only thing I could think of was to use a hammer. Taking a crude hammer from my inventory, I started bashing the padlock. After 8 swings, my hammer fell apart. Damn it! I accessed my improvisation menu and crafted another hammer. Unlike the others, this new hammer came out as an average improvised hammer. The handle looked like it was made with something approaching competence, and the hammerhead seemed solid. After a dozen blows with the new hammer, the padlock shattered. I allowed myself a celebratory fist pump before opening the chest. Craft chest opened. 1 mediocre blacksmith hammer. Crafter's gloves. 500 nails. The blacksmith hammer and the nails were pretty obvious as to their purpose, but the crafter's gloves interested me. They were a deep tan leather and reached all the way up my forearm. The fingers were padded thicker than the rest, likely to avoid the accidents that occurred when you were working with hammers and metal all day. When I put the gloves on, I received a notification. Crafter's gloves. Crafting speed increased by 25%. Eager to try out my new skill rank and my new gloves, I got to work. It was time to create something that resembled a building. From the list, I selected wooden panel. To create this, I needed 5 or more long wooden sticks and enough string to lash them together. In my improvisation menu, I could vary the number of sticks if I needed to create a bigger panel. I created 4 panels to serve as walls, and then 2 more panels that could be slanted and become a roof. When these were ready, an option in my improvisation list was available. Improvisation. Small wooden hut. I created the hut. A timer appeared, and this one went so slowly that I minimized it on my screen and started looking up town building strategy guides on the Blade and Sheesh website. Town building was a complex beast, and many factors decided whether a place failed or flourished. A stable water supply was one of the key requirements. Luckily, Sauce had arranged for us to start close to a lake, and with 2 separate streams a little further to the east and west, we wouldn't struggle for water, nor would timber be a problem with the forest not too far away. At some point, Link, Hilly, and I were going to have to go to the distant mountain too, and collect stone and metal. Your small wooden hut is complete. Warning: Inventory full. Lacking a bag or container of any kind, my starter inventory was comprised of 16 squares. 6 of them were taken up by some of the things I had crafted, such as the crude axes and knives. The other 10 were filled by the wooden hut, waiting to be placed. One thing was clear: I was going to need a better inventory system. In any case, I had a hut to place. I set it within the borders marked by the Grunder corpses strung up on wooden poles. It was a small structure, a little taller than a garden shed, but not much wider inside. Stepping into it, I could stand without bending my neck, but only just. Still, after spending hours in a full immersion field outdoors, it was nice to be indoors. I almost hoped it would rain so I could hear it patter on the roof. No such luck. It was an annoyingly sunny day. I had only been in there for a second when I received a notification. Buff gained. Indoors. Minor. 1.5 times health replenishment. This was new. I had never gotten a buff for standing indoors before. After thinking about it, I decided it must be because I was standing inside a structure that I had built. Sure enough, a quick check online revealed that only the creator or owners of a property received a buff while standing inside them. For the next few hours, I got to work creating more huts. I had enough wood and vine string for 3 of them, with plenty of smaller pieces of firewood left over. I divided my time between waiting for my improvisation timer to run out on the huts and using the VR notepad system to make a vague plan for what I needed to make next. By the time Link and Hilly returned, it was nighttime. Link rushed toward me excitedly and headed straight into a hut and clomped around in it. He popped his head out of the doorway. "This is really mine?" I nodded, telling him, "It's just a crappy hut." "Sure, but it's my crappy hut." Hilly approached me, taking in the sights of 3 wooden huts in the middle of nowhere, with Grunder corpses nearby. "Well done," she said. Link left his hut. "So, you've been busy?" "They aren't much," I said, "but at least we've met the requirements of having a group of buildings. So this place is a hamlet now?" "Not quite." On my menu system was a listing for property management. When I accessed it, it showed me Hut A, Hut B, and Hut C. When I clicked on Hut A, I saw the following. Hut A. Condition 5 out of 5. Owner, unassigned. Designation, unavailable. Getting scored 5 out of 5 for something was usually great, but not in this case. Condition ratings went all the way up to 10,000. Basically, my huts were just one strong gust away from being blown to Oz. As for the designation, the Sheesh Guide told me that player-created buildings could be designated as shops, colleges, guilds, and all kinds of things. You had to meet certain criteria to make that possible, and the structures themselves had to be made to a certain level of craftsmanship. Wooden huts made from untreated wood by a novice improviser couldn't be designated as much other than basic dwellings. Selecting the Owner tab, I was presented with 3 options: me, Link, or Hilly. I chose myself. For huts B and C, I accessed the management system and changed the ownership status to Link and Hilly. When I assigned Hut C, another prompt appeared. "You have satisfied the requirements for Hamlet, Level 1. Would you like to assign this location as a hamlet?" "Are you guys seeing this?" I said. "Yup." Hilly nodded. "Let me just check the guide and see if there's anything we need to know, or something that we're missing before I accept," I said. The guide on Sheesh had the following to say with regards to creating hamlets. "Once a player has satisfied the requirements for Hamlet Level 1, they will get a prompt asking them to finalize it. This can't be undone, and the hamlet they create will become a location added to the BAS map. It won't show on the main map because only important places appear there. It will, however, appear on players' mini-maps when they are close enough to the hamlet. The higher the level of the location, the stronger its map signal will be. If the player who creates a hamlet stops working on it or deletes their game character, the hamlet will exist until it is claimed by another player. If it isn't, the hamlet will degrade and eventually wither into dust. Players can only own one hamlet/town/city. If a party of players takes joint ownership, this limit still counts." "Once we finalize this place as a hamlet," I said, "we can't make another unless we dismantle it. So let's make sure that we're happy with it. I don't want to do a whole heap of work just to find out that we put our hamlet in the wrong place. But you already set your huts here, said Link. They didn't take much to make. I'd rather lose a few huts now if it means getting a better location. Link and I have explored a little, said Hilly. This place is close to a traveler's road, which has links to a few towns and cities and forts nearby. There's Dust Post, Westfell, and Reenview. Some good trading links there. The lake will be good for fishing, and there's plenty of game to hunt around here, not to mention the herbs spread all over the fields and the woods, added Link. What about the Grunders? I asked. Hilly made a dismissive motion with her hand. Low-level critters. I wouldn't make any decisions with them in mind. There's also something else to consider, said Link. The devs arranged for us to start here. I think this is where we're supposed to build anyway, so any talk of moving is probably moot. Then we're settled on our location. We just need a name. For the next 10 minutes, we each offered suggestions, only to be vetoed by one or both of the others. Link kept offering the names that he got from an internet generator, while I suggested variations of places in Tolkien's Middle-earth. I was especially fond of the Shire. Hilly had a thing for Western movies, and she suggested things like Tombstone, Yellow Rise, and Dodge. We're getting nowhere here, I said. Let's just think about this. What kind of place do we want it to be? We need to build a town. That's what Sauce is paying us for. Sure, but there are different kinds of towns in BAS. Dust Post is where you go for combat training and quests. Quenright is full of colleges. Reenview has tons and tons of all kinds of traders and crafters. Can we just keep building? Said Link. What's the saying? Build it and they will come? I shook my head. I was reading a guide on Sheesh. For later hamlet and town levels, one of the criteria is having a certain number of folks visiting the town. That means we have to make it appetizing. It also means we can't keep the Grunder corpses strung up. Especially when they start to rot. This place will start to smell like a crypt. So we need a reason for players and NPCs to visit our little slice of BAS rather than the hundreds of other places in the game, said Hilly. Exactly. Any ideas? When neither of them was forthcoming, I told them that I had a suggestion. I got the idea from both of you, I said. The way Link was bumbling around and how Hilly's favorite thing about the game is the taste of the food, I think we should make a place for new players. Only something different from the starter towns when you get quests to go kill rats and stuff. Some people play BAS because it's an escape from reality, right? It's a nice place to be. So I say let's make this a place for new players to go, where they can relax and enjoy full immersion for what it should be, an escape. Got a name for this little slice of digital heaven? Asked Hilly. I do, but maybe it's stupid. Come on. I once visited a street in England called Butthole Road. It can't be worse than that. Okay then, I said. Welcome to Blade's Rest. Chapter 6. Blade's Rest. Population 3. Later that night, Blade's Rest was raided by Grunders. I counted 12 of the child-sized vicious rats. They wielded primitive swords and bows, and they were dressed in black leather armor that made them look like scarab beetles. They snuck up on us and surrounded us, and we only knew they were coming when I got stabbed in the back and received surprise attack damage. I barely had time to grab a crude spear from my inventory before the 3 of them surrounded me and started hacking at me with daggers that dripped with some kind of black slime. Link died shortly after me, while Hilly put up a better fight, using her iron sword to take out 2 of the creatures. Even she couldn't hold out against a swarm. I was on a resurrection cooldown, so all I could do was watch from a bird's-eye camera view as the little bastards tore her apart. With the 3 of us dead, the Grunders rampaged around the hamlet, hacking the huts to pieces. Then they took the Grunder corpses down from the poles surrounding our hamlet. One Grunder cocked his leg and urinated on the wreckage of our huts, laughing in a high-pitched squeal as he and his group scampered away into the night. They became black dots on an already darkened landscape, quickly disappearing from view. Link and I resurrected first. Hilly was a higher level and had died a little later, so she resurrected 30 seconds after. The 3 of us stood there looking at the sorry wreckage of our hamlet. I sifted through the debris, seeing which of my hut panels and pieces of wood and vine string could be salvaged, and added back to my inventory for crafting. Each hut had cost at least 25 pieces of wood and 100 vine strings to make, and less than 20% of that was salvageable now. The Grunters had really done a number on us. "Why didn't the corpses stop them from attacking?" said Link. "They were supposed to be a deterrent." "A 50% chance of a buff isn't a guarantee," said Hilly. "Besides, I gotta look at them. They'd tied straps of cloth around their eyes so they couldn't see the corpses. Since they're Grunters, I'm guessing they have no problems getting around by using their hearing alone." "That's pretty clever." "Does this mean we lose Hamlet status?" asked Hilly. "Nope. The menu says I have 48 in-game hours to rebuild a group of huts. Little assholes. Can't believe they did that." Link shrugged. "Kinda asking for it. If Grunters strung up human corpses around their camp, any half-decent person who passed by would get pretty pissed. I say we train up, craft some better weapons, and go slaughter them," said Hilly. I considered it before saying, "I heard a wise man talking about revenge and battle once, and he said something that really opened my eyes." "What was it?" "He said, when two tribes go to war, a point is all that you can score." Hilly groaned, and Link threw a rock at me. I paced the hamlet ruins. Given that we only had 3 huts, it didn't take long for me to complete my circuit. "I say we rebuild Blade's Rest back to its former glory. We make it stronger than it ever was." "Stronger than 3 huts?" "Exactly." "All right, well, I'm in charge of security," said Hilly. "So this is on me. The Grunter corpses should have deterred them, but I think it had the opposite effect. The Grunters who killed us were ranked elite. I need to come up with a defense system that doesn't involve corpses." Link nodded. "That'd be nice. I'll go gather resources. I guess that leaves me rebuilding this place," I said. With the other guys gone, I rebuilt the huts. If I had the skill or resources, I would have built better structures, but right now improvised huts were the only things available to me, and we at least needed some structures to make this place feel like a hamlet. Opening my improvisation screen, I first strung together wooden poles and vine strings, creating the panels that would form our huts. With these made, an improvised hut option became available. I created 3 of them. I had 36 decent-sized pieces of wood available. When I say decent-sized, they were actually classified as medium. On my improvisation screen, these were available for crafting into crude spears. I crafted all of them, and then spent a few game hours digging small holes around each hut, and then driving spears into the ground, slanting them with the sharp end poking outwards so that they formed a basic defense for each structure. Using my improvisation skill didn't rank it up, but it earned me general XP. With that came something very welcome. "You have leveled up to 2. 2 attribute points unlocked. Skill slot unlocked." The level-up system in BAS was pretty simple. For every level you earned, you were given a corresponding number of attribute points to spend. If you reached level 3, you got 3 points. If you reached level 10, you got 10 points. As well as that, each level up unlocked a skill slot, and you could only learn a new skill if you had enough spare skill slots. Some of the more advanced skills took up 2 or even 3 slots, but I didn't have to worry about that for a long time. Here was where it became interesting. Above the skill system was the class system. There were tons of classes in the game, and each class had a list of compatible skills. If you could collect 5 of these skills, you earned a class. For example, the Ranger class could be unlocked by collecting any combination of the following skills: tracking, hunting, foraging, survivalism, cartography, exploration, animal handling, stealth, and many more. Class slots unlocked every 5 levels. A player could collect classes and activate them at will, often earning a big boost that otherwise wouldn't have been available. Finally, there were perks. You got them every 3 levels, so I was close to earning my first. Given that there were many ways of using skills to earn XP, available perks were often tailored around whatever skills you used to level up. For now, all I had to worry about was spending my attribute points. I'd already put some thought into this. It seemed we'd all fallen into roles within our town. Hilly was in charge of our defense, Link was the resource guy, and I was the builder. Eventually, I was going to have to craft some complex things, and that meant learning high-level crafting skills and using complex design blueprints. Knowing the attribute requirements for such things, I put my first 2 points into intelligence. Intelligence increased to 3. Crafting speed increased. Crafting options increased. Skill potential improved. Those 3 things weren't the only things that had improved in my character. There was a whole load of under-the-hood improvements that happened every time you increased an attribute. I had, for instance, probably increased my overall mana, even though mana wasn't displayed in the user interface and I wasn't a magic user. Regardless, it would have happened. I had also most likely improved my skill tome comprehension, my perception, and my ability to solve puzzles. Maybe even my communication, which could help with taming animals, though I doubted I ever would. A whole bunch of stuff that I didn't see would have been boosted by me leveling up. All the game showed me, however, were the things that had improved the most, and which were most relevant to the character build I was creating. BAS was clever that way. There was one more thing that increasing my intelligence was almost certain to have improved: my communication skills. I opened TeamSpeak and sent a message to the others. Josh, Hamlet's rebuilt. Gonna explore. Haley, gotcha. Link, you won't believe some of the flora I'm finding. This place is incredible. I wandered south through the field of scotch grass that surrounded the bare bones of Blade's Rest. There was a dim outline of a path running through parts of it, as though there had once been a carriage track here, but it had been neglected. Now the field was claiming it back. The breeze in the air was cold, but there was a midday sun, and its warming rays counteracted it. It turned into the kind of perfect temperature where just a slight change on either side of the thermometer would ruin it. As it was, I liked it. I started to think that this was a nice place to build a town. 10 minutes' walk took me to the giant lake. It was called Black Salt Lake. The water surface glittered under the morning sun, and ripples appeared here and there to indicate the presence of fish. Anglers were scattered around the banks. Some of them were human players, and they were fishing alone. There were a few reasons someone would spend time fishing in BAS. The first was the simplest. They wanted to make money. There would always be a fishmonger in a town near a lake who'd pay for trout and bream. Some players, however, weren't interested in money and might be earning the fishing skill in order to get a new class. Then there was the third breed of players, who I identified with the most, the ones wearing full immersion VR goggles and sensory tabs, which were fishing for the sheer pleasure of standing on the bank of a sunny lake. Nearby, groups of NPC fishermen stood together and cast out their lines. I approached one group of them, 2 men and a young boy. The tallest and oldest of the men wore a green cagoule with a giant hood. The other man was short, pudgy, and bespectacled, and he wore a shirt with the sleeves rolled up to reveal the tattoo of an anchor on his forearm. The boy had a straw hat to shield his head from the sun, and he held a small fishing rod in his hand. The men had bigger fishing rods, and they had metal bait tins by their feet, in which worms wriggled. "Hello," I said. The taller man nodded at me, and then focused his attention on the red float bobbing calmly on the lake surface. The other said, "Morning." The artificial intelligence in BAS was a mixed bag. At its top end, it was incredible, using the Turing 1.5 AI software to create characters that could understand what you were saying and offer contextual responses. Such AI was a drain on the game's resources, so it was reserved for the most important NPCs, such as those used in quests. Even these NPCs operated on an if you can't see me, I don't exist kind of system. If no players were within 50 miles of the NPCs, they'd shut down and cease drawing from the AI's resources. Other NPCs drew less on the Turing system, and as such their intelligence was a lot lower. You were unlikely to have a conversation with such folks. They might be able to answer questions such as, "Where's the nearest inn?" But they couldn't have a chat about the advantages and disadvantages of increasing the tax on imported salmon. I reckoned the 2 fishermen and the boy would be way down on the scale, since they weren't important NPCs. If anything, they were decoration, only here to add to the overall flavor of the game. I knew how to speak to such NPCs. I used a trigger phrase, which usually got an NPC talking. "I have some questions," I said. "Sorry, stranger, but we're busy," said the tall cagoule-wearing man. I wasn't expecting that. "Don't be so tight, Atticus," said the shorter man. Then he faced me. "What do you want to know?" A dialogue prompt appeared on my screen, listing options. Ask about the kinds of fish in the lake. See if they have any fish for sale. Ask about learning to fish. I already knew that since this was a lake, there was likely a fishing hut nearby where I could purchase instruction in the fishing skill. Alternatively, I could buy a rod and then cast my line until I caught something, and learn the skill that way. Though BAS was immersive, it wasn't quite as grueling as real life. I wouldn't need to learn the real ins and outs of fishing in order to earn the skill. I wasn't much interested in fishing right now. I had one skill slot spare, and I wasn't going to fill it with fishing. Maybe Link would like to do that. I would talk to him about it later. "Do you have any fish for sale?" I asked. The grumpier man, Atticus, nodded. "I suppose that we could spare some if you have enough coin." This brought up a barter menu. On the left side of the screen was my inventory, filled with lots of crude knives, axes, and the like. Although I had 16 slots, I had way more than 16 tools. This was because items were grouped together and stacked. Crude axes took up one slot, for instance, even though I had dozens of them. On Atticus's side of the window were all the uncooked fish that he had for sale. There were sunfish, perch, and bass. Each of them could restore health and stamina to various degrees. The sunfish offered the biggest boost. "I think I'll leave it for now," I said. The window closed. "Suit yourself," said the man. The NPCs would likely be programmed to be here at this time every day, which was good to know in case we needed to urgently buy some fish to restore our health. Fish could be eaten raw in BAS, which would offer more benefits if they were cooked. On that score, anyone could cook things in BAS. You could learn it as a skill and cook things better so that you got more stat benefits from your food. But it was still a skill that anyone could use without committing it to a slot. Heading off on my travels, I skirted around the lake, passing occasional players who were too focused on fishing to notice a level 2 guy like me. One had a couple of buckets next to him, one of which was filled to the brim with lake crabs. Soon I came to a wooden hut, where a sign read, "Jessup's Bait and Tackle." Just as I'd guessed, that would be where a player could learn the basic fishing skill quickly if he had enough coin. I didn't go inside. From the lake, a walk south took me into a stretch of yellowed grass which looked drained and brittle, like the vitality had been sucked out of this part of the map. My shoddy leather boots crunched on it, and every so often I saw a bone laying here and there. They looked like they belonged to long-dead critters. My hackles started to rise. I knew a mob area when I saw one. Sure enough, I soon spotted a wolf in the distance. Wolves were typical starter mobs, way less ferocious than their real-life counterparts. Even a level 2 crafter like myself should be able to take care of one. The problem would come if they were programmed with a pack mentality, where fighting one wolf would draw the attention of any others in the vicinity. This beast was on its own, and it was far enough away that I wouldn't trigger a fight. Even so, I stayed still for a minute. As I did, red dots appeared here and there on my mini-map, indicating the presence of other wolves scattered over the yellow plains. My improved intelligence had probably helped me discover them, since perception was an under-the-hood stat that came under intelligence. I headed a little further south across the dry landscape until I saw fences in the distance. Getting closer, I saw that they were 7-feet-tall fences made from wood tied together by vine rope, forming a perimeter around a Grunder village. There was a boulder to my right, sunk into the ground. Climbing it gave me a better viewpoint so I could see over the Grunders' fences. The Grunders had 12 huts in their village, round, solid-looking structures with clay walls and domed roofs made from thatched hay. Looking at them, I got a serious case of hut envy. These were less like the garden sheds of Blade's Rest and more like proper domiciles. They looked like they'd withstand a battering. "Josh, can you guys meet me here?" I placed a custom marker on my map for Hilly and Link to see. The Grunder village had also marked itself on my world map as a discovered location. It was listed as Chief Oak's clan. Hilly: "I'm a little busy. What are you doing down there?" Josh: "I found the Grunder village." Hilly: "So?" Josh: "It's a hell of a lot better than ours, but I have a plan. Just meet me down here, it won't take long." Hilly arrived 5 minutes later, where she found me crouching on the ground so that I was partially hidden by the yellow grass. She joined me. "Here," she said. She threw a fur chest piece on the ground, as well as an iron dagger with a wooden grip. The chest piece was a nice piece of armor designed to protect the front of your body, though fur was low down on the list of desirable armor materials. I slipped the chest piece over my head and then adjusted it using straps that went around my shoulders. A notification told me that my defense had increased. I held the dagger in my right hand. "Thanks. Killed a couple of wolves on the way here," said Hilly, "and they dropped those. You could have sold 'em, you know." "I know. Share and share alike, I say. We're a team." "Appreciate it." Link arrived soon after. He was wearing a ridiculous Davy Crockett-style fur hat, and he had a burlap pouch tied to his belt by string. When Hilly and I laughed at him, he gave us a twirl. "Looking good, huh?" he said. "You're looking very fancy," agreed Hilly. "I'm jealous. There was a hunter NPC in the woods. He was looking for deer, and I told him where I'd seen one. He gave me the hat and the pouch as thanks. It isn't much, but it adds a dozen slots to my inventory. And boy, do I need it. Did I mention how many cool plants and herbs there are in this place?" "You ain't seen nothing yet," said Hilly. "Wait until you leave Gobbler's Creek." "Anyway, why were we summoned, Your Highness?" said Link, looking at me. "The Grunder village is over there," I said, pointing. "We aren't gonna attack them, are we?" "Nah, we'd get killed. But look at their huts. See how much better they are than ours? I want to make something like that. What I need is for us to kill a few Grunders and let me loot them. The game drops loot according to your skills. I checked on Sheesh. If we kill enough of them, and I'm the one who does the looting, there's a chance they'll drop craft prints for the huts." "Let me see if I've got this right," said Hilly. "I'll do most of the killing, and you do the looting?" "It'll be for the good of the hamlet. That's the goal, after all. Besides, the better a building is, the better buffs you get when you're inside it. So you'll benefit from this just as much as me." "Okay, fine. But we had better work out a loot system going forward. If I'm doing most of the killing, then I want most of the loot." I looked at Link, who shrugged as if to say he was okay with it. I spat on my hand and stuck it out. "Deal." Hilly spat on hers. Link shook his head. "You guys are disgusting. It's only a game." We waited for 2 game hours before the Grunder village gates opened, and a party of the creatures headed into the fields. There were 7 of them, which seemed like a lot. Then again, Grunders were on par with wolves in terms of difficulty. The 3 of us would be okay. We'd only died during the last attack because they'd snuck up on us, and because they were elite Grunders. My online research into Grunders told me that they got a bonus for close combat due to their claws and teeth. As such, I put my new dagger in my inventory and readied a crude spear so that I could fight with a longer reach. I gave another spear to Link. Hilly thanked me but stuck to her sword. The pack of Grunders headed east from their village. We gave them some leeway before heading off after them. We cut a wide arc through the field, keeping at a distance while slowly maneuvering ourselves behind them. Moving this way, it was 5 minutes until we were completely behind them. Hilly said, "Ready?" "Yep. Let's get this over with so I can go foraging," said Link. "Okay then. Get ready to grind some Grunders." Hilly was the strongest and fastest of us. Not by a great deal, but her extra 2 levels showed. She must have put points into agility as well as in strength, because she reached the Grunders before we did, swinging her sword into one of them and cleaving it in half. Link and I approached from the flanks, Link going left and me right. Armed with our spears, we charged at the creatures and, in a pincer formation, forced them to retreat into a more compact group. While Hilly hacked at them and Link and I thrust our spears into their sides, the Grunders had too many areas to defend against. In a few seconds, all of them were lying dead on the ground, their bodies piled atop one another. The battle gave me some XP, but I didn't level up yet. A prompt asked me if I wanted to learn basic spear fighting, but I declined even though I had a spare skill slot. I was going heavy on the crafting side of things, and I didn't need a combat skill muddying that. "Off you go, then," said Hilly. "Get looting." As I approached the Grunders, a snarl caught my attention. I turned around to see a wolf launching itself at Hilly. She lifted her sword to block it, but she was too late. The surprise attack must have given her a stun debuff, because she didn't get up straight away. 3 more wolves appeared around us, heads hunched low and rear leg muscles tensed and ready to leap at us. Their snarls carried over the breeze, and their white fangs glinted sharp and bright under the afternoon sun. 2 of them pounced on Link and brought him down to the ground straight away. I was going to help him, but a third wolf caught my peripheral vision. I turned toward it, robbing it of its surprise attack. As it leaped at me, I dropped into a crouch and held the spear at an angle. The beast crashed into the spear tip, which pierced a hole in its chest and then snapped off, leaving me with just a long stick. The wolf hit the dirt and rolled. It tried to get to its feet, but then gave up and whimpered. Running toward Link, I saw that Hilly was back on her feet. She slaughtered 2 wolves by herself. I reached Link and started whacking the wolves with my stick, but it wasn't meant as a bludgeoning weapon, and the damage it gave was low. Hilly soon joined me, hacking at the beasts until they were dead. Unfortunately, Link was also worm food. "Sucks for him," said Hilly. "Well, go loot your grunders. The wolf corpses are mine." Chapter 7. Being low-level mobs, the grunders didn't drop much in the way of loot. Mostly just the loincloths that covered their groins, which I had no interest in taking. Unlike the elite grunders that had attacked our hamlet, these ones didn't use weapons, so there was little to loot on that score. It was a little disappointing. "Don't you find it strange that these guys didn't have any weapons?" I asked Hilly. "Maybe they're too stupid." "Don't think so. Look at their settlement. They've got some organization here." Hilly rested her chin in her hand and thought about it. "The ones we ambushed were either scouts or foragers, and they weren't ready for a fight." If this was true, their society lived by a hunter-gatherer system, but they didn't have enough hunters to spare any to guard their gatherers. "I don't think we'll need to worry about reprisals," I said. "The only thing you need to worry about is getting those corpses looted." After checking most of their corpses, I found 4 silver coins, 1 gold, and 38 copper. I put the coins into my inventory, planning to share them with Hilly and Link later. "Any luck?" "Nothing so far," I said. I was about to chalk this up for a failure when I looted the last grunder corpse. In its grisly remains, I found a rolled-up parchment. My pulse quickened. The parchment was old and stained with the crude ink that had been used to draw on it. Depicted on the sheet was a rounded hut with a thatched roof, with arrows pointing to the most important structural aspects of it. Drawn next to it were symbols representing wood, clay bricks, and hay, showing what was needed to build it. Craft print learned. Clay hut. A simple structure that affords protection from the elements and offers better defense than more basic wood and vine huts. "Got it," I said. "A craft print?" "Yup." Having the clay hut craft print meant I could build something a little sturdier than wooden panels leaning up against each other. We'd need to get some clay, but that wouldn't be much of a problem. "I'll loot the wolves, and then we'll make tracks," said Hilly. I was ready to head back to the hamlet when I noticed a gleaming yellow notification in the corner of my screen. When I clicked on it, a bell chimed. "Level up!" Fighting the wolves had leveled me up to level 3, giving me 3 attribute points to spend and unlocking another skill slot. I supposed I had Hilly to thank for that, since she did most of the killing. She had probably earned most of the experience, while the small amount of damage I had done to the grunters had at least earned me something. With the 3 attribute points to spend, there was no need for careful consideration. I knew BAS, and I knew the class I was aiming for. I wanted to be a builder, and that meant I would rely less on strength and more on my other attributes. I loaded 1 into agility and 2 into intelligence. As well as a notification telling me how my intelligence had improved, I received 1 for agility. Agility increased. Hand-eye coordination improved. Crafting speed increased. Hand dexterity improved. This was interesting. If Hilly put her points into agility, she'd probably get a boost in her dodge ability, or maybe her sword precision would get better. Whereas my agility increases were ones that tied into my improvisation skill. If I had accepted the spear fighting skill, then my agility boosts would probably have been split between that and improvisation. This was why it was so important not to accept just any skill that came your way. I had done that on my first BAS playthrough, and I ended up with a mess of a character. Boosting my intelligence gave me the same increases as before, improvements in my crafting speed, and so on. The best part of the level up notification came last. You have earned 1 perk. Please choose a perk. I opened up the perk list. This being a level 3 perk, there weren't many to choose from. All of them were related to crafting. There was a perk that allowed me 1 instantaneous craft per day, for instance, subject to the designs being no better than crude. Another perk improved my crafting speed if I was indoors. It was difficult to know which one to choose, since I could take only 1 perk and I wouldn't unlock another until level 6. Damn my frugal nature. After a while, I decided that the best was a perk called Improviser Artificer. Improviser Artificer. Add 1 weak elemental property to your crafting creations. Checking Sheesh, I saw the Improviser Artificer perk explained in more detail. First, any magical item in the game could be taken to an artificer, who could strip the magic effect away from the item, leaving it intact for future use. The magic would be represented as essence. For example, the red healing plant that Link had given me. An artificer could strip the healing property from the plant. This healing essence could then be used for other things, while the leftover plant was mostly useless unless it could be eaten or used to make tea. For me, the Improviser Artificer perk meant I could apply essences to something I was crafting, a little like adding an ingredient to a recipe. Whatever I was crafting would then have some kind of effect based on the essence I used. It was a lot to take in all at once, but most things in BAS were easier to understand in application than in theory. In short, though, this was a useful perk to have once I had enough money to buy essences from an artificer. Perk gained. Improviser Artificer. Link had respawned back at the hamlet, though he wasn't waiting for us there when we got back. Predictably, he was way across the grassy field, inspecting something on the ground. Josh, we're back. Link, be 1 minute. 1 minute for Link meant 15 minutes for the rest of us. The rest of us being people who lived and operated in standard Earth time. A Link unit of time was slightly different. Evening, said Hilly. Link looked up at the sky. It's still afternoon. Oh, I get it. Sorry. I saw a few things to forage on the way. The Scotchgrass field is full of barnacles. That doesn't mean the same thing to us as it does to you, Link. Oh, right. Well, barnacles can be brewed in a tea that replenishes your health over time when you drink it. That sounds very handy, I said. Well, I try. How'd it go with the looting? We told him that we'd killed all the Grunders and the wolves, eventually finding a clay hunt blueprint. He was less than enthusiastic about it, but I didn't take offense. Building wasn't his thing. He loved to forage. I was the one who got excited about making stuff, whereas I was less excited about finding a new rare leaf or something. Come on then, Survivor Jones, said Hilly. What did you get? I shot a look at Hilly and arched my eyebrows. What? She said. We don't talk about Survivor Jones. No, we don't, agreed Link. The fraud. Anyway, I've got a bag full of shrooms, berries, roots, and plants, but my foraging isn't good enough to identify all of them yet. I have to work on leveling it. Hilly, what have you got planned? I asked. I'm going to head to Westfell and sell these wolf pelts. It's not far away. Link, you can tag along if you like. Towns and stuff aren't my thing, even in a game. There'll be folks in town who can identify all your mulch for you. It isn't mulch, but I guess that sounds good. Josh, are you coming? I'm going to stay here and work on the hamlet, I said. When the two of them were gone, I got to work. First, I created 10 crude shovels. This might have seemed like overkill, but I was learning that crude tools didn't last long when you used them. The shovels were everything I expected from something rated crude. Long sticks with roughly carved handles and flatted stones on the end for shoveling, kept together by vine string. For a few game hours, I dug holes in the fields surrounding the hamlet. I was looking for clay. It took a few attempts to find some, but I hit a fairly rich patch down near the lake. I shattered 8 of my 10 shovels during my digging, but I ended up with 99 lumps of clay in my inventory. These took up 1 slot, with 99 being the limit before I'd have to use a new slot. I thought 99 was enough. After a day of this, I was coated in sweat and my shirt was stuck to my back. Luckily, clothes in BAS had a self-cleaning effect where, over time, old stains would disappear, much to the relief of the fan base that included odors, too. In BAS's early days, stains, dirt, and smells had stuck to your clothes until you washed them, resulting in a full immersion world where players avoided each other because of the smell. That wasn't good for an MMO game, so the devs removed the feature. Next, I headed to the yellowed grass near the Grunder village for some reconnaissance, taking care to stay well clear of any wolves or stray Grunder scouting parties. There was some activity over at the village, where a pack of Grunders was dragging the bodies of the ones we'd killed across the field and through their village gates. I ducked down low and stayed still. I counted 50 in my head, then slowly rose above the grass stalks to peek out. The Grunders were gone, and their village gates were shut. Finally, I headed back to the hamlet, where I was surprised to see the fisherman and the young boy waiting for me. I recognized Atticus, the taller one, but I didn't know the names of the other two. It was strange to see the NPCs away from the lake. I'd assumed they were very low-level AIs, but wouldn't stray from their turf. "Can I help you?" I asked. "Just watching," said Atticus. "Watching what?" "Don't mind us." In real life, this would have been an "I'm calling the cops" kind of situation. Not so in BAS. Sure, it was strange that the NPCs wanted to watch me, but I wasn't worried. Human NPCs rarely ever attacked players, and when they did, it was part of a quest. They wouldn't be able to do so in my hamlet. Even so, full immersion made it a little unnerving to have the fishermen watching me work. I positioned myself so they were in my peripheral vision, where I could keep an eye on them without looking at them all the time. Trying to ignore them, I started working on the clay huts. A clay hut could actually be made with most types of mud, but clay was the best. Unlike the wood and vine huts I had made earlier, clay huts had solid walls. I never thought I'd be happy to just have a place with solid walls, but I guess that was hamlet life. In my menu system, there was a new tab next to improvisation. This one was called Craft Prints. So far, only clay hut was listed, but it would fill up when I looted or bought more prints. "What are you doing, mister?" said the boy. "Hush now, Billy. Let the man work," replied Atticus. Still ignoring them, I selected Clay Hut. A silhouette of a hut appeared on my display. There were 12 empty squares overlaid on it, 4 on the roof and 8 on the main rounded structure. From my inventory, I dragged 8 lumps of clay and 4 bundles of the yellow grass. With each crafting square filled, I selected Begin Construction. A timer appeared on my screen, and it looked like it would take a while. I minimized it and wandered over to the NPCs. They were staring over my shoulder at something behind me. Glancing back, I saw that my clay hut was already taking shape. The basic structure was there, and it was filling out more and more as the timer turned. "It's building by itself," said Billy. "That's right. I'm a wizard," I said, "and I'm building a jail to lock you up in." "No!" The shorter man laughed and ruffed Billy's hair. "He's just kidding with you, soft lad." "What is this place?" asked Atticus. For a moment I was surprised. This question was my second clue that Atticus, the other fella, and little Billy had moved up a notch in the Turing system. The first clue was the fact that they were here in Blade's Rest. BAS was a dynamic game, and a combination of my hamlet building and my earlier conversation with them must have caused the system to give them better AI. This happened fairly often, but it always amazed me to see how far we'd come in terms of AI and digital personalities. There were many NPCs in BAS who you would honestly think were human players if they didn't have NPC tags above their heads. Even though Atticus and his companions had been given a boost, they wouldn't be at the top of the AI ladder, and it was still a case of saying the right things to them. They weren't perfectly intelligent. If I asked them what they wanted for their birthdays, they wouldn't reply. Their AI was still nowhere near the top levels that BAS was capable of. "Do you have a quest for me?" I said. Atticus shook his head. Mentioning quests was another trigger word with NPCs, and I was surprised that it hadn't worked. If they didn't have an AI-generated quest for me, then what were they doing here? "All right, what can I do for you?" I tried. I'm Atticus, and this is little Billy, and this fella here is my brother Argyle. Pleased to meet you all. We love fishing, said Argyle. Right. All kinds of fishing. Fly fishing, angling, jigging. We just love to catch fish. Is this going somewhere? I said. Going somewhere? Damn it, I'd confused the AI. So you love fishing. What can I do for you? Well, stranger, said Atticus, fishing gets us out of the house every day, and that's how us and our wives like it. Only we can't fish in winter. Too cold. So for a whole season we haven't got an excuse to go out. We want you to build us a shack, said Argyle. Down by the lake? Yup. This wasn't a quest, then. More of a mini-quest. These popped up a lot in BAS. It was going to detract a little from building Blade's Rest, so there would have to be something in it for me. What are you going to give me in exchange? For the gift of giving us the ability to fish all year round, said Argyle. That's priceless, but we'll give you 20 gold and a spare rod, tackle, and some bait. 20 gold wasn't much in the scheme of things, but it was a decent chunk of change for a low-level player. Right now, the only funds I had were the coins I'd looted from the Grunders. As a builder, money was going to be harder to come by at first, because I wouldn't be completing the kinds of fighting quests that came with rewards. Then again, maybe this was the game's way of evening it out for me. 50 gold, I countered. Atticus looked at Argyle. I waited, knowing that right now the game would be measuring my bartering ability against theirs. Bartering was a skill in itself, but there was also a hidden bartering stat that came under the umbrella of intelligence. 30, said Atticus. 40, and I'll move your project to the top of my queue. I have a lot of building jobs lined up, you know. Done. I told them I would swing by the lake the next morning and build the shack for them. Only, when I said this, they didn't leave. Is that all? I said. We'd like you to build the shack now. Right now? No time like the present. I've got my own stuff to be doing, I said. I'll be there tomorrow morning, and that's that. Atticus gave me a stern look. You drive a hard bargain, stranger. Fine. 70 gold if you do it right now. I wasn't going to pass up the chance to earn an extra 30 gold for something I'd already agreed to. Accepting the offer, I dutifully accompanied Atticus, Argyle, and Billy down to the lake. It was starting to get dark now, and I knew that Grunders would begin patrolling further afield once the sun had set. I'd need to get this done quickly. They led me along the lake bank to the exact spot where I had seen them fishing earlier. The grass of the bank was well worn by their boot prints. Here we go, said Atticus. Right here? I'd be obliged. I'll set it back just a little, I said. If the bank gets muddy in winter, the whole thing could be unstable. You're the builder. Even as we spoke, the night grew darker, and I wanted to get back to the relative safety of Blade's Rest. Luckily, I wasn't building a shack the old-fashioned way. You realize that this won't be some kind of fancy lodge, I said. We just want something to keep us warm and dry. Dry I can do. Warm? Maybe not. Just walls and a roof, please, fella. Using my improvisation skill, I quickly constructed a 10-by-10 wooden shack, weaving the wooden walls tightly together using vine rope. It took maybe a few minutes. I paced around the finished product. It was nothing special. It looked like the kind of hut that birdwatchers sat in when deep in woodland and trying to catch sight of a rare tit or thrush. It was better than shivering out in the cold. Well, I said. Atticus headed inside and strolled around. There wasn't much room to stroll, so I knew he must be inspecting it. When he came out, he didn't seem completely unsatisfied. A little basic, he said. Pay basic prices, get a basic product. Does that mean you can make improvements? Said Argyle. I couldn't, not right now, but I would be able to when I leveled up my skill and found more craft prints. Sure, when I have time and you have the coin. Atticus nodded. All right, then. Here's your gold, as promised. We'll be calling on you when we want this place sprucing up. Items added to inventory. 70 gold. 1 times mediocre fishing rod. 50 times bait worms. Thanks, I said. Pleasure. Nice to meet you, Josh Builder. I couldn't be bothered explaining that I wasn't from around here, and my surname didn't match my occupation, like most folks' names did. Instead, I waved to them and headed back to Blade's Rest. Link and Hilly still hadn't returned by the time I was back at the hamlet, which I was thankful for. I was equally thankful for the clay hut that had finished construction and was sitting proudly in the center of the hamlet. Its walls were solid, its roof tightly thatched to keep out the rain. Stepping inside, it had a distinctly earthy smell. Even so, it had the feel of a proper indoor roof. There was no draft, no cold. But not only that, buff gained, indoors, average, 5 times speed health replenishment. That was a much better buff than the one I received when standing inside an improvised hut. I was happy with my decision to rebuild using clay. Free from distractions, I completed 3 more clay huts. It took maybe 12 game hours, and the morning sun was casting red splashes across the sky by the time I was done. With 4 clay huts in total, Blade's Rest looked at least a little more impressive than it had a day earlier. When Hilly and Link got back, Link was carrying 3 dead rabbits tied together by string and slung over his shoulder, while Hilly was dragging along a dead deer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I knew Hilly had planned on hunting for food from time to time, but I never imagined she'd drag back a whole deer after her first expedition. Link waved to me. "Hey, Josh!" Grunting, Hilly said, "A little help, Survivor Jones?" Heading over to join them, I helped her drag the deer into the hamlet, where we placed it in the center of the 4 huts. "We're sure gonna be eating tonight," Hilly said. Then, standing with her hands on her hips, she looked at the clay huts. "You like 'em?" I asked. "Sure do," she replied. "This is almost as good as my house," said Link. "I mean, it's not really, but still." I laughed. "Thanks for the vote of confidence in any case." That night, I built a clay fire pit in the middle of the hamlet. Hilly butchered the deer, while Link took care of the rabbits. At their request, I crafted a clay cauldron for Link and a clay oven for Hilly. They both prepared separate dishes for us to eat. Link used the rabbit, which he scalded in the cauldron along with a bunch of veggies and herbs that he'd foraged. Soon the air was scented with rabbit meat mingled with rosemary and basil. "Now that I know which herbs around here are poisonous," he said, while holding a bucket, "I can make us a tasty stew." "Where'd you get the bucket?" "Bought it in Westfell." "All right, and where are you headed with it?" "Just to the lake," he said. He returned 20 minutes later with a bucket full of water, which he poured into the cauldron and started boiling. He added it to the rabbit meat, herbs, and veggies, and then left it simmering to turn into a broth. "Need any help?" I asked. "I'm good. You just take a load off." I wasn't good with just sitting around doing nothing. Never had been. Though from time to time I'd tried to get better at that by meditating. Forcing myself to clear my mind, I closed my eyes and listened to the sounds of the land around Blade's Rest. The owls hooting, the wind groaning through the trees in the woods northwest. It didn't work. I wasn't relaxed enough. So I brought up my browser and checked out some town planning guides on the Blade and Sheesh website. When the stew had been simmering for long enough, Link started adding spring onion, wild garlic, and other herbs from his foraging pouch, then sipped the broth every few minutes to gauge the taste. He looked like a scientist, sampling the broth and then adding tiny pinches of basil and oregano until he got it just right. Hilly, meanwhile, simply cut up the deer, chopped the meat into pieces, and stuck them in the clay oven to roast. As a final flourish, she produced a mini barrel of beer from her inventory that she'd bought on their trip to Westfell. "Beer?" she offered. "We didn't get mugs, so you have to drink out of the barrel." "Pass it over here," I said. "Grub's up," announced Link. "Hope you're hungry." That night we sat around the fire pit with our roasted deer meat, our bowls of rabbit stew, and our beer. It tasted divine, and the meat from the pit was just right. Starting with Link, we told each other a little more about our lives outside the game. and I had the best night that I could remember having for a long time. Chapter 8. Real life intruded soon after, and the three of us logged off. I had given Link and Hilly my cell number, and that evening he texted me telling me that Bloody Survivor Jones is on every other channel, it seems like, and asking if I could recommend anything to watch. I told him I was more of a reader, unfortunately. Hilly, who was added to the group, told us to watch Blood Soup, which was some kind of zombie show that had just started streaming. The next time that the three of us logged on to BAS together, we found 4 NPCs waiting in Blade's Rest. They were standing beside the vacant hut that I had made. "What the hell?" said Hilly, equipping her sword. "Steady on," I said. "Who are these guys?" There was a huge man who wore a leather apron over a white shirt, and he was standing next to an equally huge woman. In fact, she might have been a little bigger than him. Their 2 boys were also well built, making it hard to gauge how old they were. Either way, there was giant blood somewhere down this family's ancestral lines. With them, they had a mule who was looking yearnfully at the fields of grass outside Blade's Rest, as well as an open cart laden with what looked like all their belongings. They had crates filled with clothes, others with brass pans, as well as lots and lots of jars. "Yo," said the huge man, pointing at us. "This is village of Yo, yes?" Besides the strange ordering of words, his accent was also a peculiar one. Many city NPCs spoke in a kind of Queen's English proper tone, whereas this man had a definite foreign tint to his accent. Then again, in the digital game world, who was to say which of us were the foreigners? Hilly glanced at Luke and me, and then back at the woman. "This isn't quite a village yet, but it is our hamlet, yeah," said Link. The woman pointed at the 4th hut. "He's not belonging to anybody, yes?" Ah, now I understood. When I created the 4 clay huts, I had assigned one to Hilly, Link, and I. This made them player dwellings, which meant that others couldn't enter. It was useful to do this because it meant we each had a place where we could put some of our inventory without it being looted. I had intended the 4th hut to be a jointly owned storehouse, but maybe there was an opportunity here. "What do you want to know about the hut?" I said. The woman said, "I am Frenrita, and this is Gorgal. My children are Hans and Franz. We are saying in your language, helpers of murder." Hilly lifted her sword. "You're helpers of murder?" "Is the wrong word," said Frenrita. "It might just possibly be. What do you mean?" "Gorgal, show him." Grumbling, Gorgal took a step toward Hilly. He was so big that his boots looked bigger than anvils. I reckoned he must have had to get them custom-made. His hair was balding, but the beard on his face was flourishing, a jungle of brown touched by gray that hid half of his face. Gorgal held a hammer horizontally across his palms. "With this I make the weapons for the killing." "Ah, you're a blacksmith." "Smith of the Black, yes." Frenrita patted the clay hut walls with her shovel-like hands. "We will offer the gold for this hut, and if you build bigger one, we will set up workshop." "You want to live here in Blade's Rest?" "No, not just live. Live and work. We will give 10% of gold we make from death tools." Gorgal said something to Frenrita. I didn't understand their language, but his grumbling tone was clear enough. Frenrita said something in rebuke, and then it seemed like the matter was settled. "As I say, 10% for our work here, and for hut we will pay 100 gold. Let me speak to my associates for a minute." "Yes," said Frenrita. Then to Franz and Hans she said, "Take Patty to grass. She needs to eat." "Yes, mother," said the boys in unison. The boys dutifully untied the mule from the cart and led the animal to the fields, where she began eating. Hilly, Link, and I walked a little away from the family until we were sure they couldn't hear us, which was ridiculous given that they were NPCs, but that was the thing with full immersion. You started feeling like you were really there. "What do you think?" I said. "To what?" "Their offer, obviously." "I say no," said Hilly. "I thought we were going to talk about how to best get rid of them." "Why wouldn't you want them here?" "I just don't like the look of that guy. The last thing we need is a mad NPC hanging around the place. Link? I said. Link thought about it. We are building a town after all. One of the later requirements is to have a blacksmith. You've been reading up on it? Link nodded. Even so, we don't need a blacksmith yet, said Hilly. No, but why pass up the opportunity? I just don't like the idea of selling this guy a house and then we can't kick him out. I didn't see any threat from the family, but I didn't want to contradict Hilly as the head of Hamlet Defense. Even so, I agreed with Link on this. We would need a blacksmith later, so why not just get it done now, since a blacksmith was here on our doorstep? The problem was, however, saying this without putting Hilly's nose out of joint. How about this? I said. We counter their offer. Tell them we'll rent them a couple of huts, but we won't sell them outright. That way, we get a regular income while having the services of a blacksmith in Blade's Rest. All right, fine, but the mule stays in the field, said Hilly. What have you got against mules? One of my classmates got kicked by one on a field trip back in high school. I haven't trusted them since. Ah, hell, mules are great creatures, said Link. They're clever, loyal, affectionate. You just have to show them respect and always stay in front of them, never behind. I'll go talk to them, I said. Hilly nodded. And, check out the mule. See how vicious it is. We made a deal with Gorgal and friend Rita, leasing them one clay hut for 100 gold per week. I agreed to build a bigger hut to serve as a blacksmith's workshop. That would cost 200 per week. Gorgal grumbled and friend Rita tried to haggle me down, but I stuck to my offer. Building the clay workshop wasn't easy. It needed to be much bigger than a regular hut, and I couldn't modify craft plans much yet. For a while, I wondered how I'd get around this without having to grind my skill and rank it up. Eventually, I thought of something that might work. Where do you want this? I asked. Near lake, answered Gorgal. With windows that look on lake, please. I like to look on beautiful water when I work. You got it. I created 2 clay huts, placing them exactly side by side. Then I got Gorgal to use his hammer to smash through one wall. Using wet clay, I joined the huts together at the edges of the missing wall, smoothing clay over it for added insulation. Finally, I used a crude chisel to cut out a window for him to look out, and then it was ready. What do you think? I said. Gorgal fetched friend Rita, who was busy unloading their things from their cart. She took a break and then, joining us in the bare workshop, stood with her hands on her hips and nodded approvingly. Good is good. Our very own workshop, Gorgal. No more work for boss. I'll leave you guys to it, I said. No sooner had I left the workshop than I received a notification. Blade's Rest is now a hamlet, level 2. Blade's Rest fame increased. 3 times hamlet reward boxes gained. 300 XP received. Blade's Rest still wasn't listed on the world map. It was only a hamlet, and there must have been hundreds of them spread throughout BAS. The world map would get cluttered pretty quickly if each one was listed. On the local map, however, it was represented as a blue house-shaped symbol. Upon leveling up, the symbol pulsed a few times, and faint waves crossed over the map. I guess that meant its map strength had increased, and it might attract more NPCs and players. The hamlet reward boxes appeared on the ground in front of us. These were long and rectangular, like footlockers, but made from unvarnished oak. Name tags floated above them, indicating that there was a chest for each of us. Guys, I said. Link had been inventorying his herbs in his hut, while Hilly had been using a hand-sized whetstone to sharpen her blade. They came over when they heard me calling for them. You guys didn't get the notification about this? I asked. Yeah, but I always leave mine to build up, said Hilly. I like to have lots of them to go through in one sitting. Let me check. Cool, a reward box, said Link. Link sprinted to his and threw the lid open. He pulled a pair of forager's gloves, a basic field almanac, and a rolled-up poster with hundreds of plants drawn on it. He studied it for a minute and then said, Looks like if I put this poster up in my hut, it'll slowly level up my foraging. Doesn't even matter if I'm actually in the hut. Right, your own hut acts as a sort of base within Blade's Rest for you. Whenever you die in-game, you'll respawn in your hut. It's linked to your character now. Hilly took a different approach to her hamlet reward chest. She kneeled in front of it, delaying the moment of opening it. Bloody hell, Hilly, what are you waiting for? said Link. "Shut it. I didn't get many presents when I was a kid. Once you open a present, it's gone, in a way." "Well, it isn't gone, because you get the present." "I know, but the anticipation is always better." "Just open the bloody thing!" Finally, she opened it, scoring an instruction manual on basic sword maneuvers, a special sword sheath that always kept a blade sharp, and a leather chest piece that was tougher than her existing one, and had the etching of a stallion scored onto the front. She took off her armor and put the new piece on. What do you know? A perfect fit. Funny how everything in this game fits, huh? Who wants my cast-offs? For a moment, the player in me eyed the chest piece greedily. I only had fur chest armor, and this one was much better. But I needed to remember what our roles were in Blade's Rest. "I think I'll be spending more time in Blade's Rest than you guys," I said. "Whereas Link's gonna be picking daisies and stuff. He should take it." "I couldn't do that, Josh. You should have it." "All right, then," I said. "Don't say I didn't offer." What's up?" "You just going to take it?" said Link. "Sure, you said I should have it." "Yeah, but I didn't mean it. I was doing that thing where—" I laughed. "You take the armor. I'll be okay for now." "Well," said Hilly, "gonna open your chest?" Seeing the loot that Hilly and Link had gotten from their chests, I was excited to open mine. Rather than delay it and enjoy the anticipation, I threw back the lid and looked inside, only to find a few planks of wood and some screws. "Huh?" Hilly laughed. "I think you got short-changed, buddy. Did you piss off the AI? This can't be right." I lifted out the wood and the screws to see a slip of paper resting at the bottom of the chest. "This is more like it," I said. "Small crafting table, assembly guide. Thank you for purchasing a BAS Corp crafting table. Please read the following instructions to assemble it. Precautions must be taken for safety, and remember, always—" The instructions went on and on, but I'd assembled plenty of flat pack items. I moved apartments a year ago, and I had decided, fresh start, fresh furniture. This involved a trip to a Scandinavian furniture shop, where I bought an apartment's worth of furniture that was overpriced, considering I had to assemble the damned things myself. "This is a crafting table," I said, "for crafting stuff that's small to moderately sized. You can already do that, can't you?" "Well, yeah, with improvisation, but a crafting table gives me way more options. Anything I make on the crafting table is automatically ranked average or above, related to my skill. Also, it reduces crafting time. I'm going to put it in my hut." I took the crafting table to my hut and placed it by the wall. The place was already crowded, and I barely had anything in it. Later, I planned on building myself a workshop to do all of my work in. Earning 5 crafting skills to become a builder was going to involve lots of work and lots of tools. For now, I was concerned that I was just haphazardly placing buildings in the hamlet. I wanted to have more of a plan in place before I slapped another hut down. I didn't like stuff being unorganized, yet part of me wanted to hurry up and get this place built already. But maybe I needed to be patient. We'd barely even started on Blade's Rest. Rome wasn't built in a day, and it damn sure wasn't planned in one either. Chapter 9. Blade's Rest, Hamlet, Level 2, Population 7. We learned a lot about the blacksmith family, and we learned it quickly. We learned that Gorgal liked to get up at least an hour before sunrise and fire up his forge, and set out his work for the day. Much of this involved clearing away the mess friend Rita had left the evening before. The husband and wife took their blacksmithing in shifts, and it meant that they only spent an hour or two together each night. Gorgal liked to eat pickled lake herring while he worked. He bought this from Atticus and Argyle, who, I discovered, had played a trick on me. Their fishing hut wasn't just to keep them warm. Atticus's wife, Crystal, had installed a kitchen there, where she prepared and sold their catches. Sometimes she'd deboned and then cooked them. Whenever Gorgal needed water to put heated metal in to stop it going brittle, he'd wander down to the lake, inevitably stopping by Atticus and Argyle's fishery on the way home. I was annoyed at their deception, but what was I going to do? Burn the place down? I didn't know that it would have changed much if I knew what the hut was really for in any case. Maybe I would have charged them extra, but that was it. Even so, I felt a faint flicker of annoyance when I saw Gorgal heading down there to fill his water buckets, then stopping at Atticus and Argyle's fishery to buy pickled herring on the way home. "We need to dig a well," I told Hilly one day. It was just me and her around because Link had been gone for 2 days, halfway through a 4-day trip into Crookshack Woods. He was there to map out the woods and inventory all the herbs and stuff that grew there. We talked to him on team chat from time to time, but he hadn't run into much trouble save for seeing a grizzly in the distance. Hilly: "Go and poke it." Link: "Poke a grizzly bear? Are you crazy?" Hilly: "Come on, just do it. It's only a game. When else will you get the chance to poke a bear on the ass?" Link: "Sure, it's a game, but this thing looks too real for my liking. I ain't poking it." I had been on Link's side in the exchange. This place felt way too real sometimes, and I wouldn't like to get close to an apex predator like that. I told them so, and the matter was settled. Link wasn't going to poke the bear. With Link away, I only had Hilly to run my ideas by. She considered what I said about building a well. Building a well? Maybe. But the lake's right there, and we don't need to drink in any case. I was thinking for Gorgal. It'd make it easier for him. Plus, we're gonna have to attract more businesses if we want this place to grow, and they might need a well. Seems to me you could build a dozen wells and he'd still go to the lake. Never seen a guy eat so much pickled herring. His peculiar appetite aside, Gorgal was a dedicated craftsman. He could spend hours in his workshop, heating metal and then clanging away with his hammer. All day long the sounds rang out, with barely any breaks. He specialized in making swords and tools, while friend Rita was adept at making metal armor. Together they offered a pretty good selection of metal products. Gorgal worked from morning until evening, at which point friend Rita took over. When it was her turn to work the forge, Franz and Hans accompanied her and tried to learn. Franz didn't have much appetite for it, but Hans always kept a sketchbook with him, and he made diagram after diagram of his mother's working methods. The two boys weren't allowed in the workshop when Gorgal was working, since he couldn't stand distractions. "It's pretty amazing, isn't it?" Hilly said to me one night, as we watched friend Rita working while Hans scribbled in his leather-bound notepad. "Amazing?" "Just how you could watch her work and your brain starts to forget that she isn't really here." I nodded. "Honestly, it seems dangerous to me, this place being so lifelike. Some folks might never want to come out." "Tough titties. It boots you if you stay in too long. They don't want a lawsuit on their hands." Just then, Franz picked up a loose piece of metal the size of a pebble from the floor and threw it at his brother. Hans punched his arm, and Franz punched him back, and before long the boys were wrestling on the workshop floor. "Boys, you will get out or I hammer you," bellowed friend Rita, before focusing back on hammering a sword into shape. "Safe to say that the AI in Gobbler's Creek has been bumped up," I said. "You think?" "Look at them," I said, "and think about how Atticus and Argyle tricked me. This isn't low-level NPC behavior." "I don't know. Might be some kind of pre-programmed routine. You know, the boys getting in trouble and that kind of thing." "Nah, I think the devs sent a big vat of touring AI our way. 10 silvers say they haven't. Done." Blade and Sheath being such a dynamic game, the arrival of Gorgal and friend Rita had wider effects on Blade's rest. It started when Gorgal went to Dust Post and secured a contract for making 100 pickaxes for a mining company, who were heading to the Thunderstrike Mountains. Those are the mountains that we could see from Blade's Rest, which I intended to explore one day. Gorgal and friend Rita were working 24 hours per day to get the order finished, and they just about managed it when the mining company came to collect. They arrived in a convoy of 4 wagons, 3 of them to transport the miners, and 1 to carry equipment. They were pulled by 4 mules each. When Polly, Gorgal's mule, saw the others, she wandered over to say hello. Hilly, as her usual paranoid self, watched their arrival while holding her sword. She kept her gaze on the mules, never letting the ferocious beasts out of her sight. I peered out with my hand pressed against my forehead to shield my eyes from the sun. The head of the mining company, Flintlock and Sons, rode separately from his workers, hovering the miles atop a black stallion. Approaching Blade's Rest, he swung off the horse. He took a cigar from a leather burlap sack that he wore around his shoulder, He clicked his fingers, making a spark light the cigar. I went out to meet him. "Name's Gavin Flintlock," he said. "Pleased to meet you." "Josh Booth." "Booth? You got a cousin in the Yarmul Peaks?" "Yup," I said. I don't know why. Maybe I just enjoyed getting into character. I met him not long back. Might be heading that way again in the future." "Tell him I said hello." Hilly gave me a sidelong look as if to say, "What the hell are you talking about?" I shrugged. "I'm here in an official capacity," said Gavin. "I own Flintlock and Son. There ain't no son, though. At least not that I know of." "Then why do you have it in your company name?" "Because people trust a family business, and I'm all about trust. Anyway, I'm here to see a fella named Gorgal Mueller." "He's in his workshop right over there." "Gotcha," said Gavin. "Say, you don't mind if my boys visit your tavern, do you?" "We don't have a tavern." "You don't? Well, I have to say on a list of places I'm likely to visit again, somewhere that ain't got a tavern is at the bottom. You sure you ain't got one?" I gestured to the hamlet behind me. "Pretty sure." Gavin walked away, muttering, leaving me to dwell on what he'd said. One of the requirements of future hamlet and village levels involved attracting folks to Blade's Rest. Maybe Gavin was right. We needed a tavern. I resolved to start planning one. The materials we'd need, the skills I'd have to learn, and so on. Link returned from his trip to Crookshack Woods a day early. There was good reason for that. He'd gotten too close to the grizzly that he'd spotted, and it tore him to shreds. He respawned in his hut and then came out the door, swearing to himself. That night, the three of us had a meeting in my hut. It wasn't what you'd call a cozy place, but it was getting there. On one side I had my crafting table, which I pushed up against the wall. Opposite was my bed. I didn't need to sleep in BAS, but it was nice to relax on the bed from time to time. Using my crafting station, I had crafted a bed frame for each of our huts, and Hilly had gone to a farm a few miles east of Westfell and bought 4 crates worth of wool. Friend Rita had let her borrow their cart for a nominal charge of 1 copper, and Patty the mule had gladly undertaken the trip. It seemed that Hilly's laziness had overridden her distrust of mules. Using the wool and some quilted heavy cloth that Link had bought in town, I improvised a mattress for each of us. As well as the bed, I had crafted a table and 3 chairs for us to sit at whenever we had a Blade's Rest meeting. If I described the table and chairs as shoddy, then I was being generous. In fact, by sitting in them, we were playing the odds as to which of us would end up with the chair shattering beneath us and dropping us on our asses. But still, they were better than nothing. It wasn't a big hut to begin with, and all this stuff, as well as having 3 people inside it, made it feel like a tiny cave, but we made the best of it. "To get to Hamlet Level 3, I said, we need 10 buildings, and one of them has to be a store of some kind." "You can whip those up, can't you?" "Yup, but we'd have to convince someone to open a store in one of the huts, too." "We have Gorgal and Friend Rita," said Hilly. "Nope. They make big batches of stuff to order. They don't sell to the general public. Although it's worth bearing in mind that in terms of BAS, a store is just a place that sells things. So anything is okay, as long as people can purchase things in there." "It can't be hard to convince someone to set up shop here," said Link. "I might even do it myself. I've been thinking of learning the potioneer skill anyway." "All right, but there's another requirement for Level 3. We've need to have a passing traffic of at least 50 people. They can be NPCs or players, but they've got to go out of their way to travel to Blade's Rest and stay within the hamlet boundaries for at least 4 game hours." Hilly jerked her finger at the hut door, which was open and offered a rectangular view of Blade's Rest and the fields beyond. Just outside the town boundaries were 4 carts, a bunch of mules, and some fellas sitting around a campfire. "There's a bunch of miners out there scratching their asses. Get them to spend a little time here." I shook my head. Ever since I told them we don't have a tavern, they haven't stepped foot into the hamlet itself. So I'm thinking that we had better build a drinking hole. It's the perfect way to draw passing traffic our way. What do you think? "I prefer something a bit quieter," said Link. "I enjoy the calm vibe we've got here. Pubs have never been my thing." "Then why'd you sign up to be a town builder?" asked Hilly. "Because I needed a work-from-home job, of course. Now that I'm here, well, I guess I didn't realize how immersive this place would be. It kind of gives me the same feeling I get when I'm out foraging in real life. Are you a complete hermit, Link? No offense intended. He shrugged. Mostly. It's the way I like it. Well, I'm with you on something, Josh, said Hilly. We need something to draw folks to Blade's Rest. Only I'm thinking of something with a little more bite. Something like a fighting pit, where we capture animals and throw 'em into the pit to fight it out, and folks can bet on the winner. Hey, Link could fight a bear. That's the complete opposite of the vibe we were going for, said Link. I drummed my fingers on my chin. So you guys have suggested I either build nothing or I build a fighting pit for animals. Think I'm gonna have to overrule you on this one. A tavern it is. Building a tavern was way more complicated than I expected, and it involved me taking a trip to Westfell, which was northwest of Blade's Rest. I traveled to it using the Traveler's Road 5 minutes walk from the hamlet. Traveler's roads were laid out all over BAS, offering a safe way to get from one part of the world to another. The mobs that spawned randomly across the landscape never attacked folks on the Traveler's roads, and you could often find merchants or transport carriages along its various routes who would give you a ride for a copper or two. Sometimes there were even mini-quests offered by NPCs you met on the road, stuff like defending a carriage from bandits while the merchant fixed his broken axle and that kind of thing. I didn't run into anyone on the way to Westfell, except for walking past a group of lumberjacks who were traveling to join the rest of their company in Crookshack Woods. Their foreman tipped his fur hat at me. I nodded back, and the group trudged past. After spending a while in a tiny hamlet, it was strange to approach a town like Westfell. This was a developer-generated settlement, which meant that it was part of the furniture where the game was concerned. It had always been there, and always would be. It wouldn't stay the same, however. Like many towns, Westfell was growing dynamically as more and more players bought houses and opened player shops within its walls. Said walls were 20-foot-high stone monstrosities, upon which perched stone carvings of eagles with giant talons. These were the town mascots, and you could find eagle souvenirs and eagle murals everywhere in Westfell. My visit was brief, and it took me to the office of planning on the 4th floor of the town hall. Despite its official-sounding name, the Office of Planning's in-game purpose was to be a reference point for crafters and builders. In the office, a man wearing an impeccably neat suit greeted me. His hair was pulled into a ponytail so tight I could only imagine how uncomfortable it must feel. "Can I help you?" he said. "I'd like to see some plans." "Certainly." He held out his hand. I put 10 gold coins on his palm. He snapped his hand shut and nodded at me, then turned about and went back to his desk at the far end of the room. A menu system appeared. "Please select a craft print. 2-story townhouse. Standard-sized shop. Standard-sized shop with cellar. Tavern. Church. Church with spire." There were a dozen more items on the list, but I'd already seen the one that interested me. Whereas in a real-life town planning office you'd be able to access the blueprints of existing structures, it was a little different here. In BAS, the planning office showed you the prints for potential buildings. In other words, it was a guide on how to build them, what materials you need, what skills, everything like that. Looking over the craft prints, there were 2 problems that stuck out to me. For one thing, I would need the carpentry skill. There was no way to improvise a tavern, not even if I joined lots of wooden panels together. A tavern was a purposed structure within the game, and it had to be made properly or it wouldn't function as a tavern. The second problem was the materials that I needed. The crafting system in BAS was way more stripped down than in real life. Even so, the wooden sticks we'd collected from Crookshack Woods wouldn't cut it. We needed lots and lots of good timber. I had hoped it would be a little easier than this, but that was just my impatient side. The tavern took as long as it took. I needed to relax a little, get into the flow of hamlet life. Before leaving Westfell, I stopped by the butcher and the grocer's shops and bought a bunch of ingredients. This being a growing town, they ripped me off. It didn't help that my bartering skills were low. I made a mental note to hire someone with good bartering or charisma skills to act as a negotiator for Blade's Rest. Or maybe, as head of resources, Link should be leveling his charisma a little more. I would talk to him about that later. Outside the town gates, I looked into the distance and could just about make out Blade's Rest. It seemed a long way away, and I was tempted to pay one of the travelers departing from Westfell on their carts to give me a ride. "Safe travels!" called out a voice. I turned around to see one of the steel-clad town guards standing at the gate, waving to me. "So long," I told him. Instead of hiring a carriage, I saved my money and walked back. At least my walking speed was a little bit quicker after putting 2 points into agility the last time that I leveled up. In Blade's Rest, steam rose from the vent that had cut into the roof of friend Rita's workshop and carried in swirly spirals into the starless night sky. From under the workshop door came an orange glow, an inviting one given how cold it was tonight. I checked Hilly and Link's huts, but neither of them were at home. A quick look at my map revealed that Link was over in the woods. He always tried to get back before it was dark, given that BAS's hostile critters were way more active when night fell, but he sometimes got so wrapped up in his work that he didn't always make it in time. His current project was to make a complete field map of the herbs and stuff in Crookshack Woods, so that he'd always know where to find certain things. "The beauty of this place," he said, "is that stuff always grows back in the same place. You can pick something from the ground, and in a day's time it'll have grown back." Hilly was somewhere way out west. I hadn't traveled that far yet, so my world map didn't tell me much about it. She was probably hunting or something, I guessed. I sent them both a message. "Josh, need to meet you both in Blade's Rest in 10 game hours. Hilly, be right there." 10 game hours gave them ample time to get back. In the meantime, I headed to the cooking station that we'd set up in the middle of the hamlet, near the fire pit, as well as the clay oven and the cauldron. I crafted a standing table with a thick chopping board on top, as well as drawers on the side to store cooking essentials. Using the ingredients I'd bought from Westfell, I started cooking. I spread some fat on the pan and got it sizzling, before throwing in diced onions and seasoning them with a little sea salt. When they were golden but not burned, I threw in a handful of chopped mushrooms, waited a few minutes, then added a glug of white wine. When the wine had mostly evaporated, I poured on some risotto rice and stirred them until they soaked in the oniony, garlicky, tasty-smelling wine flavor. Meanwhile, I heated some stock in Link's cauldron, and I began ladling it into the pan and letting it soak up the flavor. The aroma became so strong that it tempted friend Rita, Hans, and Franz out of their forge. Gorgal left their domicile hut soon after and stopped toward us. "What are you make?" he asked me. "Mushroom risotto." "Risotto? Did I ever offer sun-dried tomato breads that I make?" he said. "Nope, don't think you did." "Tomorrow, I make." "On the condition that I give you guys some of this, huh?" I said. "Leave Josh alone, Gorgal. He makes for friends," called friend Rita. I held my hand up. "It's okay. I figured you might want some. What's the point in calling this place a community if we can't share a little food?" By the time the risotto was ready, Link and Hilly were back. Link was wearing a thick fur coat that he'd bought in Westfell. It was artificed, so that it helped him blend in better into his surroundings, which he hoped would spare him from more grizzly bear attacks. Hilly's sword-bearing muscles were a little more pronounced today, indicating that she'd leveled up again and put her attributes into strength. "Where have you been?" I asked. "Killing stuff. What's cooking? Smells delicious." "Grab some bowls, will you?" Gorgal, friend Rita, and the boys provided their own bowls, and I dished out enough grub for everybody. The 7 residents of Blade's Rest sat under the night sky, with the fire pit spreading warmth on our faces. Gorgal brought out a miniature barrel of ale that he'd brought all the way from his home in East Seedentland. Despite it being the only serving of his favorite beer that he was likely to get for a while, he shared it willingly, and he spent the rest of the night in an uncharacteristically good cheer. But when friend Rita told him to get his lute and sing a song for us all, it seemed that his disposition had been pushed too far, and he returned to his grumbling ways. After the family retired to their hut, the 3 of us stayed up. We didn't need to sleep, obviously. That was one of the perks of full immersion. You got the good things, such as nice-tasting food, without the trappings of feeling pain or feeling tired. The BAS devs had always been open about their view that people didn't want to play a game where they got hurt or felt like they needed to sleep. So any tiredness we felt while playing BAS was our own real tiredness. "I went to the planning office to check out what we'd need to build a tavern," I said. "Turns out it isn't going to be easy." What's the deal? Asked Hilly. Short of it is that we need money. First, I need to get instruction in carpentry. I could either go hire a master to train me, which would be quick but crazily expensive, or I can buy a skill tome and then practice. Can't you practice without the tome? Like when you learned improvisation? Asked Link. Nope. Carpentry is a little more advanced than that, so it's harder to learn. How much is a master? Said Hilly. Couple 100 gold? 500, at least in Westfell. There might be a cheaper one somewhere else. Link made an impressed woo whistle. I'm still getting used to how much 1 gold is worth in here compared to real life. Then again, I never spend much money in real life either. Foraging is a nice lifestyle, but it isn't a lavish one. I'm guessing 500 gold is a lot here? Hilly nodded. Enough. So what about a spell tome? Asked Link. Skill tome. Maybe $30. Gold, I mean. So go for that. I guess I will. I'm being impatient is all. I wanted to go to a master and just get the skill, and that'd be that. You don't appreciate anything you don't earn, said Hilly. My grandpa taught me that. I've worked all my life, at least when I wasn't traveling. Even when I was a kid, I took whatever Sunday jobs I could. Nothing feels better than working. Working isn't everything, said Link. I didn't mean it to cause offense. I know. Just what I'm saying is, folks can get by without taking a check and living by the rules. There are all kinds of different ways of living, and that's what makes life so special. Couldn't agree with you more, said Hilly, offering up her mug of ale. Link tapped his mug against hers, and they both said, Cheers. I'll go to Westfell and hunt down a skill tome, I said. But there's another problem, and this one we've got to solve quickly. To build a tavern, we're gonna need lots of lumber. So don't build a tavern. Build something else, said Link. Any purposed structure that we want to build is gonna need more materials than we can gather ourselves. It's just the way it is. So we need to start making some cash, said Hilly. By the way, are there any seconds of the risotto? Nah, there would have been, but I couldn't say no to Gorgal and the clan. Damn it, that blacksmithing son of a gun better make me some of that tomato bread he's always bragging about. Okay, so cash. Blade's Rest needs a GDP, I said. GDP? Said Link. Gross domestic product. Didn't you pay attention in business class? I never did business class. I never went to college. Dropped out of school when I was 16. Hilly said, Well, it means a measurement of the value of the goods made in a certain place. I don't think Josh here is applying it properly, to be honest with you, but I get the sentiment. Blade's Rest needs to produce things that people want. I nodded. We're already getting rental income from Gorgal and Fenrita, as well as 10% of their profits. That's buffering the treasury a little, but it isn't enough. Go kick those damn fishmongers out of the hut you made for 'em. They seem to be doing okay. I never seen so many people by the lake. Can't. I sold it to them. Maybe we could set Link up as a potioneer. He's already got the foraging skill. He can gather whatever he needs. Now he just has to learn how to blend stuff together. I'm finding myself agreeing with Miss Hilly Rose here, said Link. But I looked into it. I have the same problem as Josh. It costs a ton to get someone to train me. I didn't know about spell tomes, though. Skill tomes, I mean. I'll look into that. I had another idea, I said. The way you just said that all mysteriously and then stopped talking makes me think it's something we won't like, said Link. When Link was right, he was right. I didn't think they were going to react well to my plan. Hilly, who had loved bad ideas because they were often dangerous, leaned forward. Go on, then. Spit it out. So, this might sound crazy. Chapter 10. The next 2 real-life days were a weekend. There used to be a time when I'd look forward to a weekend of gaming on BAS, but it was different when playing the game was my job. Don't get me wrong, building Blade's Rest had totally opened up a new window of enjoyment for me. I was loving BAS again. All the same, I needed downtime. On Saturday, I took Baxter to the veterinary office for a checkup. The veterinarian told me, I'm seeing a little more muscle growth in Bax's thigh, Mr. Booth, but he still has a long way to go. Is there anything I can do to speed it up? She handed me a leaflet. Hydrotherapy and laser therapy have been shown to help build muscle. On top of his physio? You did ask, Mr. Booth. I know. Thanks. I rang my pet insurance company to ask about them covering Bax's hydrotherapy. Despite paying the bastards $40 per month, they basically laughed me off the phone. That, coupled with Baxter's moping face, made me feel lousy. So I did what always cheered me up. That Saturday afternoon, I went to see my Aunt Ginny, and I ate a pot pie dinner with her and listened while she told me exactly why she didn't trust the Jennings family, who'd moved in a few doors down from her house. I was back at home by 8 in the evening, and I punched straight back onto the clock and logged into BAS. Hilly was out of town that weekend visiting her sister, who she'd been estranged from for maybe 5 years. It was an icy relationship, and she'd been looking forward to it and dreading it in equal amounts. Link, meanwhile, had a few buddies coming over to play D&D. Despite never having played BAS until recently, he enjoyed Dungeons & Dragons, and he and his party had an unbroken 4-year streak of meeting up. Their current campaign was called The Curse of Mount Bastion, and Link thought they were going to beat it that weekend. This meant that I was alone when I respawned in Blade's Rest. It was nighttime in Gobbler's Creek, and a meteor shower was spitting orange streaks across the sky. From the forge came the familiar sound of a hammer pounding on metal. I'd heard it so often that even if I didn't know whether it was night or day, I'd still have been able to tell whose turn it was to work the forge just by listening to the rhythmic thuds. Friend Rita's strikes were more rhythmic and precise, while Gorgal hammered the metal like he wanted to punish it. Maybe it was good that I was alone without Hilly or Link. I had a lot to do if we were going to make some gold, but part of me wondered if it was a crazy plan. The day before, Hilly and Link had listened to my scheme, laughed at me, and then sat for a moment in silence when they realized that I was serious. "It'll work," I said. "If it doesn't, what's the worst that happens? We die and get some debuffs." "You say that like it's nothing," said Link. "I know we can't feel pain or get hurt in here, but our brains don't know that. I'm telling you. There was a moment when that grizzly was running at me that I thought, this is too real. Get me out of here. Play on low immersion or on a cheap VR set if that's a problem," said Hilly. "I'm sure the company would send you something less techy. And give up on how real this place is? But you just said, it scares me, and yet I love it. I ain't giving it up at all." Eventually they agreed to my plan, and we said that we'd get started on Monday morning when we logged in. Without really discussing it or agreeing on it, we'd come to the understanding that the three of us would pretty much always be playing together, when we did play. This wasn't something required by the devs. Sauce had already told us that she didn't care what hours we worked. Today, though, I was feeling bad about Baxter and needed to log a few more hours at $20 a spin. What's more, I had some prep to do for tomorrow, so I got to work. First, I spent a few hours creating a bunch of average daggers, hammers, and tools such as shovels and rakes. Using my crafting table to do this made the process much quicker. No sooner did I lay some ingredients on it and select something to craft, then the timer appeared and then completed a whole rotation. It took seconds at the most to make something. By the end of the 2 hours, my inventory was bulging with the most average tools you could ask for, made by the most average craftsman in Gobbler's Creek. Next, I stole across the grassy fields and to the Traveler's Road, taking care to avoid any of the nocturnal critters that were lurking in the prairie of scutchgrass. The nighttime beasties were a little tougher than the daytime ones. Instead of wolves, they were corrupted wolves, which were basically an undead version. Swooping overhead were big birds with talons that looked like they could steal a chihuahua and get away with it. I made it to the Traveler's Road without getting spotted, and then headed to Westfell. There, I found that the town gates were closed. I approached the 2 orcs who were guarding it. Orcs were often chosen for nighttime guarding duties on account of their better eyesight and their increased concentration. They wore leather shoulder pads and gauntlets, along with steel chest plates. Each was holding a spear. They crossed their spears together at my approach. "A bit dramatic, don't you think?" I said. "Out of hours, town's closed." "Can't I just—" "Out of hours, town's closed." "Wait a second. Are you trying to tell me that the town's closed?" "Push off until morning." I knew that I was dealing with two NPCs at the very bottom of the AI ladder. Town guards usually were, except when you committed a crime in town boundaries, and they suddenly became strategic masterminds. No amount of persuasion would get me past these guys, or at least no amount of persuasion with my current charisma level. Luckily, time moves a hell of a lot quicker in BAS, and I knew it would be morning soon enough. So I sat on the ground 5 feet away from the guards, and I stared at them for the full 8 game hours it took for the morning sun to rise. I knew it was a ridiculous thing to do, given their low AI, but I got a stupid pleasure from it. I'm just that kind of guy sometimes. At 9 in the morning, a town bell rang, and Westville burst into life. First came a rumbling sound as levers were turned and the town's great gates rumbled open. Next, a fleet of carriages exited the town, driven by merchants who had places to be. Their horses' hooves kicked up dust as they clomped past me and onto the traveler's road. A few players were skulking around the gates and waiting for them to open, and they quickly slipped inside and disappeared into the streets, blending into the early morning hubbub. 2 of the players near me were a level 13 druid and a level 10 monk, and they were heavily invested in the roleplay element of BAS, traveling the world, spreading the word of their separate religions, yet doing it together like some kind of buddy cop movie. I chatted with them for a while, hearing from them what I knew already. Gobbler's Creek was pretty dead player-wise, because there wasn't much to do around there. Great place to build a hamlet then, eh? I thought. To do my part in the marketing of our hamlet, I told them about Blade's Rest and encouraged them to spread word to any low-level new players who they met. "What's there to do in Blade's Rest?" asked the druid. "We have a blacksmith and a fire pit. Gorgal sometimes sings when he's drunk, but only when he's really, really drunk. But not just regular drunk. Let's see, what else is there?" Too late. Con Malloy the druid and Brother Brigitte were gone, leaving me alone at the gates. Heading through the gates, I wandered into a town full of life, with hundreds of NPCs preparing for another fake day in a fake world. The scripted NPC pathways were so sophisticated, and the sounds and smells of the town so real, you wouldn't have known it was just code. If someone kidnapped you, knocked you out, and then put a full immersion kit on you and logged you into BAS, you'd swear that you really had been left in a medieval fantasy world. All around me, the citizens of Westville went about their day. Shopkeepers opened their doors, brushed their stoops, arranged their window displays. An old armorer with a crooked back was doing his best to drag a dummy wearing a full coat of arms out into the street. I gave him a hand, and he thanked me and offered me a coffee. "Thanks," I told him, "but I have places to be." "Right you are. May the eagles bless you." Milkmen rode on bicycles and left glass bottles of milk in doorways. Young lads ran around the street selling copies of the Westville Courier. I didn't buy one, because I knew the BAS's detail wouldn't extend that far. No way was it so sophisticated that an actual newspaper would be generated each day for a specific town in the middle of nowhere. But then, thinking about this piqued my curiosity after all, and I paid a copper for a newspaper. Many of the inner pages were completely blank, existing only to make it appear real. On the front page were articles describing changes happening to BAS as a whole, no doubt put there by the devs to drum up interest for upcoming expansion packs. On the back was a directory of merchants in the area. This was useful, so I folded up the newspaper and put it in my inventory. My wanderings soon took me to a place called Scribbler's Row, where all the town's booksellers were. There were merchants who sold skill tomes, spell tomes, potion reference books, and every other book you could think of. They even sold special non-fiction and fiction books that the devs had written to deepen the game's lore. There was a time in my life when I would have read them all if I was in a dungeon or something and came across them. When it came to games, I used to be an obsessive completionist. It was only lately that I was really trying to mellow out. The shop that I needed was at the end of the street. It was the smallest shop of the lot, and it had a swinging sign that read, "Forked Tongue Books." Instead of a shop bell giving a little tring sound when I entered, I was greeted by the demonic sound screech of a hideous bird creature that was perched on the counter. The thing looked like a parrot that had been sent to hell for a decade and then retrieved after being tossed into every ugly pit in the underworld during its stay. Glaring at me, it screeched again. "You want a cracker?" I said. "Well, I'm sorry, I don't have any." The animal glared at me like it would gladly tear the flesh from my bones. It was, however, chained to the counter by a metal ring fastened around its left talon. Heading to the counter, I gave the animal a wide berth. Nobody came to serve me. I pressed the bell, only to find that it was broken and the mechanism removed. "Hello?" I called. Soon, a satyr shuffled into the shop front. He was a small creature who walked on goat legs. He had a pointy beard that was immaculately groomed, and even pointier horns that sprouted from his forehead. The skin around his horns was scabby. I wondered if it was painful when young satyrs' horns first grew out. Maybe they were born with the horns already there. Or maybe the damned things don't exist, I reminded myself. Man, I could get carried away in this place sometimes. "Yes," said the satyr, his forked tongue hissing over the S's. "I'm looking for a book that teaches you how to speak the Grunder language." The satyr suddenly sprang atop the counter and did a little jig with his goat legs. "Looking for a book on Grunders, is he? And for this he comes just to me!" I burst out laughing at the sight of this goat prancing around on his counter. This seemed to perturb him because he frowned and then hopped back behind his counter. "I may have the volume you require," he said, in a businesslike tone. He left me alone while he went into the back room of the shop. When he returned, he slid a black book with a red trim toward me. 5 golds. That was a hefty price, no doubt because I had pissed him off. "I wasn't laughing at your dancing," I said. "It just took me by surprise is all. I came in here for a book. I wasn't expecting such a fascinating display of satyr culture." "Nobody expects a fascinating display of satyr culture. Do you know why, you shabbily dressed lout? It is because our culture, for centuries, has been diluted until people see us as no more than prancing riddle makers." "I didn't come here looking for a riddle. Doesn't that count in my favor?" He shrugged. I don't know who I am anymore." The satyr put his head in his hands, and his horns shook as he gently sobbed into his hairy palms. I reached over and patted his back. Man, was it bony. There. It isn't that bad. Tell you what, while I'm here, give me a book on satyr culture. The best you have." He lifted his head. "Really?" "Sure." He sniffed. "The only one I have is this." Quickly, too quickly, he reached under the counter and pulled out a giant book. I'm talking about the biggest book I had ever seen. I could have used it to knock out an elephant, if I was that way inclined, and I had an elephant that needed knocking out. He let it drop on the counter with a thump that woke up his weird demon bird, which promptly started squawking again. "Hush, Percival. Can't you see I have a customer?" I sighed. "How much for the book?" "A mere 10 gold." Cursing the absolute shoddy state of my conscience that made me feel compelled to console a fake-ass satyr in a video game, I placed the money on his palm. "Excellent," he said. I picked up the satyr tome. The thing was so heavy, I felt like it was going to make me topple over. Luckily, things didn't weigh anything when they were in my inventory. The game was merciful on that score. As I left, the satyr said in a sing-song voice, "Grateful for your business, I am. Learn of satyr culture now you can." I put my arm in the air and gave a wave without turning around. Yeah. When I got outside the shop, I glanced through the window, where I saw the satyr holding the coins aloft and dancing a jig while smiling wider than a clown. It was then that I knew the weird guy had played me like a cheap fiddle. The crying had been an act to guilt me into buying something else, damn it. The satyr must have one hell of a charisma stat. Opening my inventory, I took out the satyr culture book and flicked the pages. They were blank. I mean, of course they were. The devs were hardly going to write a 2,000-page book on the history of satyrs just to stock in some poky little shop in Westville. Damn it. I would have said that satyr could go to hell, but he'd probably enjoy it. Back in Blade's Rest, I studied the book on Grunder language. It was titled Peglar Ok Namakua. That was just one side of the book. Turning it over, there was a different cover, and the title read, Learning to Speak Grunder. As I held it, a notification tag appeared directly above the book. Language Tome, Grunder. Difficulty, Low. Requirements, Intelligence 3. I satisfied the intelligence requirement at least, even though I had just had my trousers metaphorically pulled down by a conniving satyr and didn't feel particularly clever. The book was 263 pages long, but the devs had only filled in one page. This was a list of basic Grunder to English greetings. The existence of content in the rest of the book was implied. Grunder language, it turned out, was based around many words with one syllable each. As such, it took them many words to say a normal sentence, which was probably why they sounded so high-pitched when they spoke to each other. They were speaking very quickly. For a strange half an hour I practiced saying the words out loud. Anyone passing by the hamlet would have found it very strange, so maybe it was a blessing that nobody ever visited Blade's Rest. After reading all of the phrases and saying them out loud, a skill notification appeared. "Do you wish to learn the skill Languages?" I'd already decided I was going to be careful with my skills, so before allocating one of my 2 available skill slots to this one, I checked it on Sheesh. Languages. A skill dependent upon intelligence and boosted by charisma. See Charisma article. Skill in Languages opens dialogues with some of BAS's stranger inhabitants, and can lead to quest lines otherwise unavailable. There are 102 languages to collect in BAS. Learning and using them counts towards skill rank and overall XP. Those heavily skilled in languages are more likely to gain charisma increases when allocating attribute points to intelligence. Damn it, I needed to be able to speak Grunder, but I couldn't do that without the language skill. According to the wiki on the Sheesh website, this skill didn't complement a crafting build at all. This made me reluctant to take it. A big weight suddenly settled on my shoulder. I flinched, only to realize that it was Gorgal's hand resting on it. He must have just finished his shift in the forge because he smelled like fire and his skin glistened with sweat. Even his beard was flattened against his face by the outpouring of perspiration. "Oh, hey, Gorgal." He settled down in front of the fire pit. You'd have thought that he'd had enough fire for the day, but evidently not. "Problem, little man?" he said. The use of little man would ordinarily have been an insult, but I had come to learn that Gorgal didn't mean it so. In fact, standing at 7 feet tall and being much bulkier than the average guy, he was envious of people like Link, Hilly, and me, who didn't have to have our clothes custom made if we were far from home. That was why 3 full crates of the family's possessions had been dedicated to clothes. Before leaving their homeland, they bought as many shirts and trousers as they could, because it'd be difficult and expensive to get proper garments here in the West. "Problem?" he repeated. Not so much. More like a decision, which I suppose is the same thing sometimes. It comes down to this, Gorgal. I need someone who can speak Grunder. Gorgal scratched his beard. "Echimaka re ogna faket," he said. "Huh?" "Means, why you need Grunder speak in Grunder language?" I stared at the giant blacksmith, amazed. "Gorgal, my friend, we need to talk." Chapter 11. One real-life day later, 4 of us left Blade's Rest and traveled south, heading past Black Salt Lake. It was raining today, and not many people were fishing. "Does the rain scare the fish?" I asked. "Make them think it's birds or something?" Hilly shook her head. "It's more that it makes it harder for the fish to see bait, and it can muddy up the water. The best time to fish is after it's been raining. More flies on the surface then." I noticed with annoyance that despite the early hour, a large queue had already formed outside Argyle and Atticus's fishery. As we went past it, Gorgal looked longingly at the home of his beloved pickled herrings, and even took a step toward it. I grabbed his sleeve. "Remember our deal," I said. "Do this for us, and I'll buy you a week's supply of herring." "Pickled herring?" "Yes, pickled herring." "Herring with no pickle is not good." "Right." Hilly leaned toward me and whispered, "I can't believe you got him to agree to do this just for some herring." Got him to agree? I didn't need to. I offered to take 1% off our cut in the forge income if he helped us, but he said no. The guy is obsessed with pickled herring. Soon, we neared a familiar-looking outpost situated in the middle of a field of brittle yellow grass. In front of us was the Grunder village. It had changed since the last time we had been here. They had added 3 feet of height to their wooden fence, and they had tightly thatched the individual posts together to make them more compact and defensible. As well as that, they had installed a new gate made from rusted iron. I doubted that Grunders had mastered metalwork, so they must have bought it from someone. This was good. Their willingness, or even desperation, to deal with outsiders meant that my plan might work. "Any prizes for guessing that this is happening because of us?" said Link. "I keep reading how dynamic this game is. We killed a bunch of their people, so it stands to reason they might get defensive." I scratched my chin. "Maybe. Although that's a possibility, we're overthinking it. Grunders attack folks all the time. Fighting is part of their nature. Besides, they won't know we're the ones who attacked their scouts." "Fighting in their nature, huh? Is it really? How interesting that we're walking straight toward their village, then. Remember me why we're here again?"
"Remind me," said Gorgal. "Not remember me. Is bad grammar."
"I take your point, Link," I said, "but this isn't going to end in a fight. Gorgal?" The giant nodded. Normally, Gorgal wore one of a number of plain shirts that he sweated into while he worked all day, then washed in the lake once per week along with the rest of his family's clothes. Today, however, he was wearing what appeared to be his smartest shirt. It was navy blue, and it had no sweat patches, no stains, and no rips. It made me think that maybe I ought to have made more of an effort.
"Stay here, you," said Gorgal.
He took his blacksmith's apron from his inventory and put it on over his shirt, making me feel a little better about how I was dressed. He strode across the field, a giant of a man clad in a blacksmith's apron made to resist the fires of hell, and wearing gauntlets on his hands and forearms that were tough enough to withstand an errant hammer blow. If Gorgal were ever so careless as to let that happen. A noise rose from the Grunder camp, a sort of excited chittering that grew as Gorgal got nearer, and reached an absolute zenith when he stood in front of their gates. Seeing him standing in front of their village gates put their fortress into perspective. It was laughable, really. He could have yanked their new gate off its hinges using his bare hands and then snapped it over his knee. Instead of doing that, however, he stuck to the plan we had discussed. He said something in Grunder. There was silence from the Grunders, not just the normal kind, but a sudden sort of silence that means something. Gorgal repeated himself. A head appeared from the top of the gate. The Grunders must have some kind of support beam on the other side, I supposed. This Grunder looked older than the rest, with a hunched figure and old, wizened eyes, or as wizened as a Grunder's eyes could be. Maybe he was their leader, or at least their spokesman. That was the guy I'd have to target. The Grunder said something. Gorgal took a while to process this. He wasn't completely fluent, he had told me, but had picked up conversational Grunder in his travels as a lad. When Gorgal replied, the Grunder disappeared from view. From behind the gate came a rapid-fire exchange of their high-pitched language, which was so nonsensical as to be gibberish from where we were standing. "This isn't gonna work," said Hilly. "I'm telling you." "Have a little faith," said Link. The Grunder appeared again. From his tone, it seemed like he asked Gorgal a question. Gorgal pointed at the three of us, where we were standing clear of the Grunder's bow's shooting distance. 4 more Grunder faces appeared on their side of the gate, and they stared at us. I waved to them. "How's it going?" I said. "Nice day for it." There was a moment where neither man nor Grunder spoke. The air was tense and brittle like a rice cake ready to snap in half. Then the great gates of that great civilization rumbled open. It was a momentous moment. Not to Hilly, who was looking at her fingernails, but even so. Gorgal crossed the distance back to us in 12 long strides.
"They will with you the meat."
"Good. Thanks, Gorgal."
"You will give me silvers for herring. 2 weeks of the pickle and the herring."
"Not until this is done. We still need you."
"Aye, damn this. Come on."
Gorgal led us across the field and into the Grunder camp. Dozens of the hairless, rat-like creatures stared at us as we crossed the threshold of their fortress. The camp was structured so that there was a giant fire in the center, and their homes were built in a circle around it. Not unlike Blade's Rest, actually. Instead of huts, though, the Grunders had 4-feet-tall mounds of hardened mud that they'd burrowed holes into. Glancing into one of their mud mounds, I saw that it was filled with straw bedding. For every 4 or 5 mounds, there was only one clay hut. Glancing in as we passed, it seemed that the huts were used for storage and for utilities such as cooking, whereas the Grunders felt more comfortable sleeping in their mounds. Suddenly, the oldest Grunder darted into our path and threw a thick red liquid on us. It splashed my face, Link's trousers, and Hilly's waist. "What the hell?" said Link. Hilly reached for her sword, but Gorgal stopped her. I had to stop myself from grabbing the little shit and throttling him. It was hard. Something about having liquid thrown on me made me see red. Breathe, I told myself. If we started a fight right now, we'd die. There were too many of them. Maybe if Gorgal helped us, we'd have a chance, but even so, whether we died or killed them all, it was failure either way. Gorgal explained to us, "It's just custom. Stain will clear by itself in time. While stain is on clothes, Grunder guarantee no harm." I looked down at my shirt, which was besmirched by whatever the hell the liquid was. Blood, maybe? I didn't know of any kind of blood that just cleaned itself, but I wasn't about to get Gorgal to ask. "Let's get this over with," I said. "Thank them for their hospitality, please, Gorgal. You know, we're honored to be here, that sort of thing." "Thank them? Honored?" said Hilly. "It's called diplomacy. It's called chicken shit. We're in their home, Hilly. They could kill us in a second if they wanted to. I could take out a few of them with me. You're supposed to fight mobs in BAS, not make deals with them." Maybe Hilly had a point. I'd never heard of someone negotiating with low-level mobs. Then again, it was well known that BAS rewarded experimentation. The devs had some kind of system where, when a player did something unusual, they could allow the game to allocate more AI power to that part of the game map. I was sure there was a better, more technical way to describe it, but I wasn't a techie kind of person. We had already experienced this digital phenomenon with Atticus and Argyle, as well as the appearance of Gorgal in our lives. "I will make greeting," said Gorgal. The Grunder chief was called Wizened of the Oak, but would accept Oak as a form of address. His clanmates called him Master, but this wasn't a title required by strangers. Oak led us across their village and to the biggest mud mound, which was guarded by 6 Grunders. Oak scampered into his mound and gestured for us to join him. A problem there. Even though it was the biggest mound in the village, it was still tiny. "He requests that one will join him," said Gorgal. Link and Hilly both looked at me. "Your idea, after all," said Hilly. "I will not fit," Gorgal said. I shrugged. "A bit of mud doesn't bother me." "That's the spirit," said Link. I kneeled down and crawled into Oak's home. The floor was made surprisingly soft by piles of compacted hay, but there was little else in there to make it homely. Once I was inside the burrow, it was a little taller, and I could stand up as long as I adopted a hunched posture. Oak clapped his claws and sent one of his guards scurrying away, and then he said something to me. I didn't catch any words, but then I hadn't accepted the language skill. I turned toward the burrow entryway. "Did you happen to catch that, Gorgal?" "He asks what you can trade," said Gorgal. "Tools, you know, shovels, hammers, and that kind of thing. They're crude quality, but they're cheap, and I can make lots of them." Gorgal repeated this to Oak. "He says he wants weapons." I pictured dozens of Grunders advancing on Blade's Rest, armed with axes and knives that I made for them myself. "We aren't arming the Grunders," I said. Oak and Gorgal spoke for a long time, their voices carrying in and out of the burrow. The blacksmith sighed at places and said a word, which I assumed was a request for Oak to repeat himself. Finally, Gorgal said, "He says this is peaceful settlement. You attack scouts. They do not attack you. He will overlook for good of clan, but you must sell what he needs." I tried to remember if the Grunders had shown us any hostility before now. They hadn't when we attacked them to get a hut craft plan, sure, but that wasn't the only time we'd faced them. "Tell them that Grunders attacked our hamlet." Gorgal repeated this. Then, "He asks what name of hamlet is." "You know the name of our hamlet, Gorgal. Blade's Rest." "He says stupid name." I laughed. "Thanks." Oaks spoke to Gorgal for a moment. His expression was a mix of anger and fear, and his old rat-like face was pained with whatever he was saying.
He says that the Grunders who attacked you are Red Fang's clan, not Oak's. Oak and clan are peaceful, and need more weapons for defense against Red Fang.
Interesting. So there were more factions within Grunter society, and some were better armed and more hostile than others. Though I suppose that being better armed and more hostile went hand in hand. Maybe I had misjudged Oak after all. "Give me a second," I said. Using my browser, I checked Sheesh to see if there was any mention of separate Grunder clans and a rift between them, as well as differing levels of hostility. There wasn't. I dipped my head out of the mound and told Hilly and Link what we'd talked about so far. Link had the interested look of a guy who'd been exploring the Congo and found a new species of ape. "Fascinating," he said. "I could actually be sick with how excited I am with all this. Cooperate with them." "Hilly, I think there are better ways to make some gold. We could go do some quests, or just farm mobs until we get enough loot to sell." "This is all about playing BAS differently," I said. "We're supposed to build a town, remember? That means doing town stuff. Think back to when the Grunders attacked us. They looked different, didn't they? Or is my memory playing tricks?" "They were a little bigger, had bigger muscles, and they had red markings behind their right ears," said Hilly. "Then Oak's telling the truth about that part of it, at least." I turned back to Gorgal. "Tell him we'll sell tools for 10 coppers per item. Orders of 100 or more get a 10% discount. We won't sell them weapons, and that's the end of it. Finally, we will take Grunder children hostage and raise them as thralls, as insurance for his continued peace."
"Hostage? Grunder children?" said Gorgal.
"I'm joking about that part, but please repeat the rest." While Gorgal spoke with Oak, the three of us waited. I half crawled out of the burrow just so I could get some air. Man, it's stuffy in there. Don't know how they stand it. "Can the Grunters even pay us?" said Hilly. "That's what we'll find out. But they aren't getting any tools unless they pay up front in any case." Gorgal finished conferring with Oak.
"He will agree to price, and can pay. There is merchant in south who trades with Grunder, so Grunder have coin."
"Oak, my friend," I said, "you got yourself a deal. Put her there." I stretched out my hand, and Oak grabbed it with a decrepit paw, and we shook on the first human-Grunder settlement trade treaty to ever be formed in BAS. Chapter 12. Back at Blade's Rest, I set about crafting Oak's first order of tools. He and his Grunters needed 200 crude shovels so they could dig a new burrow level below their existing one. Their village, as we had seen it, was just the tip of the iceberg, apparently. Underneath it were levels upon levels of tunnels and burrows. "Tell me something," Link asked Gorgal. "Why don't they use their claws to dig? Are you trying to talk us out of our first order?" said Hilly. "I'm just interested." Gorgal thought about it before answering.
"Is debasing Grunder culture. Claws not for digging."
Since I had a lot of shovels to make to order, I gave Gorgal money to buy himself pickled herrings as promised, and told him that I had to go. "Tell me something," Link asked Gorgal.
"Sorry, forager man. I buy herring. Pickled."
"You're walking to the lake? That's okay. I'll come with you." Sensing that conversation with Link might delay his purchase of pickled herring, Gorgal said,
"No, I, go to different pickled herring shop."
Laughing, I left them to it and crossed Blade's Rest, soon arriving at my hut. I had a lot to do, and I wanted to finish it as quickly as possible so I could get on with building our hamlet. "All right, then," I said. 200 shovels. Should be easy." Crafting en masse really was pretty simple in BAS. As long as I had enough materials in my inventory, I could select crude shovel from my improvisation menu, and then choose how many to craft. My skill would then work in the background, with the timer flashing by on the right-hand side of my display. It meant that I couldn't use other skills at the same time, but that didn't matter much for now. I set the crafting in motion, and then thought about what to do next. There was a hell of a lot of stuff in play. First, this new deal meant that Blade's Rest was pulling in income From Gorgal and Fenrita's rent and their forge proceeds, our trades with the Grunders, and any pelts or loot that Hilly earned when she was out hunting, our treasury was steadily growing. Unfortunately, so were the materials we needed to acquire in order to grow Blade's Rest. "Did you see the new menu screen?" said Hilly, approaching me from her hut. As joint owners of Blade's Rest, the three of us had access to its stats and its limited menu options. After leaving Oak's camp, a new one had appeared. This one was titled Factions. Factions. Grunder Camp. Chief. Oak. Relationship. Cordial. Send gift. Request aid. Send threat. "Please send threat," said Hilly. "See what happens." "What happens is we'll start a war." "It's a game! So what if we start a war with a bunch of rats?" "This isn't some kind of fort," I said. "It's Blade's Rest, a nice hamlet. We don't go threatening war on our neighbors. Life's stressful enough without that shit." "Bah, I knew I should have been playing Age of Honor instead." After the first order of shovels was shipped to the Grunders and we received our payment in return, I finally had enough gold to buy a skill tome and the materials that we needed for a tavern. I would have expected that crafting so many things using my improvisation skill would give me a decent push toward earning the next rank. Looking at my stats, it didn't seem to be the case. Why was that, I wondered. After quickly looking it up online, I learned that a novice improviser wouldn't level up by creating crude items. I was now capable of making improved items after all. It was kind of like long-distance running. At first, running 5 kilometers at a consistent speed would be tough. Then my body would adapt to it. Soon I'd be conditioned so that 5 kilometers wasn't much of a problem for me anymore. At that point, continuing to run the same distance again and again would lead to stagnation. I'd have to increase either my speed or my distance. Applied to skill use in BAS, it meant that supplying the Grunders with crude items wouldn't rank me up. I had to adjust my craft quality and produce improved items to progress. After the Grunders paid us for the shovels, we had a hamlet meeting in Link's hut. He had boiled mint leaves in the outdoor cauldron and made a fresh-tasting tea for us, which we drank out of clay cups that I had crafted using my crafting table. Hilly drank hers quickly. "Very refreshing. Don't suppose there's more? It's in the cauldron. Help yourself." She was gone for a moment, then returned back to Link's hut with a full mug. Link's hut was a similar size and shape to mine, and he had the same kind of bed, only he had placed his in the center of the room. Right above it, he'd cut away part of the roof so that he could see the stars. On his wall was the poster he'd gotten from his Hamlet chest, with hundreds of different plants and flowers on it. Just having it there passively leveled up his foraging. I'd looked it up online to see if there was something similar for crafting. There was, but such passive levelers were only available as randomized loot drops. You couldn't buy them. "All right, then," I said. "We have the Grunders' payment to divide between us. Obviously, it should go 3 ways, but I had an idea. What if we divide it 4 ways and leave a quarter of it to one side? Think of it as town funds." "Seems reasonable," said Link. Hilly shrugged. "I guess we have to invest in Blade's Rest if we want to grow it. To be honest, I can't believe the Grunders actually had the coins to pay us. They weren't lying." "They paid us in coppers," I said. "The full amount, but all in coppers. Anyway, I'm going to head to Westfell when it's light. You guys coming?" Both of them agreed, and as soon as the BAS sun rose in the sky, we set off. Hilly was all for paying for a ride on a carriage since we were flush with gold, or at least flusher than we had been. Link was having none of that. He loved walking through BAS, though his pace was constantly slowed by him kneeling down every few minutes to inspect a leaf, or diverting in an arc around us to go forge something he'd seen in the distance. Sometimes even I found his pace a little infuriating. Ever impatient, Hilly walked with us for a few minutes before jumping on a passing merchant carriage and flipping a copper to the driver. He was transporting candle wax from port down to Westfell, and he had some space amongst his crates on the back. "Sorry, lads," she told us. "I just don't have the patience for walking. Enjoy it, though. Link, make sure to point out to Josh every flower that you see." "Don't listen to her," I said. "The foraging stuff is interesting." Link shrugged. "It isn't a hobby for everyone, that's for sure. but thanks for saying it. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Like, hey, is that a... Before I could say a word, Link was off, leaving the traveler's road and tramping onto the nearby field, where he stared at something buried within the green stalks. With Hilly rotting away and Link leaving my side often to check on plants, I walked much of the way alone. It was okay, though. BAS was pretty damned beautiful in the red glow of its rising sun, and there was something that never got old about the lack of cars beeping their way through their morning commutes, and there being no buses coughing out smoke from their exhausts, while on the sidewalk, folks hurried both past and into each other as they navigated the busy streets. In some ways, BAS was the kind of world we could have built for ourselves if we were different. Or maybe I was being naive. Yeah, I definitely was. Still, I liked it. It wasn't hard to see why folks paid a subscription to BAS, bought full immersion gear, and then stayed away from dungeons, questing, and fighting. There was so much more to the game than that. By the time we neared Westfell Gates, Link was deep into a show and tell of the various herbs and leaves he'd picked on the way here. And this one's called Red Cluster. Depending on what you brew with it and how you brew it, you can either temporarily increase someone's total mana, or you can decrease it. There are lots of ingredients that go one way or the other. You have to be careful when you see something that looks edible, both here and in real life, because Hilly was already at Westfell Gates, helping the merchant unload his boxes of candle wax. I was surprised at her show of helpfulness, and was about to say something about it when the merchant hobbled around his carriage, and I saw that he had one arm and one leg. His right leg was missing at the knee, and he had a wooden stump fixed to it, with his trouser legs folded up. His right arm was just a stump, nothing more. He took out his coin purse. "Here you go, lass," he said, offering Hilly a gold coin. "I couldn't possibly. I insist." Well, what are you gonna do if a guy insists?" She took the coin, and then she saw us. She smiled and waved. "Hey, guys, let's get some breakfast, on me." It was still early morning, and the 2 orc guards were standing to attention outside the gates. When we got near to them, they crossed their spears together, just as they had the last time I was here. "We need to wait until at least 9 o'clock, I said, "or they won't." Hilly stepped forward. "Hey, fellas, how's the day treating you?" To my amazement, the guards uncrossed their spears. One of them said to someone unseen, "Open her up!" The gate clanked open, and the 3 of us entered Westfell a good 2 hours before visitors were allowed to. "What was that?" I said. "When I hit level 3, I chose a perk that gives me rapport with any soldiers, guards, or mercenaries. Now, what do you guys want for breakfast?" "Something warm, tasty, and really bad for you," said Link. Hilly smiled. "That's my specialty." She took us to a tavern called the Guilty Goose, which had a sign that depicted a giant white goose with a somewhat guilty look on its face. I hadn't thought it was possible for a goose to look guilty, but I was proven wrong. "I wonder if I can buy a print of that," I said. "Put it up on my hut wall." Hilly glared. "I hate geese. Stupid feathery serpents." The Guilty Goose was unlike the other taverns in Westfell, in that its main customers were the night watchmen who patrolled Westfell's streets and walls after dark. As such, they often were relieved from their shifts in the early morning before anything was open. The tavern landlord was a dwarf named Felix Grubhide, and he had a good mind for business. He pounced on this gap in the market by applying for a special trading license, then making sure his doors were unlocked in time for the watchmen to finish their shifts. The goose, as people knew it, became a regular haunt of the night watchmen. The watchmen, in turn, recommended the place to their day colleagues, and thus Felix had a steady stream of customers. I made note of this. When we opened a tavern in Blade's Rest, it would be wise to have a USP. To cater to a certain type of folk, I needed to think about it. Who would come to a place like Blade's Rest? Travelers, maybe? The travelers' roads were nearby. Merchants might visit, too, I guessed. Anyway, that was a thought for a later day. "Ah, good morning," said Felix Grubhide from behind the bar. "What can I get for yer?" With the gold coin that she'd earned from unloading the wax candles, Hilly bought us breakfast. For herself, she ordered what Felix called the Leviathan, which was a cooked English breakfast with 6 sausages, 8 rashers of bacon, 4 slices of toast, as well as the staples of grilled tomatoes, baked beans, mushrooms, and some hash browns. Never one to be out-eaten, I ordered the same but asked Felix to add 1 extra slice of toast. Haley rolled her eyes and called me a loser, but then laughed. Link went small, ordering poached eggs on toast and a pot of coffee. It was a struggle to eat the Leviathan, but I matched Hilly sausage for sausage, bacon for bacon. I didn't know if this was a competition in her mind. We hadn't said it out loud. For me, though, it was very much an Olympic gold medal event. "What's so good about foraging for stuff anyhow?" Hilly asked, chewing half a sausage. Link had already eaten his poached eggs on toast, and he'd placed his knife and fork neatly on the plate. He sipped coffee from a cup. "Well, for one, it's proven that being outdoors is good for our brains and our moods. Second, it's meditative. I can just wander around searching for interesting stuff. I don't have to think about anything." "I can't do that," I said. "Can't let my mind settle. Even when I walk Baxter, I listen to an audiobook. It's a skill like anything else. You have to practice. Thirdly, foraging is useful. You can find stuff to eat, or herbs to add flavor to a dish. You can find dyes, things for melodies. You should try it." "Maybe I will," said Hilly. Hilly finished her breakfast way before me. When my plate was empty, I took a slice of toast from a side plate and covered it with butter. Then I swept it across my plate, using it to mop up the delicious baked bean sauce and egg yolk. Haley shook her head at me. "So uncultured," she said. With our bellies satisfied, hunger cravings in BAS were very tame, but it still felt pleasant to satisfy them. Hilly paid Felix and tipped him a copper. "Thanks for the grub," she said. "Much obliged. You 3 come back soon, and make sure you bring those appetites with you again." We headed out of the Guilty Goose and onto Bagsall Road, which was an especially quiet part of Westfell even with the presence of a tavern. This was due to a rough element that had taken residence in an abandoned church hall at the end of the road. The NPCs wouldn't have guessed, but I thought it was probably a thieves' guild. Near us, a couple of newspaper boys were playing a game that involved tossing pebbles near each other's feet. "I'm going to check out the town armorers," said Hilly. "See if I can upgrade some of my gear." Link turned in a circle. "Where would I find potioneers?" I pointed to a street named Chapel Row. "I saw them the last time I was here. Follow that street, then turn left. By the time you're near, your mini-map should update with any shops in the area." "Or you could just speak to a guard and ask for a map upload," said Hilly. "But if you want to take the hard route, that's okay." "Ah, yeah, or you could do that," I said. We each went our separate ways, and I followed my own thread of destiny into the inner town, which was gradually getting busier. There was something different about Westville today. Street lamps burning multicolored oil dotted every road, and their glows were bright even in daylight. Every third street lamp had people standing on ladders and tying banners so that they stretched across the road. The banner nearest me had writing on the other side, so I hurried down the street and went past it, then turned so I could read it. The banner read, "Happy Oracle Day." "Oracle Day?" I said. One of the men who had fixed the banner to the street lamps climbed down from his ladder. He took a pipe out of his pocket, poked tobacco into it, and then lit it. He was a rotund man who wore a flat cap that almost covered his eyes. He stood in front of me with his hands on his hips and regarded me like I was a stranger trespassing on his land. "Aye, it's Oracle Day. Hope you brought your coppers," he said. "What's Oracle Day?" "Just what it says. Fortune-tellers come from all over to read our futures. They mostly set up shop in Merchants Plaza. Here's a tip for you, lad. Don't bother paying for 2 oracles and ask the same question, because when you get 2 different answers, you'll be none the wiser." The man who tied the banner across the street joined us. He was skinny, and he was wearing dungarees with one strap broken, and the front was smeared with oil. "Or don't pay him at all. A man shouldn't know his future." "I agree," I said. "I guess I won't be paying them anything." My route to the street with all the bookshops took me through Merchants Plaza. This was a rectangular area with cobbled paving and a statue of a man holding a sword aloft in the middle. A giant eagle rested on his right shoulder. On the outskirts were dozens of stalls, where various fortune-tellers and psychics had set up. Nearby, The more enterprising merchants in Westfell had set up their own stalls to sell refreshments to tourists. One guy was selling champagne and whiskey. Above the champagne was a sign that read, "Good News," and next to the whiskey a sign read, "Bad News." I wasn't going to pay for a reading, of course. Maybe in real life I'd have done it for a laugh, even if I didn't believe in it, if I was at a carnival or something. But game physics were even more removed from possibility than ones in the real world. As I hurried through the place, I got too close to a psychic's stall, and she snatched my wrist. She was an old woman with a frail frame, but her grip was strong. I shrugged my arm away from her. "Just because you're old doesn't mean I won't—" "You mustn't go there," she said, her voice seeming to rattle like bones in a coffin. "You mustn't go. It won't end well for you." "Good morning to you, too. What do you mean I mustn't go? Go where?" A guard standing nearby laughed. "She said that to everyone who walked past. Don't worry yourself, lad." "Thanks," I said, walking on. When I reached Scribbler's Row, I checked every bookshop for what I needed. I headed into True Tomes, Riverhide Books, Jonesy James's second-hand books, and 3 other shops. None of them had what I needed. In the second-to-last shop, Hugel's First Editions, I said to the owner, "If I went to the Carpenters Guild, would they sell me a skill tome?" Hugel was a tall man with sleepy eyes, and he said very, very slowly, "They would not. They make gold taking on apprentices. It would be bad for business to sell skill tomes." "Damn. Okay, well, thanks anyway." "Safe travels." That left only one shop to try. "Damn it," I said to myself. Reluctantly, I headed to Forked Tongue Goods. Upon opening the door, the horrible demonic bird gave a croak, and soon enough, the satyr came skipping down the hall and into the shop front. Today he was wearing a smart waistcoat and cravat. Around his neck was a piece of twine with bells on it, and he had bells threaded into the strands of his goatee beard. In one nimble leap, he mounted the counter and gave a jig on his hoofed legs. "Into my shop you have come, books you will buy, and—" Seeing that it was me, he stopped singing and hopped down. "Oh, it's you." "It's me," I said. "I didn't expect you to return, so I did not." "Neither did I, but here I am. I'm not too happy about being conned," I said. "Conned?" "The satyr book. A price I offered, and accept you did," he said in a sing-song voice. One thing I was learning about the satyr was that he only used this way of talking when he was trying to deceive, trick, or lie. I wondered if it was some kind of satyr ability. I wondered if plugging my ears when he sang might help. Or maybe I should just come back with a great big axe and deal with it that way. Nah, I wasn't playing BAS that way anymore, I told myself. Besides, most NPCs couldn't be killed. I was going to have to try a different tack. One which didn't sit well with me. Having a nice, reasonable conversation with the satyr who'd swindled me. But if I had to lie to make it more reasonable, then so be it. "Here's the thing," I said. "I spoke to the town guards, and I told them about your tricks. Turns out I'm not the first person you've done it to. They've had lots of reports about your shenanigans, and they're getting sick of it. They said if they get one more report about dishonesty from you, they're shutting you down." "Dishonest I was not, for—" "Come on, enough of that. Do you have a carpentry skill tome?" The satyr sighed. When he spoke next, his voice was much deeper and more disgruntled. "Stay there a second. Let me check." He was gone for 3 minutes, during which his demon bird stared at me nonstop. "You don't like me very much, do you?" I said. In response, it gave me a look that seemed to promise that it would one day see me burning in the digital fires of a digital hell. When the satyr returned, he was carrying 2 things, a book and a bottle of red wine. Beneath the counter, he grabbed a glass from a shelf I couldn't see and poured himself a glass. "Sorry, how rude of me," he said, and produced another glass. I shrugged. What the hell? If you can't enjoy a glass of red wine with a satyr in a game, when can you? As we sipped our wine, I said, "This is a lovely bouquet." "You don't know the first thing about wine, do you?" "Nope." He laughed. "I'm Brip," he said. "Some of the idiots in this town pronounce it as burp. That is wrong. Do that, and I will put a curse on your descendants. Not personally, but my cousin Ulgum knows the fair folk. He has connections." "So how should I say it?" "I suppose in your rough tongue it should sound like Brip. Drip, but with a B." "Okay then, Brip. I'm Josh. Say it however the hell you like. I'm not sensitive." Brip tapped the carpentry skill tome. "Go ahead, human. Look at it before you buy it." "I think I will." "Don't you trust me?" "Nope." Brip laughed. "Very wise." On the cover of the book was a wood planer and a chisel. Opening the book, it did indeed seem to be a skill tome. As the satyr was letting me read it, I wondered if I could just read the book quickly in front of him, and whether that would earn me the skill. Brip snatched the book away from me. "Don't you think I see what you're trying to do? You aren't half as sneaky as you think." "I could say the same for you. Can't blame a guy for trying. There's a sucker born every minute, after all." "A sucker?" said Brip. "I don't know what those are, and I don't know how the frequency of their reproductive cycles is relevant. Humans are strange, so they are." I explained to Brip what a sucker was, and what it meant for one to be born every minute. When I finished, he clapped his hands together and smiled. "A splendid saying! I will use it all the time from now on. You know, it isn't often a human has anything to teach me. As thanks, you can have a 10% discount on any purchases." "Thanks very much. Let's start with the book, then." Game time being what it was already mid-afternoon by the time I left Brip's shop and headed through a now heaving merchant's plaza. The merchant with the champagne and whiskey stall was making a fortune, pun intended, as there was a line of folks queuing up to buy his expensive good news champagne. When I saw one of the fortune tellers sneak behind his stall and whisper something into his ear, I knew what scheme he was pulling. I met up with Hilly and Link by the town gates. Link was the proud owner of 2 skill tomes, one for potioneering and the other for alchemy. Hilly had treated herself to a new sword. "It's just an upgraded version of my iron sword," she said. "I couldn't afford much else, but it does more damage." With our business concluded, we walked back to Blade's Rest as the sun began to set over the world of blade and sheath. Chapter 13. Learning the carpentry skill using a skill tome wasn't as quick as it would have been if I simply hired a master to teach me, or even another player. That was the best way to acquire skills if you had the coin, since you just paid the gold and you had the skill instantly. Using a skill tome was, however, cheap. I liked cheap things. To learn the skill, I had to read the book, which only had 2 pages of real content despite its thickness, and then craft something from a range of options in the book using a planing tool, chisel, and handsaw that I bought in Westfell. There were 7 beginner carpentry products that I could make to learn the skill, these being a chopping board, crate table, shelf, dog bed, bird nest, a small set of step ladders, or a bedside table. Checking the carpentry guide on Blade and Sheesh, I learned that the projects you chose decided how quickly you learned the skill. Starter projects are as broad as they are long. Choosing the shelf project means you will create the shelf quickly. However, you will likely need to create a dozen before you earn the carpentry skill. Whereas it will take longer to make a set of stepladders, but you will only need 2 or 3 sets. I saw more utility in creating bedside tables, since they could be used for inventory storage, and I could give one to Link and Hilly. Using oak from my inventory, the handsaw, and my crafting table, I made the appropriate cuts until the bedside table crafting item appeared. I selected this, and then waited out the subsequent timer. The first table was knee-height, with 1 drawer, an open alcove for storage, and a smooth surface for resting a cup of coffee, oil lantern, or a book on top. The edges were rounded and smooth, but it was unvarnished and unpainted. It was good to say that I'd never made a table before, but I would be happier if my skill was better. I got back to it, making table after table. Every time I did this, a progress bar in the upper right of my display filled up. It took me 4 tables until I received a notification. You have learned a skill, carpentry. Rank, apprentice. The activity of creating or repairing things using wood. Do you wish to accept apprentice carpentry? Of course I accepted, and one of my skill slots was taken up by carpentry. This added a new option to my skill list, and when I selected carpentry, I was taken to another menu. Carpentry. Create, repair, improve. When I selected create, I was shown a submenu with many options. The things I could create using carpentry were grouped together according to type. There were the initial 7 starter projects, which I could now create without being near a crafting table, as long as I had my carpentry tools. Additionally, there were 13 more projects that I could make, such as a table and chair set of average quality, which would presumably be much better finished and aesthetically pleasant than the shoddy table and chair set I had already made. They came with the added bonus of a "you will not fall straight through the chair and onto your ass lifetime guarantee." Or at least I hoped they did. There was also the option of making bookcases, doors, lockboxes, even outdoor stuff like a timber bench, vegetable planters, and tool sheds. I selected structures and scanned the list to find what I needed. Tavern, an inn that supplies food and drink to guests, and often has rooms for rent. Large taverns may have a dedicated restaurant and stables. According to my skill level, as an apprentice carpenter, I could only build a small, one-room tavern with an open-plan adjoining kitchen. I couldn't even construct a cellar to store barrels in. The beer barrels would have to be kept in another hut that I would make separately. Even so, you have to start somewhere. A tavern is a tavern. I had the skill, now we just needed the materials. When I went to meet with our head of resources, I found him on all fours in the scotchgrass pastures outside Blade's Rest, sniffing the ground like a dog. Link? He straightened up, stretching his arms above his head until his back cracked. Hey, Josh. Busy? I was just looking for truffles. You can sell 'em for a decent whack in Westfell. I figured we might get lucky. Don't you find truffles in the woods? Mainly in moist soil and near beech oak and fir trees. But this isn't real life. It's supposed to be a little easier to find them here. Any luck? Nope. Anyway, what do you need? I told Link about the tavern and my carpentry skill, and I handed him a written list of the materials we needed. His eyes flitted side to side as he scanned the list. He folded it up and put it in his pocket. All right, then. There's a bunch of loggers in Crookshack Woods who have surplus to sell, and I've been getting pally with them. Took them a few flasks of my blueberry and nettle tea, and they went crazy for it. I think I can do a deal. They process the logs into timber at a small plant north of Crookshack. Leave it with me. Thanks, Link. Is any of that tea going spare? He laughed. Check my hut. I'll give you access. Link was gone for quite a while. He sent a message on Team Chat saying that he'd bought the timber, more than enough for the tavern and a few more buildings besides. He said that he was on his way back, but it was a full real-time hour before he returned. Did you get lost? I asked him. Lost? Link scoffed. I know that place like the back of my ass. My foraging skill is good enough now that it tells me when something interesting is nearby. I see it as a sort of golden glow. So I went looking, and one glow led to another, and I lost track of time. Got some good ingredients, though. Let me get your timber. He piled the timber on the ground beside the hut. That's definitely more than we need. Should keep us going for a while, I said. I figured that. No point making the same journey twice. They gouged me for price, though. One of us needs to increase our charisma, or we're gonna keep getting ripped off for stuff. Wouldn't that be you as head of resources? I won't always be the one doing the buying, Josh. He had a point. I was so set on a crafter build that I was actually focusing too narrowly. Charisma was an under-the-hood stat of intelligence, and my intelligence was pretty decent. Taking what Link said into account, I decided that maybe it would be a good idea for me to boost my charisma after all. As a frugal guy, the thing that annoyed me the most was getting ripped off. Besides, haggling for materials was going to be just as much a part of crafting as actually making stuff. so maybe a charisma-based skill wasn't such a waste of a skill slot. I went into my hut and sat at the table in the center. This was a new and improved table that I made using my new carpentry skill, and it was a nice feeling to rest my arms on it and not feel like it was going to split into two pieces. All right then, time to boost my charisma. I took my Grunder language tome from my inventory and repeated the Grunder phrases just as I had before. Soon, a prompt appeared. You have learned a skill. Languages. Rank, Apprentice. Do you wish to accept Apprentice languages? This time, I accepted the skill and filled my last available skill slot. At least until I leveled up again and earned another. The skill was added to my character sheet. I didn't feel much different at first, but when I glanced at the Grunder phrasebook, I instinctively understood the Grunder words and read them as though they were in English. Then I realized that they actually were in English. So that was how the language skill worked. When Link looked at the Grunder words, he'd see incomprehensible arrangements of letters, whereas I had an apprentice rank in languages, so I could read the basic phrases like they were written in English. In other words, the game automatically converted them for me. I guessed it would work the same for speech, too. Learning this didn't have an outright effect on my charisma, but if I earned XP by using my language skill, then the next time I increased intelligence, it should improve my charisma under the hood stats. It was nighttime in BAS now. Outside, the air was crisp, and it brought with it a faint smell of cooked fish that made my stomach rumble. South of us, by Black Salt Lake, there was a fire. It was coming from Atticus and Argyle's fishery, where they were having a cookout on a makeshift fire pit. Just then, Gorgal left his forge. He was covered with sweat. He started to head toward his home, but then caught the scent of fish in the air. He tilted his head upwards, sniffing like a dog scenting sausages. Almost as if he was transfixed, he started walking toward the lake. Friend Rita left her hut to start her shift in the forge, followed by Hans and Franz. She saw Gorgal heading toward the fishery and grumbled and shook her head. Soon a young boy ran from the cookout by the lake and toward Blade's Rest. It was little Billy, and he held a beeswax parcel in his hand. Inside it was smoked trout roasted with parsley and lemon juice. "This is from Uncle Argyle," he said. "Tell him thanks," I replied. I knocked on Link's hut and offered him the trout, but he was hunched over a work table that I'd crafted for him. He had a book open on one side and a bunch of plants and stuff on the other. He said he wasn't hungry without even turning around. There was no answer from Hilly's hut, though I could see that she was online. Opening my local map, I saw a blue dot 10 kilometers away at the outer edges of the scotchgrass fields. I guessed she was hunting. Different beasts roamed the fields and pastures depending on the time of day, which meant she was out at odd hours. I ate half the trout, and then wrapped the parcel back up and left it beside the door of Hilly's hut. Then it was time to make a tavern. Opening my carpentry menu and selecting Tavern, a screen appeared with a grayed-out outline of a simple tavern. This one was a single floor, though I could have added more if my skill ranking had been good enough. In terms of customization, I was able to drag the door and reposition it wherever I wanted on the diagram. Similarly, I could add or move wooden window frames. For a roof, my options were limited to thatched and slate. I chose thatched, since this was a simple tavern of simple construction, and I didn't want to risk the roof being heavier than the actual building. My final customization was with the tavern sign. I chose a shield shape, and on the sign I wrote the words, "The Blade and Grunder." My thinking was that tavern names were always two apparently opposite words, such as the axe and chicken, or the cowardly lion. Blade and Grunder seemed to fit that. All that remained was to actually make the thing. As with crafting, all I had to do was drag timber from my inventory. Once I placed enough of it, I finalized the carpentry, prompting a timer to appear. This one was going to take a while. Chapter 14. I accomplished a lot in the next few real-time days' worth of playing. First, the Blade and Grunder Tavern was finally ready, and its appearance caused a stir among the inhabitants of Blade's Rest, which in reality was just me, Hilly, Link, and the blacksmith family. I positioned it away from the central grouping of huts. thinking that this could be the residential area of the hamlet, and that the tavern should be set a little apart from it. Residents might not like the noise that came from a tavern at night. It began as an empty shell of a building, with just a sign outside and a wide-open space within. I spent some time crafting tables, chairs, a long bar with shelves behind it, and a hearth. When I invited Hilly and Link to tour it with me, they walked around the room for a minute or two, before sitting down at a booth by the hearth. This booth was in the corner and had a wooden barrier around it, closing it in and making it cozy. This type of tavern seating was called a snug, and I was glad that they had sat there, since I'd intended it to be our regular spot. "This looks great," said Hilly. "Just one problem. There isn't any beer." I nodded. "We need to recruit someone to run the tavern. I looked into it. We can either hire an NPC and pay them wages and keep all the tavern proceeds for ourselves, or we can recruit a live-in manager. We'd have to build them a hut, and they would take care of the tavern and run everything for us. If we do that, we only keep 50% of the profits, since they're doing most of the work." "I don't like the idea of giving up profits," said Hilly. "It might be the best thing to do," I said. "Otherwise we'd have to order beer ourselves, maintain stock levels, that kind of thing." Link's eyes bulged. "The game really goes into that kind of detail?" "Sure does." "Let's vote on it," said Hilly. "I get the deciding vote if it's a tie." Link and I didn't necessarily agree with that, but it didn't matter. We voted to hire a live-in manager. Later that day I traveled to Westfell, where I visited a recruitment center. They had an office above a poky little haberdashery shop, and I met with a woman named Fiona Smalls, who promised me small fees for big satisfaction. "So," she said, "you need someone to run your tavern." I nodded. "Sure do." "Great. We have lots of people with tavern experience. What kind of place is it?" Just a tavern. It sells beer. Maybe pies, too." She gave me the politest smile she could, whilst somehow still letting me know that I had given a stupid answer. "Is it a lively tavern? Will there be music? Games? Is it the kind of tavern where the manager might be expected to break up a fight? Will there be gambling, perhaps? Will there be a dining restaurant?" "All right, I know what you're saying. I'm picturing a place where folks can get a bit of respite. You know, I want the Blade and Grunder to be like an English pub hidden in the countryside. The kind of place where you've been traveling for hours and you see the sign swinging in the breeze, and suddenly you get the urge to sit next to a log fire and order a steak and ale pie and a pint of beer." She scribbled something on a notepad. "Okay, then. A quiet and relaxing place. Leave it with me, Mr. Booth, and we will filter our candidates and supply you with any who are suitable. The fee for a successful candidate placement is 15 gold, subject to them successfully completing a 3-month probationary period." "Thanks. I look forward to it." After stopping at a carpentry supply store to buy better tools and some wood glue, I headed back out through the gates. I was within sight of Blade's Rest when I received a notification. It had only taken 4 game hours. "3 candidates have been found for your vacancy. Blake Cutter Fowle. Sergeant Fowle served with the Empire's Midnight Regiment for 15 years, before receiving a medical discharge. Seeking a change of lifestyle, Blake has decided to try managing a tavern. He has carried his militaristic sense of order and organization into his new occupation, as well as rough handling of unruly drunks. Penny Poppenthwart. An ex-stage singer whose vocal cords are too damaged to sustain her trademark voice. Ms. Poppenthwart seeks employment in a lively environment. With her running your tavern, expect rowdy nights and many sing-songs. Hercule Mattenblack. Little is known about Hercule Mattenblack." Hilly, Link, and I met in the now fully furnished Blade and Grunder to discuss who we'd hire. It was a battle getting Link to join us. He was so wrapped up in combing the lands around Blade's Rest to add to his ever-increasing potioneering supplies. "I don't know about you guys," said Hilly, "but I really like the sound of Hercule Mattenblack." "The sound of him? It tells us nothing." "I know, but here's what I'm thinking. Hercule is going to be a tavern owner like you see in lots of fantasy books, right? A mysterious guy with a mysterious past. He probably doesn't speak much, and he doesn't do anything except serve beer. Yet at the same time, you get this sense that there's more to him. and that he's handy in a fight. There's a thick air of intrigue around him. Whereas we know for sure that Blake Fowle is tough, because it says so, I said. His name appeals to me, I'm not going to lie, said Hilly. I wish I had a nickname like Cutter. Link? Link chewed his bottom lip. He glanced at the empty bar across the room, as if picturing someone standing there serving drinks. To me, a tavern is a place you go for a quiet drink, right? You sit in the snug, maybe have a hot meal, and you talk to your friends and whoever you're there with. Penny Poppinthwart sounds too rowdy for me, especially for a hamlet like ours. I think this Cutter fella might bring trouble, too. So you're for Hercule Mattenblack, even though it doesn't say anything about him? This is a game, Josh. We aren't running a real tavern with our own money on the line. Sure, in real life I wouldn't hire a guy whose CV said that nothing was known about him. But here, it might be fun. Sure, maybe you're right. I guess I get sucked into this a little too much at times. All right, Hercule Mattenblack it is. I used my menu system to offer Hercule the job, and I received a notification saying that Hercule would arrive in 5 days, as he had to make his preparations or whatever the hell that meant. In the meantime, we were busy. We paced out new boundaries for our hamlet, allowing plenty of room for it to grow. We already knew that Sauce had selected this part of the game map for us to build on, but it seemed that we had some leeway as to how far we could spread. We had to be careful, though. According to the Town Planning Strategy Guide on Sheesh, if you spread your land boundaries too widely at the beginning, then your hamlet would lose a sense of identity and community, and it would be harder to attract new residents and visitors. So, we increased our boundaries a little, while being conservative about it. After that, I made and sold a bunch of crude spears to the Grunders, and Link used the gold to buy more timber. We built up a healthy surplus, which we stored in a new clay hut that I made for keeping materials safe and dry. Only Link, Hilly, and I had access to it. One afternoon, Hilly came to see me. She was heading out to go hunting, and she was wearing dark brown combat leathers and a well-made bow in her right hand. She leaned on my doorstep. I was thinking, now that we've marked out boundaries a little better and you improved your crafting skills, we could use a perimeter wall. It was unlikely that the Grunders would attack again. We had a cordial relationship with the nearest settlement, and Hilly made regular patrols around Blade's Rest to keep it safe. Moreover, it was unlikely that any mob critters would randomly attack a populated place. Even so, it couldn't hurt to bolster our defenses. Part of building a town, I had read, was making sure residents felt secure. Good thinking. I'll get on it. It took me 3 whole game days to craft a defensive fence around our hamlet. It was 10 feet tall, and it matched the Grunder camp fence in sophistication, which was to say that it wouldn't repel an army. Still, it gave us some security from the more hostile creatures that prowled Gobbler's Creek at night, and it satisfied a future level-up requirement. It also made the whole place seem more real, if that was the right way to describe it, like it was an actual settlement. In the central residential area of Blade's Rest, I built 6 more huts. I provided the basic furnishings of a bed and table and chairs in each of them, and then I waited for settlers to arrive in the same way Gorgal and friend Rita had. Over by Black Salt Lake, Atticus and Argyle's business was doing so well that he asked me to build a second, larger hut for them. Still stinging from how they'd deceived me about their hut's purpose the last time, I made sure to charge them proper craftsman rates. I told them how much I wanted. Atticus shook his head. For a simple hut? That's obscene. Sounds like you really need it. If you know any other builders, feel free to ask them, I said. He and Argyle conferred for a moment before Atticus stomped away. Argyle offered me his hand to shake. Deal. For a half a day's work in constructing their hut, I earned 300 gold. Not bad for something that took me 1 button click, 2 game hours, and some scrap timber materials. Hercule Mattenblack was supposed to arrive any time now. Before he did, I wanted to get something done. We need a sign, I told Hilly and Link. For what? The hamlet, you know? Welcome to Blade's Rest. The kind of sign you see when you go somewhere. Okay, so make one. I just wanted to see what you guys thought we should put on it. Link scratched his chin. We could have a motto. You know, like in Hampton, Virginia. Their motto is, First to the sea, first to the stars, on account of them being the first English-speaking settlement in America, and NASA putting their first training ground there. Maybe ours could be first lunatics to open a trade treaty with Grunders," said Hilly. "But I have a suggestion of my own. I'm all ears." "Picture this," she said, mimicking the sign in front of her with her hands. "Death to all ye who enter here." "That's a nice, friendly welcome sign right there." "Maybe we shouldn't have a motto," I said. "The sign should just say, Blades Rest." "Really imaginative, Josh. What can I say? I'm a practical guy at heart." That afternoon I planted a sign outside the hamlet that said, Blades Rest. Looking at it, I started thinking that maybe it was time we built a road that led from the hamlet and joined up with the travelers' roads that went to Westfell and other places. It would make it easier to attract passing traffic. As I stared into the distance to see how long the road would have to be, I saw a man riding on horseback. He wore a fur coat with a collar that covered half of his stubbled face. Strapped around his waist was a leather sheath, inside which was a broadsword. Suddenly, 4 wolves emerged from the undergrowth and attacked the horse, 2 on each side. The man swung off his horse and landed on the ground, and in one fluid motion he drew his sword. The wolves surrounded him, heads hunched low, tails ramrod straight. He made a beckoning motion to them and then leaped. What followed was a fury of fur and steel, with the man pirouetting this way and that, accompanying every turn with a swing of his sword. It was just a minute before the beasts lay dead around him. Without missing a beat, he sheathed his sword and then produced a dagger from his belt, quickly cutting the wolves' pelts away and stuffing them into a burlap sack tied to his horse. He climbed back on the horse and headed toward Blades Rest. "Fuck, he's cool," said Hilly. When Hercule Mattenblack reached the hamlet, he tugged his horse's reins. He looked down, chewing on a grass stalk. "This Blades Rest," he said, in a gravelly voice. "Sure is, stranger," I said, making my own voice low and gravelly. He climbed down from his horse and shook my hand. "Name's Hercule." Then he patted his horse. "This is Yuri." "Name's Josh," I intoned. I patted Hilly on the head. "This here's Hilly." "What the hell is wrong with you?" said Hilly, half angry and half smiling. Polly, the mule belonging to Gorgal and friend Rita, came trotting across the field, where she stood a respectful distance from Yuri and sniffed the air. Yuri sniffed in return, and both horse and mule took a step closer until their snouts touched. Hilly kept her distance from both of them. Hans and Franz came scampering by. "We will look after your horse, mister," said Hans. The boy's English was much better than their mother and father's. I guessed it was easier to learn a new language when you were younger. Hercule flipped them a copper coin. It spun 20 times in the air before he caught it perfectly on the front of his right boot. With one smooth kick, he flicked it to the boys. "Treat Yuri nice," he said. "If you don't, he's likely to kick you into the sun. Now, as good as it is to meet you folks, where's the tavern you need me to run for you?" Hilly whispered to me. 1 copper to share between them? Cheap bastard. It turned out that not much was known about Hercule Mattenblack, not because he was mysterious, but because after initially signing up at the recruitment center and telling them that he wanted to get a job in a tavern, he neglected to show up for the second interview where they'd learn more about him. He wasn't being coy with his biographical information, though. In my hut over an herbal tea, he was happy to tell the 3 of us more about his past. "So, what do you want to know?" he asked, reclining back in his chair. "Just tell us about yourself. What have you been up to before now?" "All right, settle on your saddles and listen because I got a tale for you." Hercule, incredibly, was a bounty hunter who made most of his money rounding up soldiers who deserted from the army. The Empire and BAS paid him handsomely for each deserter he captured, and he was damn good at his job. That was until he was sent to track down a kid named Juxi Manta, who'd fled from the Empire's 3rd Eagle Regiment, who were beating back a rebel uprising in Konstantinowitz in the far south. Hercule rode for 5 days and nights, finally finding Juxi hiding under the lip of a limestone cliff. When he caught him, he couldn't believe how young he was. The kid was 14 years old, and he'd somehow tricked recruiters into letting him join up. Now that he was in the army and realized what kind of life it was, he wanted to leave, but they wouldn't let him, not even when he told him his real age. His sergeant had told Juxi,
No matter how old you are when you joined, you're 16 now, lad. Says so on your forms.
Hercule decided he wasn't going to take a kid like Juxie back to the regiment just to be hanged, so he helped him escape to Blatewist, where his pa and brothers were going to meet him and smuggle him away. Only the fates were conspiring against Hercule and his newfound conscience.
Juxie was a plant, Hercule told us. Sergeant Briggs was the fella who hired me, and he always hated my guts. Never hid away from saying it, too. Despite my record, he'd looked me up and down and tell me that he could smell my conscience from a mile away, and that one day it'd see me betraying the Empire. Turns out the bastard was right.
So he set all of this up as a test? I said. Hercule nodded.
Yep.
What happened?
Well...
Hercule's services were obviously no longer required by the Empire, and as punishment for what he did, they sentenced him to lose his hand as a punishment. It should have been a straight hanging, in fairness, but Hercule had banked some credit and spared himself from death. Link eyed him.
My arithmetic isn't the best, but you have 2 hands. And Sergeant Briggs and the 3 fellas he got to tie me up are in the ground. But here I am, ready to run this here place if you'll have me.
The 3 of us conferred. Link expressed his doubts as to his experience in running a tavern, as well as his trustworthiness, given he'd betrayed his employer, even if his employer was tasking him with rounding up deserters. Hilly's take was, "Who cares? This is a game and the tavern isn't real."
That's your answer to everything.
Well, so what? Live a little. This Hercule guy seems fun.
I studied Hercule.
Tell me something. Is the Empire going to come looking for you? He shook his head.
Not likely. Arranged it so they thought I drowned crossing the Purse.
Purse?
Said Link. A beast of a river down south. In any case, the Hercule you're seeing now isn't how they remember me. I ain't stupid. I visited an artificer.
Let's just hire him, I said. Hilly and Link agreed. Hilly, especially, seemed enraptured by the strange man. And so the Blade and Grunder Tavern had a manager. Hercule moved into the hut I made for him. He had a giant stuffed grizzly bear that arrived soon after on a carriage that he'd hired to bring the rest of his stuff. He put his stuffed bear outside his hut, and he told Hans and Franz that he'd killed it himself.
His name is Big George, he said, and he's lucky. Anytime you want some luck, take a copper out of your ma and pa's purse and leave it here by Big George's feet.
Hearing this, Hilly said, I absolutely love this guy. It didn't take long for Hercule to begin his duties. I assigned him starting funds of 100 gold. He ordered a dozen beer barrels from a brewery called Thorpe's Creek, who were situated 5 miles away near Tempest Quarry, and sold the bulk of their wares to the quarry workers.
So I ordered 2 barrels of pale ale, 2 golden ale, and something spicy, said Hercule.
Spicy?
Yup. 2 whole barrels of firecracker death whiskey. Don't worry, though. It's nicer than it sounds.
As well as organizing the selection of beers, Hercule had grand plans for a food menu.
When a guy or a girl drinks enough beer, they get hungry. And when they get hungry, we need to make money. I learned some recipes from my ma, and I put a menu together.
Hercule handed me a piece of paper. Blade and Grunder. Food menu. Chicken pot pie. 4 gold. That's it? 1 item? I said. What about if a vegetarian wants to order something? We need to make money off those guys, too. Hercule chewed on a grass stalk. Though he felt that it made him look cool. I had seen him in the fields earlier one morning collecting a bunch of stalks ready for chewing later. This kind of preparation robbed the action of its coolness somewhat.
Vegetarians? He said.
Yup.
Give me that back here.
I handed him the menu. He was gone for 2 hours, during which time I worked on the Hamlet plan I had been drawing. Later, when he knocked on my door, he handed me a new menu.
Here you go. We're catering for everyone now.
Blade and Grunder. Food menu. Chicken pot pie, 4 gold. Vegetarian chicken pot pie, without the chicken, 5 gold. I was beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, we'd chosen the wrong guy to run the Blade and Grunder. Then Hercule started laughing, his chiseled and stubble-lined jaw grinding with every hearty guffaw.
Only yanking your chain. He took the menu back from me and gave me another. This time it was a proper menu with 10 entries. Some were vegetarian and some weren't, but all of them sounded delicious. There was beef stew, chicken pot pie, mixed bean chili, and many more. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the tavern, I told him. Hercule made some last-minute alterations to the tavern itself, bringing Big George the Grizzly inside and propping him next to the bar. In his big, grizzly hand, he put a clay bowl with a sign above that said, Tips. On the long wooden wall on the right side of the tavern, he fixed wooden shelves, which showed lower quality craftsmanship than mine, I was glad to see, on which he arranged a bunch of odds, ends, and artifacts that he'd picked up on his travels. There was a bleached skull that belonged to some kind of lizard, an ornamental pipe made from the tusks of a fire fant, and a strange wicker figurine that looked like a voodoo doll. Showing me around the tavern and dragging me from spot to spot with the enthusiasm of a kid, he urged me along to the last shelf. There were 4 books on it. Figured we would have a little library here. A person has to read. I always say that. Gotta make time to put your nose in a book. Reading's like manure for the mind. Lets it grow. Folks can donate books here and take books away to read. What's to stop them from just stealing the books? You haven't ever heard of an honor system, Josh? Is a community library a foreign concept to you? I'm from the city. No such thing as the honor system. But I think this could work. Finally, after all of that, the Blade and Grunder was ready for business. Hercule took a sign outside and placed it by the front door. On it he wrote, Soup of the day. Beer. 5 coppers per glass. Like my sign, he said, barely containing a laugh. It's a hoot. The tavern's first customers were me, Hilly, Link, Gorgal, and friend Rita. It was a Sunday, so their forge was left cool, and the kids were out back in the stable that I'd made, spending time with Yulf the horse and Polly the mule. In a short space of time, Yulf had developed a friendship with Hans, whereas Polly seemed to be in love with Franz and wanted to follow him everywhere. I took a moment to appraise the Blade and Grunder. The place was small, and my crafting and carpentry low levels showed in the structure itself and the furnishings scattered around. It could have used an extra floor, I thought, and the ground floor needed to be bigger. Negatives aside, the place had a cozy feel to it. From the stone hearth that glowed red as it chewed through the logs Hercule had set on it, to the candles in their brass fittings that flickered along the walls. In this way, its small size was actually a plus, I guessed. It made it seem more like a home than a tavern, a place to come and relax with your friends, drinking nice beer and eating Hercule's stew while the rain fell outside, and it was okay because you knew that you wouldn't have to go out in it for a while now. Yep, I could easily see this place becoming the heart of Blade's Rest. From behind the bar, Hercule said, Right then, are you folks gonna buy something or what? Buy? This is our tavern, said Hilly. We'll pay like everyone else, I said. No point drinking up our own supply, is there? Friend Rita ordered a ginger beer, while Gorgal bought 4 mugs of pale ale. When Friend Rita questioned why he would buy 4, he said that he was going to drink 4 anyway, so why not just order them all at once? Hilly, Link, and I took a table across from theirs, and Hercule brought over 3 golden ales, followed by 3 bowls of beef stew sometime later, served with generous chunks of rye bread. We ate our food and drank our drinks, and we talked about plans for the hamlet. And in a weird way, it was easy, maybe too easy, to forget that none of this really existed when we took off our VR sets and logged out of the game. But that didn't seem to matter because the glow of the fire felt real enough, and the feeling I got when I heard the wind outside but knew it couldn't tease its way into the tavern felt even more so. Chapter 15. Blade's Rest, Hamlet Level 2. Population, 8 people, 1 horse, 1 mule. Non-residential buildings, 1 tavern, 1 blacksmith's forge. With all the crafting and carpentry I had done lately, a couple of things had happened. First, my consistent skill use gave me enough XP to take me to level 4. This gave me 4 attribute points to spend, as well as unlocking a new skill slot for me to fill.
Faced with 4 attribute points that I needed to allocate, my instinct was to put a point into strength, just to bulk me up a little. But the 3 of us had already discussed this. "Haley can take care of defense," said Link. "I'll be learning potions and that kind of thing, as well as scouting, map-making, and gathering resources. You can take care of the building." "You're happy for me to just build stuff? Nothing else?" I said. Haley agreed. "Sure, you can sink a point into strength and feel like your defense is a little better, but that's a waste of a point. It'd be like me putting points into intelligence just for the hell of it. All it'd do is waste a point I could have used to get stronger. If you're building a race car, you don't need to add a tow bar to the back in case you might want to hitch a caravan to it." I had seen the sense in it, and agreed with them at the time. It was just strange for me to have a completely non-combat character. I'd never done it before, and it would take some getting used to. Putting 3 points into intelligence and 1 into agility, I got a small boost to my crafting speed, and a much bigger boost in terms of what I could actually create. By now, my improvisation list was almost 100 items long, and my carpentry list was catching up. As well as this, I advanced to the skilled rank in improvisation and novice in carpentry, which earned me 2 crafting chests as a reward. The chests appeared in my inventory. Feeling excited, I headed into my hut. By now, my hut was looking a little more like a home. I had a clay oven that vented smoke out into the open air. I had used carpentry to create a wardrobe, in which I stored the various in-game clothes I had been collecting on visits to Westfell. I took off my boots and left them by the door, and headed over to my bed and sat down on it. I took the crafting chests from my inventory and placed them on the floor in front of me. I opened them both. I received a notification. "Crafting chest opened ×2. You have received measure twice, cut once sign. When placed in a crafting workshop, this sign slows down crafting speed, but improves product quality. Good mallet. Great carpentry tool belt. Crafter's chest. A 100-space inventory chest small enough to fit in most rooms. Craft prints maker. A tool that allows you to create your own craft prints." The measure twice, cut once sign had a varnished oak frame, and in the center was the black silhouette of a handsaw. I had heard the saying before, but I wasn't much of a craftsman outside of BAS, so I'd never given it much thought. The sign was special, though, with its effect increasing product quality at the expense of speed. So far, I was finding that sometimes I needed to make things quickly, and sometimes I needed to make things well. Crude tools for the Grunders, for instance, didn't need great craftsmanship. But creating a tavern, a hut, I needed to do those things right. Getting the sign also made sure of something I had been thinking about for a while. I needed to create my own workshop. I told Haley and Link about this one night in the Blade and Grunder. Hercule had made a specials menu, which was a special dish that changed day by day. He wrote the specials menu on a chalk slate, and he rested this on Big George's other paw, so that the grizzly was holding out the clay tip bowl and the menu. Usually, the special of the day was made from fish he bought from Atticus and Argyle, but sometimes Hilly's daytime hunting supplied it. Tonight, it was rarebit shepherd's pie. "A rabbit shepherd pie?" said Hilly. "Who the hell's out there shepherding rabbits?" Link and Hercule laughed. "What's so funny?" "Rarebit, not rabbit." "Aren't they words for the same thing?" "Nope," said Hercule. "See, a rabbit is an animal that hops around and lives in a burrow, whereas rarebit is a dish where hot cheese sauce is served over toasted bread. There isn't any rabbit in it. And a shepherd's pie is minced beef cooked with onions and carrots and gravy and covered with mashed potato. I make that, and then I put the cheese sauce on top, which becomes Hercule's famous rarebit shepherd's pie. At least I'm hoping it'll become famous." None of us had ever eaten rarebit, though Link and I had heard of it. Link had tasted shepherd's pie when he had gone off to Cardiff, Wales, for his cousin Stu's wedding. It was the only time he'd ever left his state. The dish was delicious. It cost us 2 gold each for a helping. I convinced Hilly not to take the stuff for free, and we each paid for seconds. I ate my second helping slower and made it last, and by the end of it, my bowl was clean, and I was glad I could tick both rarebit and shepherd's pie off my list of culinary adventures. Of course, I couldn't really tick them off. Not in real life, given that the food here was just pixels and the taste was the immersion tweaking my brain, but still.
"That's what I like to see," said Hercule, taking away our bowls. "Clean cutlery. Sign that I did something right."
"It was great," said Link.
"Then maybe you ought to head over to Big George over there and fill that bowl of his."
"Huh?"
"He wants a tip," I said.
"Oh, right." We had a quick game of poker while we drank our after-dinner beers. This was another of Hercule's additions. He reckoned a tavern wasn't a tavern without a deck of cards. What's more, he was a big lover of board games, and he was going to visit Westville on his next day off and buy some.
"Which reminds me," he said, "we haven't discussed this yet, but either the tavern has to close for at least 1 day per week, or you need to give me funds to employ someone to tend the bar. A man needs a day off."
"You know what?" said Hilly. "I'll cover your shifts." I don't think any of us expected that. She shrugged. "What? My older brother worked in a bar. I always wanted to do it. I'm especially looking forward to someone getting drunk and rowdy and being able to throw them out on their asses." Link and I exchanged looks. "Works for me," I said, "as long as you keep your hands off the gold." "What do you take me for?" "A potential thief," I said. Link laughed.
"Stop by in the morning," said Hercule, "and I'll show you the ropes."
We finished our game of poker. We were only gambling for 1 or 2 coppers each round, but Link soon got cleaned out. He'd never played before, and although he understood the rules, the fella couldn't bluff for shit. He just didn't have a lying bone in his body. It came down to Hilly and me. I was an okay bluffer, whereas Hilly was an expert at it. No matter when I thought I'd caught her tell, she'd always end up making me look foolish. But patience was her problem. She got bored, and she went all in on a round when she shouldn't have, and I cleaned her out. "Damn it! Stupid game," she said. It was the dead of night now, and we could see it was pressing in against the tavern windows. Hercule had bought some glass from a traveling merchant, and I had fitted the windows, and right now the dark of night was trying its best to get in, only to be beaten back by the cozy glow of the tavern candles. Rain pattered on the panes, but it was a gentle rain, and it was nice hearing it because we were all inside in this warm tavern, and we didn't have to go outside just yet. We weren't the only ones enjoying being inside the warm tavern tonight. In the corner of the room was an NPC rug seller named Ben John and his 14-year-old son, Clyde Dale. They'd been on their way to Westville when an axle snapped on their carriage. That pretty much ended their travels for the night. Though we didn't have an upper floor in the Blade and Grunder, they paid 2 gold to sleep on the floor, out of the cold and the rain. Hercule had cooked them some rarebit shepherd's pie and served dandelion cordial to the boy and a beer to his father. Now, Clyde Dale was stretched out across one bench with his fur coat pulled over him, while his father quietly sipped his beer and read a book. I turned my attention back to Hilly and Link. "So, I've been thinking, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to make myself a workshop. I'll place it on the outskirts of town so it doesn't mess up our town planning. You two okay with that?"
"Nope," said Link.
"Huh?"
"You promised you'd make me some kind of lab to do some potioneering, remember?"
Hilly, who was sitting with her boots up on the table and leaning back in her chair, so it was precariously balanced on 2 legs, said, "I wanted a leather tanning lodge and an armory. I really promised those things?" Hilly and Link exchanged a sly look, which I pretended not to see.
"Sure did."
"All right, then. Looks like I'm gonna be busy." In real life, I'd gotten into a habit where I worked for 10 hours every day on BAS. At $20 an hour, I was getting paid $1,000 every week just to build Blade's Rest. It seemed crazy to me that a guy could earn his living this way, but I could only surmise that it must have been worth it for the devs to employ me. I didn't work 10 hours straight, of course. I needed to eat, and Baxter needed to go for short walks. It also wasn't a good idea to stay in full immersion VR for such long stretches, so I broke it up into 4 sessions at 2.5 hours each. If I'd stayed in the game for too long, it would have kicked me out for an enforced break, but even so, I knew my limits. I also took the weekends off. Still, 10 hours per day was a hell of a lot of time, and the 3 of us began to really grow Blade's Rest. I touched up the hamlet fence, making it stronger and more compact. Hilly and Link dug a well, while Link established better supply lines to the loggers in Crookshack Woods and a logging company out west, playing them against each other by telling each of them that the other was offering cheaper prices. One day, Gavin Flintlock and his company of miners returned from the Thunderstrike Mountains. Their mules were pulling tarpaulin-covered carriages filled with supplies of iron, copper, and other ores that they'd mined over the last month. Gavin, as ever, didn't ride with his company, but instead traveled on a black stallion. His coat was covered in dust, and he had the pale face of a man who'd spent a lot of time underground. On his back was a pickaxe secured by a leather strap, which indicated that Gavin worked just as hard as the fellas he paid. He rode into Blade's Rest, pausing at the sign for a moment before heading into the center of the hamlet. Soon the rhythmic chink, chink, chink coming from Gorgal's forge ceased, and the giant blacksmith emerged.
"Ah, it is Mr. Flintlock. Pickaxes of Gorgal are good, yes?"
Gavin nodded.
"Sure are, my friend. Held up, and boy, did we put strain on him." "Then you are back soon. Why?" "Because those goddamn mountains are swarming with monsters. My men ain't paid to be fighting off goddamn creatures that creep out of nowhere and snatch you away. Almost had a mutiny, let me tell you. So I said to them, boys, let's load up what we got, and we'll pay a militia to clear out the mountains. It won me back a little popularity, but I still ain't their favorite person, let me tell you."
I strode forward to meet Gavin, who dismounted and shook my hand. He stood with his hands on his hips, his coat spread behind him.
"Place looks different."
"We've been busy since you were last here," I said.
"Well, we won't be staying long, at any rate. It's just that we've been traveling a while and need a rest, and it happened that we were close by."
The miners' carriages pulled up to Blade's Rest soon after Gavin's arrival. The men climbed out of the back of 2 carriages, while the driver of the third hopped down from his driver's seat and checked on all the mules. He grabbed 4 wooden buckets, which he held by looping the wire handles over his right forearm. He nodded at the hamlet well.
"You mind?"
"Go ahead," I told him. Soon Hans and Franz came sprinting toward him. I had decided to make them both Blade Rest's official stable boys, and I paid them a salary of 2 coppers a week. I would have been more generous, but friend Rita forbade it. She wanted the boys to learn that first came a work ethic, then came its rewards. The boys surrounded the carriage driver, who regarded them with an amused smile.
"Mister, we will take your animals to hay."
The driver glanced at Gavin, who nodded.
"Well," said the driver, "you better take these buckets, then. Watch out for Jessie. She kicks when she's hungry, and she's always hungry."
The boys excitedly took care of the mules, while the driver sat beside the huge axle wheel of the carriage and rolled himself a cigarette. With so many people here at once, I saw an opportunity to make some headway into the Hamlet Level 3 requirement of having 50 people spend at least 4 hours here. Before I could say anything, Gavin stuck a thumb in his belt and spoke to me.
"Like I said, we won't stay long. There ain't much in this place worth sticking around for. I mean, no offense, but it's been a long road, and it's been a dusty one. We need to cool our heels a minute."
There must have been more than 20 men and women here, which would put us almost halfway toward achieving a pass-through traffic of 50 people who stayed for at least 4 hours. That was a decent chunk toward earning the status of Hamlet Level 3.
"Actually, Gavin," I said, "we just opened a tavern. See it over there?"
Gavin put his hand against his forehead and squinted.
"The Blade and Grunder. What the fuck's a Grunder?"
"Never mind that."
"And what's that sign out front say? The one writing in chalk?"
He squinted, reading Hercule's chalkboard sign.
"Tip. Fat people are harder for brigands to kidnap. Stay safe by eating lots here. What the hell kind of tip is that, and why is it outside a tavern?"
"Yeah, Hercule's the manager, and he's got a thing about signs. Don't worry about it. But the guy's a hell of a cook, and he has a good nose for tasty beer. Not only that, but there's always a hearth burning. Why don't you and your company go have something to eat?" Gavin glanced at his men, some of whom were leaning against the carriage and smoking, while others were just sitting around on the ground, clearly exhausted.
"If it keeps them away from mutiny, then it's an idea and a half," he said.
Then he turned toward his company.
"Guys, this Josh fella says they've opened a tavern at long last. Get your asses over here. First round's on me."
The exhaustion left the miners' faces in a flash, and they practically stampeded into the hamlet and toward the Blade and Grunder. Inside the tavern, Hercule was busy positioning a small piano he'd ordered from Polite and Fine Instruments in Westfell, paying for it using his own money. He'd really leaned into managing the tavern, and didn't seem to care about spending his money on it. As long as he broke even and had food and a roof over his head, not to mention attracting no heat from the Empire, then he was content. I could learn a lot from a guy like him. When he saw a sea of famished miners flood in, he received a shock. "The hell?" he said. He quickly retreated to behind the bar as a stream of miners poured in, clamoring for drinks, food, and girls. Hercule said he could help with 2 of those things, but not the third. Coin purses were unclipped from belts and slammed down on the counter, and a dozen voices yelled orders at him. All right, said Hercule, seeming stressed for the first time since I met him. I went behind the bar and started helping him serve the miners. After I messaged Hilly on Team Chat, she abandoned her hunting and came back to the Blade and Grunder, where she helped too. Link didn't answer because, as always, he was ass-deep in the woodland searching for some kind of elusive plant. After the initial flood of miners was satisfied, Hercule could deal with the ones that trickled in after that on his own. Luck had it that his system of food preparation was to cook everything in batches in the morning and then heat it up in a cauldron or clay oven on demand. This meant it didn't take him too long to serve 20 bowls of lamb and ale stew. He ran out of bread after 13 bowls, so he sent Hans and Franz to Atticus and Argyle's fishery to see if they had some spare to sell to him. The afternoon wore on into the evening, passing way beyond the 4 hours we needed the miners to stay. An exhausted group of miners became a drunken group. One of them grabbed Hilly's ass, so she gave him a slap that would have made even Big George wince, had he been alive. Then, when Link turned up sodden with rain and covered in dirt, a woman miner grabbed his ass, and he blushed. Hilly, incensed on his behalf, offered to fight the woman outside, but Hercule broke it up. You got that slap for free, he told Hilly. I saw it and I marked it. But the next person to throw a punch or touch an ass in this tavern is gonna get thrown out of a window. The Blade and Grunder ain't a fighting or a groping pub. The miners ended up sleeping on the tavern floor. Hercule took advantage, charging them 1 gold per head for the honor. When they woke up in the morning, it was to the smell of bacon sizzling in a cast-iron pan. Grub's up, he told the group, who one by one grumbled awake. Some of them rushed outside to throw up, while others asked Hercule to get the beer flowing so they could drink enough to keep their hangovers at bay. It had been a profitable enough night and morning for the Blade and Grunder, but it turned out that Gavin was so perturbed by the show that his miners had made of themselves that he asked to have a word with me in private. Listen, he said, I don't want word getting around that Gavin Flintlock employs a bunch of drunks. Let's keep this quiet, huh? What'll it take for those lips of yours to stop flapping? I hadn't intended on flapping my lips to anyone. I mean, who was I going to tell? Even so, it would be remiss of me not to take advantage. I need metals, I said. Iron, copper, steel. But I need them at a discount. Done. That isn't all. Mr. Booth, come now. I don't think your miners really looked bad last night, I said. Fighting, puking everywhere, getting naked and swinging their cocks around. They really did that? Sure, I said, knowing no such thing had occurred. Damn it, not again. I told him about doing that. Well, you better let me know what else you need. Not much, I said. Just, I don't know. 20 men holding 20 shovels. I have a few more wells that need digging. Chapter 16. It wasn't just highly intelligent NPCs that visited Blade's Rest. Players flitted through the hamlet every so often. They were mostly passing players whose mini-maps must have pinged and alerted them to a hamlet nearby. We didn't have any quests to offer, and there were no colleges or masters who offered training or anything like that, so they didn't stay for very long. Occasionally, players would see Gorgal's forge and ask if they could buy his services as a blacksmith, but he usually refused. He had secured another contract with Gavin Flintlock, and he didn't have time for odd repairs or skill training. This meant that capturing passing traffic was difficult. We had a tavern, sure, but nobody really had any reason to visit Blade's Rest, so they didn't know the tavern existed. To remedy this, I had made 4 signs which I intended to place at certain points on the travelers' roads. The way I saw it, weary merchants and wandering men-at-arms and the like were our target audience. We just needed a way to funnel them in. At first, I wrote on the signs, "Food and grub this way." Hercule saw what I was doing, and he wasn't happy. He paced around my signs, tutting and shaking his head. "You don't need to think differently, Josh. You need a sign that grabs a fella's attention like a minor lady grabbing Link's ass. Let me work on him." Hercule stood beside the tavern with the chalkboards all laid out flat on the floor. In his hand he held a piece of chalk. He walked to and fro, muttering to himself, and stopping occasionally to kneel by a sign and then, overcome with inspiration, scribbling something down. An hour later, he announced that he was ready. "Some of my best work," he told us. Haley, Link, and I each took a sign and set out from Blade's Rest, crossing over the scotch-grass fields and heading towards the travelers' roads. We didn't see a single mob or hostile creature all the way there, which was because Haley's insistent hunting and patrols had changed their behavior patterns. Haley seemed disgusted with the sign she was carrying. "Free beer, topless barmaids, and false advertising?" Link laughed. "Prefer yours to mine," he said. His sign was a flow diagram. At the top it said, "Is everything okay?" with yes and no options below it. At the bottom, both options led to, "Then come inside and have a drink." The sign that I was carrying said, "Beauty is in the eye of the beer holder." Not Hercule's finest work, I had to say. We left the signs at 4 separate crossings on the travelers' roads, with small maps drawn on them directing folks to Blade's Rest. While we waited for this to draw more traffic to our hamlet, I got to work on Link's potioneering shop. Looking it up online, it seemed that a potioneer needed a large workshop because they had to fit a big-ass cauldron in there, and they sometimes produced potions that required special storage. Not to mention that a potioneer always had a pantry overflowing with hundreds or maybe thousands of different herbs, flowers, and spices. As well as that, there needed to be a vent on the roof to carry away fumes, so that the potioneer didn't suffocate when making certain potions. Finally, the roof had to be completely secure from the elements, on account of potioneers storing potions that sometimes reacted to cold, heat, or rain. Factoring all of this in, I planned to build Link's potioneering workshop in the far north of the Blade Rest's boundaries, well away from the tavern, residential hamlets, and Gorgal's blacksmithing workshop. I was about to use my carpentry skill to construct a 20 by 40 feet wooden workshop when a moment of sanity came to me. Heading to Link's hut to talk to him, I found it empty. A quick check of my map of Gobbler's Creek showed that he was south of Black Salt Lake, in the marshlands east of Chief Oak's Grunder village. It wasn't surprising that he was all the way down there. Ever since our trade agreement, the Grunders had gradually warmed up to us. Sometimes I even saw parties of them prowling the outskirts of Blade's Rest. Hilly, insistent that they were a scouting party preparing for an invasion, grabbed a sword and went out to meet them. I didn't think this was the start of a Grunder attack, so I didn't go with her. When she returned, she was laughing. "Poor little bastards were terrified of me," she said. "What did they want?" "Well, they had no weapons, no armor, nothing like that. But Gorgal came out to talk to them for me. He said they were just curious. They saw the signs on Traveler's Road about the Blade and Grunder, and some of them can read English. At least they can recognize the English name for their species. They were wondering why it was written on a sign." "What did you tell them?" "I tried explaining what a tavern was to them, which they struggled with because they'd never heard of one. I don't know if Gorgal interpreted it wrong or something, but somehow they got the impression that a tavern is a place where we serve cooked Grunders." "Ah, that's all we need. Well, if we see any more, I'll set them straight." With Link miles away, I had to use team chat to talk to him. Josh: "Got a problem." Link: "What is it, buddy?" Josh: "So, the potioneering workshop you wanted." Link: "It's ready?" Josh: "Afraid not. To build it safely, it needs to be made out of stone. The last thing we need is you exploding something and a fire spreading through Blade's Rest." Link: "Come on, buddy. Tell me you can still do it. Got my heart set on it." Josh: "It just might take a little more time, is all." The thought of a fire spreading through Blade's Rest actually made me a little worried. Sure, I could craft stuff at the click of a button, but I didn't want to have to start from scratch. And what if some lunatic started launching fire arrows over the hamlet fences? What if lightning struck us and sent one hut up in flames? It wouldn't take long for everything to burn down. I couldn't rebuild all the huts using stone yet because that was a completely different skill. So instead, I did a couple of things to minimize the risk of fire. Firstly, we already had 3 wells in the hamlet, 2 of which Gab and Flintlock's miners had dug for us. Each well had a rope and a bucket. At my crafting station, I created more buckets, 4 for each well. I left these beside the wells, but not attached to them, so they could be filled and carried away if a fire broke out. I wasn't done there, because a few buckets of water weren't going to cut it. I headed to the Traveler's Road and waited for a carriage to go past. Merchants went up and down the roads all day, since various forks headed to places like Westfell, Dustpost, and Reenview. First, a sorry-looking mule pulled a sorry-looking cart, on the back of which was a bunch of scrap metal. The driver was an old man with a lazy eye, and for some reason he was peeling potatoes as he drove the carriage, idly tossing the skins out onto the road. He stopped the carriage at the road beside me.
"Where you going, son?"
he asked me. "Kappa Creek Quarry, or as near as you can get me."
"Sorry, ain't going in that direction. Luck to you, though."
It was a full BAS hour before a carriage finally stopped that was going my way. It was a fine-looking carriage being pulled by 4 horses with shiny, healthy-looking bodies and strong muscles. It was driven by a woman wearing riding leathers, with a shiny silver necklace and gleaming jade gem around her neck. Whatever she was transporting was hidden by a tarpaulin roof on the back of the carriage.
"Well," she said, slowing down, "at least there's a nice view around here. Gobbler's Creek is such a dreary shithole."
"Need a ride to Kappa Creek Quarry," I said. "I'll pay."
"I'll take you as far as Hunter's Pass."
A quick check of my map revealed that Hunter's Pass was close to the quarry, maybe 10 minutes' walk away, so I flipped a copper coin to her. She caught it without looking.
"Climb aboard, and try not to rile them up."
"Them?" She smirked.
"You'll see."
Them referred to the half-dozen macaque monkeys that were resting in cages. They had plenty of room and plenty of food and drink. In fact, in terms of space, they were going to have a much more comfortable ride than me. It left me thinking that I should have taken a page out of Link's book and walked. The monkeys got agitated when they saw me, but quickly settled down when I climbed on board and sat down. From there it didn't take long to reach Hunter's Pass, which was a giant hunting lodge where folks could purchase stealth leathers, crossbows, and certain skill training from the hunters who worked there. I didn't visit the lodge, instead heading northwest where the quarry soon loomed into view, along with the silhouettes of hundreds of quarry workers laboring on removing chunks from a cliffside. Reaching Kappa Creek Quarry, I sought out the supervisor, who was a half-orc woman named Glenda Guildfree. Her face was human-looking, yet colored pond green, and her lower fangs stuck out above her top lip, even when her mouth was closed. Her ears were pointed sharply at the tips, and her eyes shone orange. She looked human aside from that.
"Sorry, I'm not hiring," she said when she saw me. "Though the gods know that I need to, with the strike and all. But the turkey fuckers upstairs won't release enough gold for me to pay anybody."
I don't know which turkey fuckers she was referring to, but I thought it was unwise of them to get her so angry. She had a look about her that said she could turn mean if she ever wanted to. Luckily, she didn't seem to want to turn mean towards me. In fact, she smiled, revealing more of her bottom fangs. Her top row of teeth were decidedly human, and they were a nice white color, rather than the yellow I was accustomed to seeing on orcs. "I'm here to buy some stone," I said.
"Which outfit are you with?"
"Outfit?"
"Builder's outfit. Who do you work for?"
"I work for myself. I guess you could say I work for Blade's Rest if you insisted."
"Blade's Rest? I never heard of them."
"It's a place. Anyway, I need—"
She shook her head. "No way, no how. We don't sell to the public. We have contracts with 5 different outfits, and with the workers' strike not showing signs of stopping, we're struggling as it is. Sorry, bub. I can't sell you anything."
I didn't come all the way out here riding in a carriage full of monkeys just to get turned away. Learning the language skill and then spending attribute points on intelligence had hopefully given me an under-the-hood charisma boost. I decided to try again. "If things are as bad as you say they are, and you can't fulfill your contracts, Then it sounds like you're going to lose one or two of them. If that happens, don't you think it'll be good to have a backup? A coin in the hand is worth more in the bush, or something. She bit her lip with her fangs.
I'm listening.
I'm the head builder for Blade's Rest, a settlement southwest of here. I don't need a great deal of stone today, sure, but if we're happy with your products and your prices, well, it might not be such a bad thing to be supplying a whole settlement with stone. Glenda drummed her fingers on her arm. Her shirt was so thin it was almost see-through, and I could just about make out orcish war tattoos on her right forearm.
Maybe it couldn't hurt to have things in the pipeline in case this all goes tits up. All right, let's see what you need.
Later, back in Blade's Rest, I continued my work on improving fire safety. As well as buying some stone that we'd need to start building stone buildings, I had purchased lots of salt from Glenda. This was a cheap yet effective fire prevention method, at least for now, while Blade's Rest was still quite small. I crafted 8 more buckets, and I filled each of them with salt. I left them in strategic parts of the hamlet, particularly next to Gorgal's forge, the blade and grunder, and the fire pit in the center of the hamlet. Around the fire pit, I built a second ring of stones, along with a sign instructing people who used it to make sure the flames were extinguished and the embers were safe before leaving it. That was about it for fire safety. The sooner we could build stone buildings, the better. From now on, I was going to stop making structures with thatched roofs. That was just asking for trouble. Chapter 17. Link and I headed to Westfell, where it was the 3rd Sunday of the month. This meant that many of the shops were closed. This wasn't due to religious reasons, but for a decree made by Philip Palmer, mayor of Westfell. He was a populist mayor, and part of his election campaign promised to compensate every shop owner and their employees who halted trading on the 3rd Sunday and spent time with their families. Unlike many folks, he actually stuck to his promises. Thus, Westfell was quiet on the 3rd Sunday of every month. There was one shop that I knew never closed, however. We headed to Scribbler's Row, where we were met with bookshops showing closed sign after closed sign. Link grumbled uncharacteristically about it.
I'm wasting prime foraging time here. Do you know there's a plant in Crookshack that's so rare that it grows in just one place in the whole of BAS? Not only that, but once you pick it, its location changes to a different part of the woods, and it's so small that it's almost impossible to spot.
What's so special about it? I said.
Well, the things I just said, for one thing. But rarity aside, it's got some crazy effects. I don't want to tell you yet. I might never find it. Man, I hope I do, though.
You think you will? He shrugged. I've drawn a scale map of the woods and separated it into grids, and I'm taking time to mark each grid in turn. I'm also writing down the locations of all the other herbs and stuff, because most things grow back in the same places. How many grids have you searched?
4, said Link.
And how many are left?
80. What? I told you, I'm being thorough.
Just before he reached Brip's bookshop, I grabbed Link. We stood still on the street. Across from us, an orc gnome was walking along while holding his daughter's hands. One girl had way more of the orcish side, the other was more gnome. Seeing me and Link, he smiled and nodded and told us good morning. We repeated the same to him.
What have we stopped for? Said Link.
I gestured to the fork-tongued shop sign. I need you to go in there and buy me a skill tome on stone masonry, I said, putting 10 gold coins into his hand and closing his fingers around them.
All right, but why don't you do it?
I can't. Just trust me.
This is weird, but all right.
You better buy me some lunch like you promised. Anything your belly desires, I said. Link headed into Forked-Tongue Books. As soon as I heard the usual shriek of Brip's demon bird, I started laughing to myself. The door slammed shut, and I couldn't hear the rest of what transpired. 10 minutes later, Link left the shop. He pushed a big book against my chest.
What the hell was that? He said.
Seeing his face so angry made me lose it again.
Did he do the dancing thing? Yeah, jumped up on the bloody counter and started talking in riddles and doing a jig. Sorry, I just wanted you to see it for yourself. He's a weird guy.
He's a satyr, I said, but yeah. Let's get some lunch. One of the few kinds of businesses that didn't shut down every third Sunday of the month were taverns. Since lots of folks had a day of paid leave and nothing to do, it would have been ridiculous for taverns to close. As it was, though, lots of taverns were already full of families. We tried the Frisky Gardener, the Ape and Mongoose, even the Weeping Sore. None of them had a table going spare. The landlord of the Weeping Sore offered to let us dine in the stables out back, which he assured us had been mucked out only the day before, but we declined. Link, however, took the opportunity to pocket some dried horse dung, which he said he could use in potions. I didn't mind, since once it was in his inventory, I couldn't smell it. Disappointed and deflated, Link and I headed back to Blade's Rest. The sight of our hamlet's wooden fence and Gorgal's blacksmith shop with smoke venting from the roof caused a strange pang in me. A nostalgic one, almost, though nostalgia for a place that was still here. Maybe that was the wrong way to describe it, since to me, nostalgia always applied to times gone by which exist in your imagination, like sunsets that fade over time. I found it hard to put a pin in what the feeling was or why I was feeling it. In the tavern, while we waited for Hercule to cook smoked paprika beef goulash for us, I told Link about it. I thought he might think I was being stupid, but he nodded at me. It's because you enjoy this place, so a part of you does. Another part knows that it doesn't exist, that when we log off, it might as well be gone. Full immersion starts to peel away a little when you really think about it. Nothing can replace the real world. I don't know. It does a good job of it. Listen, if you didn't live hundreds of miles away and my leg wasn't messed up, I'd take you foraging with me, show you a little bit of nature and what's really out there. Maybe it can't replace it, I said. But come on, I'd be lying if I said this wasn't better than my apartment. I mean, I'm happy to see Baxter and take him out for a walk and stuff. But otherwise, this place beats the real world, and it isn't close. So it might not replace it, but it beats it. Hercule appeared at our table, holding in each hand a bowl made out of bread, inside of which was a generous helping of thick, amazing-smelling goulash. "Tuck in," he said. "Bon appetit," said Link. "Hey, you used it right this time. High five? Sure." Later, at night-time, I left the Blade and Grunder. Link and I had stayed for 1 beer, which then became 2 and then 3. Getting drunk in BAS wasn't like in real life. You didn't get ill, it didn't impair your thoughts. It just gave you a warm glow in your belly and loosened your mood a little. Walking to my hut, I saw movement on the roof of Friend Rita and Gorgal's hut. At first, I thought some kind of weird creatures were climbing on it, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw that it was Franz and Hans. They had a telescope pointed at the night sky. Seeing me, they waved, "Hello, Mr. Booth." "Does Gorgal know you're up there?" I said. "Nope." "Are you guys going to get into any trouble?" "Maybe." "I better tell him then," I said. "No, wait, Mr. Booth. We won't be making trouble. We just want to watch the stars for a while, and then we'll go to bed." "Fine, but if Friend Rita catches you, then I knew nothing." "Thank you." With so much to accomplish in Blade's Rest, I decided that now was a good time as any to learn stonemasonry. Outside my hut, I took some stone from my inventory. I had bought a few different types from Glenda at the quarry, and tonight I was using the cheapest, which was slate. I opened the book on stonemasonry. As with all skill tomes, only 2 pages of the book actually had content. The first was a very brief overview of stonemasonry. The second page detailed a step-by-step guide to crafting bricks using a hammer and chisel. To learn the skill, I had to make 50 bricks. Sounds simple enough, I thought. Unfortunately, simple doesn't always mean easy. This was repetitive work for sure, and I'm not good with repetition. It took me all of that night and well into the morning, and I still hadn't finished the bricks. Sunlight cast a glow on my cheeks, which had been warm from my labors all night, but had quickly cooled when I stopped to rest. In real life, I'd never have been able to work all night after spending a day in Westfell and the Blade and Grunder, but the lack of needing to sleep was a real bonus in BAS. Hans and Franz, I discovered, had fallen asleep on the roof of their hut. Seeing them snoozing, I shook my head. If you're going to sneak out at night, at least remember to sneak back in again. Rookie mistake. Friend Rita opened her hut door and shouted for them at the top of her lungs, shocking them awake. Hans crawled across the roof and looked down on his mother, who hadn't seen him yet. He shot me a worried look from across the hamlet. I shrugged. Nothing I can do for you, buddy. Franz yawned awake. Hans clamped his hand over his brother's mouth, but he was too late. Friend Rita turned around, and although Hans tried to hide out of view, she saw him.
Hans, you will come down now! Instant!
Hans said nothing. I watched the scene, laughing to myself, as Hans grabbed Franz's arm so that he didn't stir.
Hans! You think I am so stupid? I saw you!
No, you didn't, said Hans in a stupid voice. I shook my head. Buddy, learn when to give it up.
Hans and Franz, you will come down! Instant! Come down and take punishment!
This time, Franz stood up.
We are never coming down until you promise there will be no punishment. This is a strike. A young boy strike, added Hans. And what you strike about? Asked Friend Rita. Tyranny of mother!
Friend Rita grumbled to herself, then went inside to fetch Gorgal. The blacksmith was already dressed for the day since he worked the forge in the daytime. His beard, however, was half cut, and he was holding a pair of grooming scissors in his hand.
What is it, damn it? I am grooming beard. Come see your boys. See that they are monkeys, said Friend Rita.
Gorgal took one look at Hans and Franz perched on their roof and locked in negotiations with their mother. Hans's face paled. I had never seen Gorgal mad, but every father must get mad sometimes. But then Gorgal started laughing. Soon Friend Rita laughed too. Then it was Hans and Franz's turn. Seeing that the situation was diffused, the boys climbed down. It was then that Friend Rita seized them both by their ears.
Ha! Got you, naughty boys! Let's see what chores are for you!
With the family in their hut, the morning air of Blade's Rest was peaceful once again. So, of course, I ruined it by resuming my hammering and chiseling on the slate. Soon, however, I created my 50th slate brick. When I did, I received a notification. You have learned a skill, stonemasonry. Rank, apprentice. A skill involving cutting, preparing, and building with stone. Do you wish to accept apprentice stonemasonry? Of course I accepted it. Making all those bricks by hand would have been pretty pointless otherwise. Stonemasonry took up my available skill slot, and it joined improvisation, carpentry, and languages in my skill list. That put me at possessing 3 crafting-focused skills, which left me 2 skills away from being able to group them together as a class. In real life, a guy couldn't just spend a morning practicing stonemasonry and expect to then start building houses. But this wasn't real life. BAS would suck if it was a true copy of the daily grind of the 2020s. This being an escape from reality, learning stonemasonry meant something completely different here. In the north part of Blade's Rest was the area where I had staked out a plot for Link's potioneering workshop. Just like with carpentry, to use stonemasonry, I needed to select an apprentice craft print from the default list that came with the skill, make whatever modifications that I was permitted to, and then drag and drop the appropriate resources. In this case, I was using granite. When I was happy, I made the workshop begin construction. As usual, a timer appeared on my screen. This one rotated much slower than before, which made sense, I guessed. Working with stone was harder. It should improve as I increased my intelligence and agility and ranked up my stone masonry. Footsteps from my left marked the appearance of Hilly. She had a string of dead rabbits slung over her left shoulder. Her shirt was stained with blood, but she didn't seem to care. She gave a cheerful smile. Got these for Hercule. I figured he could make some rabbit rarebit. What you doing? I told her that I was making Link's potioneering workshop, and that I'd start work on her leather tanning workshop soon afterward. Tanning workshop/armory, she said. Right. We really should employ more builders, though. The way this place is growing, I'm not going to be able to keep up with everything I need to build. You're doing a great job, bozo. This place would be nothing without you. But this is why I'm begging you to create my tanning workshop. I want to contribute more. Way I figure it, I can hunt stuff and then do something with the hides and pelts. You're the one who provides Hercule with the most of his stock, and we eat in the Blade and Grunder every day. I'd say you're pulling your weight. Plus, you're in charge of defending this place. Yet you're the one who built the fence. I need to step up, and I will." With that, Haley walked away. Link's potioneering workshop was ready the next day. When I told him about it on Team Chat, he came back from the woods straight away, even though he was supposed to be out there for 4 days. He sprinted all the way back to Blade's Rest. Link had put most of his attribute points into agility, with a little going into intelligence to increase his perception. His souped-up agility meant that he was much quicker on his feet than Haley or me, and he got back much sooner than I expected. When he saw his workshop, his eyes widened. I smiled. It was like seeing a kid get what he wanted for Christmas or something. Link rushed inside, darting from wall to wall.
"Ingredients jars, potion storage. Hey, look! A vent to make sure the hazardous fumes don't kill me. Cool or what?"
"Yep, depending on your definition of the word," said Hilly. Link went to his hut, returning soon after and dumping on the floor all of the ingredients he'd collected so far in BAS. Staring at the trove, I was in awe. There were so many things. Roots of all kinds of shapes and sizes, different colored shrooms, berries, leaves, herbs, plants, petals, even weird acorn-like balls that I couldn't begin to know the use of. He started sorting these into various glass jars that were resting on the oak wood shelves that I'd pushed up against the east wall. When that was done, he took his field guide poster and stuck it up on the wall.
"How do you know which potions to make?" I said.
"The magic of the internet. It's that easy? I learned the foraging skill and then the potioneering skill. Then I went out and collected all the ingredients, so I guess it's not completely that easy. But yup, once you have the ingredients, the skills, and a workshop, then you can just look up recipes online. My success rate on making them is determined by the quality of the ingredients and my potioneering skill." "Does that mean you could use a bunch of correct ingredients, and there's a chance that it still doesn't work out?"
"Yup," said Link.
"Like with you building this place."
"Huh?"
"I don't mean that in a bad way, buddy. You learned stonemasonry this morning, right? Well, look at that brick over there. It's got a crack in it. There's another one with a crack over there." With a growing disappointment, I began to see more bricks with cracks in them.
"Damn it!"
Link slapped me on my back. "Cheer up! You only learned the skill a few hours ago. This place is sound enough. But the more you level your stonemasonry, the better you'll get. It's the same thing with potioneering." "What are you going to make first?" I said. "That's a surprise." Chapter 18. Though Link had thanked me enough times, I knew he wasn't happy about the stone aesthetic of his workshop.
"It's just... how can I say this? It just looks like some kind of medieval jail, Josh. I was hoping for a place that looked nice, you know? Somewhere I would enjoy spending time in."
"That's too bad. You're going to be doing things that might start fires, so we need to make sure it's safe."
I know. I hope I don't sound ungrateful."
"Look, I get it. But my stonemasonry isn't good enough for me to create something that looks nice yet. Maybe I'll remodel this place when I'm skilled enough."
"Thanks, Josh."
I watched Link enter his workshop, and I had to admit that it really was an ugly building. Still, at least I had made Link see sense. Next up, I started work on Hilly's tanning workshop/armory. This, I soon realized, was going to be a lot different from the potioneering workshop. Hilly, however, asked me again and again to consider making the tanning workshop out of wood.
"I won't be doing anything that might start a fire, so there's no risk there. I'll keep a bucket of salt nearby in case some freak accident happens."
"Why is it so important to make it out of wood?" I asked. "I just enjoy the rustic look of an old lodge, even if it's within sight of Link's ugly-ass potioneering workshop." The truth be told, I favored the lodge look too, and Hilly was right. There wasn't as great a fire risk with her occupation. I decided that the fewer stone monstrosities we had in Blade's Rest, the better. I wanted this to be safe, but also idyllic. I created Hilly's workshop out of red cedar, and modified the plan to make it look like the kind of cabin you'd find hidden deep within a leafy forest. The roof was slanted, and it met in the middle, and on the right-hand side had a brick chimney so that Hilly could have a wood-burning stove inside. It had a front decking with a short cedar overhanging roof to protect it from rain, giving her the option to work inside or outside. Inside the hut were 2 rooms. One of them was a storage area for completed hides and all of Hilly's tools, in case she didn't want to carry them around in her inventory. As a bonus, I included 2 inventory lockboxes with 100 spaces inside each, which should be more than enough room for all her things now. The biggest room was where she would do all of her work. There was a great long oak workbench with enough space to fit furs or pelts or whatever it was she'd have to put on there, as well as enough room for her tools. I also thought that working with dead animals might not be so pleasant, so I built in 2 windows that could be opened outwards vertically. When I showed her the finished lodge, Haley walked around it, impressed. I was surprised at how much I enjoyed watching her pace around it, a smile spreading across her face. "I love it," she said. "Thank you. It's got everything you need?" "Yep." "So, what is all this stuff?" "Well, I know it's a tanning workshop, but I'll be working on all kinds of hides, not just leather. But the tools are pretty simple." She stood by a triangular-shaped metal object with 2 legs, on the end of which were hooks. It was attached to a chain. Haley had bought it in Westfell. "This here's a gambrel. Lets me raise the animal up and down while I'm skinning. Said skinning is accomplished with this, a skinning knife." There were a few other tools such as her fleshing knife, an odor mask, and a tail stripper, as well as an apron and boots that Haley would wear when she was working. It definitely wasn't work for the faint-hearted. I didn't have much of a problem with blood, but I sure wouldn't want to be messing around with the animal hides in BAS. I didn't see much of Link or Hilly for the rest of that game day, nor of the following. I busied myself by working on my stone masonry. Using limestone, which was durable and could be cut into lots of shapes and sizes, I created a winding path that ran from the village sign, which still just read Blade's Rest, and past Gorgol's Forge. From there, it took a route through the center of the village, to our huts and our fire pit and our clay oven. From there it branched north, east, south, and west. To the north, the pathway crossed empty space until it hit Link's potioneering shop, with Hilly's tanning shop across the way. West from the center point would take you to the Blade and Grunder, where the sign out front today read, "Beer won't solve your problems, but neither will water." The east and south of Blade's Rest were as yet bare of structures, but it wouldn't take long to fill them. In fact, it wouldn't be too long before we needed to take down the hamlet fence and expand our boundaries. When I did, I'd have to consider building stone walls now that I had the stone masonry skill. By the time I was done, it was almost dusk and the air above the fields of Gobbler's Creek was alive with the hoots of nocturnal birds leaving their nests to hunt mice amidst the swaying scutch stalks. The pathway wasn't a dull gray like you'd see in a city center. I had chosen different hues of limestone, including white, gray, beige, and thistle brown, and I made differently shaped cuts. This gave it a more pleasing look, less like a uniform city street, and more like the pathway through some kind of old English garden. I wasn't done there, though. The fading light gave me an idea. I created 24 sturdy timber poles, and I planted these at various points around the village. Using my crafting table, I created simple glass casings that you could put candles inside. I went to visit Luke. A strange yellow smoke was rising from his workshop chimney. I tried the door, but it was locked, so I knocked on it. 10 knocks later, he answered. He was wearing an apron covered in red, yellow, and blue stains. "Hey, buddy, what can I do for you?" I told Link what I needed, and he thought he could do something. "I can't make candles that burn forever," he said. "You'd need artificery for that. But I could make a kind of wax that burns slower but also burns brighter. I think I'd have to use poppy of the fell, and maybe some crushed babacorns." Later that day, he delivered a box full of candles to me. "There you go. I call 'em ever-bright candles." "Thanks." I gave him 80 silvers for the candles. He tried telling me no, but I reminded him that potioneering was going to become a business. In real life, a few of my friends and one of my cousins had started their own business. They always tried giving me stuff for free, but the way I saw it, I needed to support them by buying things from them. It was the same with Link. Plus, Hilly, Link, and I had already agreed we'd put at least 50% of our game earnings back into the hamlet coffers, so it all came back to me in a way. After setting the ever-bright candles in their glass fixings attached to the cedar posts, the limestone pathways of Blade's Rest glowed orange even in the fading light. At night, the glow would be even more pronounced, and turn our little hamlet into an oasis of light in an otherwise dark sea of grass. I had done all of this purely for added coziness, so I wasn't expecting the notification that appeared. Hamlet perk granted. Minor haven. The lights of your dwellings are a sight for strangers' eyes in the passing of the night. During nightfall, travelers seeking respite from their labors will be drawn to your little slice of the world. Link and Hilly got the same notifications I did. Hilly was pleased with it, though Link didn't answer on team chat for a while because he was so wrapped up in creating some kind of potion. When he did, he said that Sheesh had a list of place perks on its website, and maybe we should choose a perk to aim for. Link: seems like a hamlet can only have one perk active at any time. When we upgrade the village, we'll be able to use 2 at once, and when we reach settlement level, we can have 3, and so on. Hilly: I'll check out the perk list and see what sounds cool. Creating Link's potioneering workshop and the series of limestone pathways hadn't ranked up my stonemasonry, but it had given me enough general XP to level up to 5. This gave me 5 attribute points to spend, 1 new skill slot, and something else. You have unlocked 1 class slot. You currently do not have enough skills to form a class. I had created classes a bunch of times in my previous BAS playthroughs, so I knew how to do it. You just needed skills that related to each other. The class was kind of like the trunk of a tree, and the skills were branches coming off it. My improvisation, carpentry, and stonemasonry were clearly related. My language skill was not. That meant I needed to learn 2 more crafting-type skills, and with just 1 skill slot available, I needed to level up again before I could do that. Before assigning my attribute points, I opened a browser and accessed Sheesh, where I perused all the different classes that could be formed. There were all kinds of things such as Artificer Tanner, Arcane Fletcher, Fire Carpenter. That one seemed a strange combination, given how unwise it was to introduce fire to wood. The one that I needed was way at the top of the list, Architect Builder. Architect Builder. The Architect Builder class can both plan and construct structures of vastly differing features and complexity. Coupling strong intellect for top-down planning with great agility for the smaller tasks involved in construction, the Architect Builder is a great choice for anyone hoping to build a settlement. As well as this brief overview, the Sheesh Guide also told me what I needed to earn the class. An Architect Builder needed 5 skills that could be used in the building of structures. There was a lot of flexibility in which skills those could be. However, one of them had to be the architect skill. I was going to need to make another trip to Westfell. That night, the 3 of us met in the Blade and Grunder. The fire was burning bright and warm, as always, and lounging in front of it was a German shepherd dog named Terror. Hercule had found him wandering the fields near Blade's Rest, and he adopted him as the pub mascot. The tavern was fairly busy tonight. The 3 of us took our places in the snug near the hearth, which Hercule always reserved for us. Over in the corner near Big George, with his spectacles sign and clay tip jar, were a group of archers traveling home after placing 2nd in a competitive tournament in Dustpost. They'd come 5th the year before, so finishing 2nd was a cause for celebration. And boy were they in the mood to celebrate. They'd already bought more beer than Hercule usually sold in a week, and they were only just getting started. Hercule had made a trip to Westfell to buy pub board games a week earlier, but he'd also bought a dartboard. Right now, the archers were playing darts for a copper per round, drinking copiously in the meantime. A few tables away from them were a quiet family who was enjoying a serving of Hercule's special of the day, chorizo, potato, and haddock one-pot stew. The father had a big mug of ale, the mother was drinking wine, and the little boy and girl had to settle for dandelion cordial. Terror the dog, spotting a potential weakness in his midst, targeting the children and concentrated his best begging efforts on them. It wasn't long until he won, and the little boy slipped him a sliver of haddock. The father, seeing this, said, "Don't do that, Bertie. The dog might not be allowed to eat certain things." Hercule heard him and gave a dismissive wave. "That hairy beast'll eat anything. Don't you worry about it." Then, with a greedy glint in his eyes, said, "Why don't you buy a plate of spare haddock off me? And your kids can teach Terror some tricks." I laughed at this. I had never seen anyone who was so eager to make more coin. I guess that was a good sign in a tavern manager. At the same time, though, Hercule was also obsessed with quality, and he'd gladly pay for things out of his own wages if they made the Blade and Grunder better. Frugal about one thing, free and easy with the other. I wondered if I could learn from him and loosen up a little. The archers kept Hercule busy asking for drinks and tavern snacks such as deviled eggs and pickled herring, and little pork pies with brine on the top. By the time he managed to attend to our table, he was sweating.
"Sorry about that, folks," Hercule said. "Wasn't expecting such a crowd." "Don't worry about it," said Link. "I had to take on a serving boy or girl. This place is getting busier than I expected."
"That's a good sign of management," I said. Hercule grinned.
"Thanks. Anyway, what can I get for you? If you want a tip, then the archers aren't going to be happy with snacks for long. Drinking gives a fella an appetite, and I think they're going to keep me busy in the kitchen soon. Order hot food while you can."
"Tell you what," said Hilly. "I'll have the chorizo and haddock stew. While you're cooking it, I'll go behind the bar for a while."
"You're a darling. And you boys?"
"I'll take the beef and horseradish sandwich," said Link. I glanced at the regular menu, which Hercule had placed up high on the wall above the bar where everyone could see it. "I'll have the rare bit, please. Glad to see you upgraded that from a one-off special to a regular." Hercule shrugged.
"Who would have thought that folks would love a bit of rare bit? Okay, then, I'll get cooking."
"Know what? I'll help Hilly behind the bar," I said. "Thin the crowd a little." When our food was ready, we took our seats back to the table near the hearth. Link got up and threw another log on the fire, but couldn't leave until he paid Terror's stroke-my-head tax. Soon the beast rolled onto its back, tail wagging. We ate our dinner and drank a beer or two. A couple of hours later, Hercule had fed all the archers, and they were entering a food and beer coma, their competitive dart match abandoned. They were sitting around a long table, some of them dozing, others rubbing their bellies while picking morsels off their plates. "All right," I said. "I'm gonna log off. Usual time in the morning?" Hilly glanced at Link. There was something sly in that look. I was sure of it. "What's going on, guys?" I said. Link nodded at Hilly. "You go first." Hilly took from her inventory a full armor set, comprised of shoulder bracers, a chest piece, gauntlets, and boots. They were made from leather bases, with a nice deep brown fur covering. The stitching wasn't perfect like you'd see in the shops in Westfell, but it was impressive nonetheless. The outfit looked like the kind you'd expect to see a hunter wearing deep in grizzly territory in a lonesome woodland. Hunter's Furs, complete set. Hunter's Furs offer defensive protection, as well as warmth and comfort and stealth in certain terrains. More lightweight than standard leather armor. A full set confers an extra bonus to your defense. I figured that you're gonna be doing all the building around here, so you won't be leveling your strength much," said Hilly. "A set of standard leathers would probably slow you down, so this is a compromise. Gives you a better defense, but also helps you move around quickly and without being seen." "Thanks. These look great." Well, not really, but my skill should improve soon enough." I equipped the furs straight away. The set appeared over my clothes instantly. I expected them to feel heavy, but they weren't at all, and they even felt comfortable. "Thanks a bunch, Hilly." Hilly gave a dismissive wave. "Just a little thing to say thanks for the workshop. Link, you're up." Link took from his inventory 2 glass vials that looked like wine decanters. They had dark brown corks stopping them, and the liquid inside was a sort of oil black with little specks floating within it. "So these little specks," said Link, "that's granite, asphalt, limestone, oak, cedar, and a bunch of other materials broken and then crushed up. The liquid is 80% water, but the other 20% is a liquid experience solution." He passed them to me. "Minor Instacraft Potion ×2. When consumed, allows the user to instantly create their next crafting project. Suitable for projects up to one-room structures." "Sorry it's only rated minor," said Link. "My potioneering isn't good enough for anything better yet. According to Sheesh, there are different levels of potioneering workshops. The one you made for me is level 1, and more sophisticated workshops let me create better potions." "Minor schminor. Forget about it," I said, not quite sure why I'd lapsed into Goodfellas-style gangster speak. "This is great stuff, and it'll help us level up much faster. How many of these can you make?" Link scratched his chin. He had a beard now, a dark brown one that was halfway between groomed and wild. Facial hair didn't just grow in BAS, which is how I knew he'd gone to visit a barber in Westfell. In the game, barbers didn't only cut hair, they could add it too. My uncle, who'd started balding when he was 31 years old, would have loved that service. "It's a tricky one," he said. I know it's a minor potion, but that doesn't mean it's simple. See, stuff like healing and mana potions are everywhere in BAS. They're a staple of the game. It's really easy to find Green Hill petals and face stool. The little critters are shitting everywhere, it seems like. So I can make lots of potions like that. And the Instacraft potion? That's trickier. Like I said, I need lots of charred bar orb hide, and they aren't easy to get. The hell's a bar orb? Said Hilly. Just a little beaver kind of thing, but they've got massive claws and they're mean as hell. Maybe I could hunt some for you. Awesome. I looked at my new armor and my potions, and I felt a swell of gratitude. Thanks a bunch, guys. Let me get you both a beer. Won't say no to that, said Link. Hilly lifted her hand in the air. Hercule! Another round of beers for the founders of Blade's Rest. Chapter 19. We all logged off from BAS after that. I took Baxter to the park and then pan-fried a steak for him as a treat. For myself, I ordered takeout from a Korean place on Hearthside West, sticky ribs and fried chicken in a sweet soy glaze, as well as japchae, which was a noodle dish with tons of sesame oil, soy sauce, and seasoned beef. That night I got into my pajamas and went to my bedroom and turned on the TV. There was a game on, so I watched that while Baxter curled up on the end of the bed and snoozed. Pretty soon he was snoring louder than the TV. The next morning, I made a cafetiere full of a new Colombian coffee I'd bought to try out, and I took a steaming cup to my desk. There was an email waiting for me from Sasha Watts over at BAS headquarters. She was just checking in to see how I was doing. I typed a quick reply back telling her about the progress we'd made. She replied back soon after, saying that the name of our tavern was ridiculous, and I told her that I agreed. When I logged back into BAS, my goal for the play session was to earn 2 more building-related skills so I could get the Architect-Builder class. This meant that one of the 2 classes had to be Architect. I went to the Blade and Grunder, where Hercule was in the kitchen cooking a batch of lamb stew with red wine gravy and dumplings. Through the open door, I could see him stirring a big clay cauldron using a wooden spoon. The smell was so good it was almost entrancing. Hearing me enter, he came out into the bar area to meet me. "Good morning to you, fella. The usual?" "If you don't mind," I said. Hercule clicked his fingers and pointed his index finger at me. "You got it." I ate a breakfast of fried bacon and sausages, with 2 poached eggs and a handful of mushrooms cooked in oil. It tasted great. It was way too unhealthy a breakfast to eat every day in real life, of course. But if I couldn't eat bad stuff in BAS without worrying about it, then where could I? The breakfast served little purpose except for it tasting great, since you didn't need to eat in BAS unless you were injured. Still, it boosted my mood, and by the time I left the Blade and Grunder and stepped outside, I was in great spirits. It was a good day. The morning air was brisker than a naked run from the shower to the towel cupboard, and smoke was rising from Gorgal's forge. Over at the stables at the back of the Blade and Grunder, a family of 4 who'd stayed the night in the tavern were getting their mules ready to pull their carriage. I left Blade's Rest and was about to head to the Traveler Road directed toward Westfell, when I saw a strange-looking carriage heading my way. The carriage itself was normal, being of wooden construction with giant wheels, and a space for a driver on the front and a storage area at the back. The driver was a man-sized slug creature with slimy hands attached to slimy arms, and in these hands he clutched leather reins that were strapped to an elephant. But this was no ordinary elephant. It was much skinnier than its real-life counterparts, and it was the size of a horse. Even though it was on the small side, it had a huge snake-like trunk with 2 bleached tusks on either side of it. Every so often the slug, who was wearing a tanned brown coat, flipped peanuts to it, which the elephant caught with its trunk. The elephant seemed happy, judging by its tail swishing as it walked, though I thought that was more about swatting flies than showing pleasure. Still, it seemed cheerful enough. When the strange driver and beast got closer, I saw that there were dozens of huge burlap sacks on the back of the carriage. The bags were waxed to protect them from rain, and the contents inside bulged in straight lines. They were books. They had to be. The slug pulled his carriage to a stop at the entryway to Blade's Rest. His name tag was yellow, which indicated that he was an NPC, if I hadn't already guessed that. His name was Marvin, and his elephant was called Charles. He took his hat off his head and doffed it to me. "Well, good day and good morning, my two-legged friend," he said. "It's a little too dry of a morning for my liking, but that's okay. I reckon the sky's promising a bit of rain later." I nodded at him. "Morning." Marvin peered at the Hamlet sign. Unlike real slugs, he had proper eyes, which were sitting atop the tentacles of his head. "Blaze Rest," he said. "That the name of the place?" "Blade's Rest." "Sorry, my eyesight isn't too good. Charles here acts as my eyes when we're on the road. He can see things from miles away, can't you, Charles?" Charles happily swished his trunk upward and patted Marvin on the head with it. The slug fed him a peanut. "What can I help you with?" I said. "Well," said Marvin, "I'm what you might call a traveling bookseller, on account of me traveling around and selling books. You a reader, son?" "Yup." "Then how about I show you my wares?" Thinking how inconvenient it was to travel to Westville to see Brip the satyr, and wondering why I kept going back to his shop in the first place, I thought it wouldn't do any harm to see what Marvin had for sale. "Sounds good." A menu system appeared in the center of my screen. It was a list of Marvin's inventory, showing hundreds and hundreds of books. I was able to sort them by type, price, and effect. When I filtered by crafting, he had 4 books for sale. Plain and Simple by Hugh F. Yellowstone. Effect, Learn Carpentry Skill. Screwing Around by M.S. George and B. George. Effect, Learn Improvisation Skill. Cracking Flags, A Guide to the World of Limestone and Basalt by Anonymous. Effect, Learn Stone Masonry. The last book was titled Tinkering Around, and it was a beginner's guide to tinkering. Tinkering was a more developed form of improvisation, allowing the creation of items involving mechanics and explosive powders, among other things. It also allowed the crafter to repair items, as well as modify or improve stuff. The tinkering book was listed at 12 gold, which was steep for a skill tome. I might take the tinkering book, but we have to talk about the price. Marvin regarded me with the look of a slug who'd had people haggling with him all of his life. How so? It's clearly second-hand. The condition is shoddy. And that stain on page 13? I'll give you 7 gold for it. There was a moment of pause as Marvin thought about my offer, which in effect meant that the game was performing a charisma check on me. My language skill, coupled with my intelligence, boosted my under-the-hood charisma check chances. I said nothing, waiting for him to speak. "Done," he said. I handed him the gold and took the book. "Say, is it worth me adding Blade's Rest to my regular haunts? I tend to make a circuit of Gobbler's Creek, sometimes going as far as Waterfall Mass if business isn't good around here." "We're only going to get bigger, so yeah, I'd say so." "Splendid as a muddy puddle on a drizzly day. Say, I'll make this easy for you. I'll leave a waxed notepad here by your sign. Write down any books you need. The notepad is artificed, so it'll alert me to what you need no matter where I am. I'll procure 'em and deliver 'em to you when I swing by." "Got it." I jerked my thumb behind me. "There's a tavern over there if you guys want to rest and get something to eat. I'm sure Hans and Franz would love to take care of an elephant." Marvin shook his head violently, making his tentacles sway. "No, oh no, I don't like taverns, sir. Cooks use way too much salt in their food in places like that. All I need is a nice spot of rain and a hunk of lettuce, and I'm happy." I took one last look at Marvin's wares before he left. There was a recipe book for people with a cookery skill ranked apprentice and above. I bought it for Hercule, hoping it would expand his range of recipes. When Marvin and his elephant carried on down the gently sloping traveler's road and headed towards Black Salt Lake, I took my new book to my hut and opened it to the first page. To learn the tinkering skill, I had to either repair, take apart, or modify an item, with various examples given. I chose to modify a crafting hammer, but I was going to need some supplies in order to do some tinkering. I went to Westfell, where I visited a tinker supply store owned by a gnome named Dilbert. He wore an apron smeared with oil, and he was so entranced by a giant metal gear that he was fiddling with that he didn't hear me come in. "Hello?" Dilbert looked up. He was wearing a set of tinker goggles with gears on the side that let him change lenses at will. I don't know what each lens did, and why he needed different ones. Yup. I just need some tinkering supplies. Let's get on with it then. I'm behind on my orders. From Dilbert I bought a set of springs and a small tinker's motion mechanism, which was a strange metal box with stuff inside that rattled when I shook it. I didn't like to craft stuff in the street, but there was no point heading all the way back to Blade's Rest. Besides, this was BAS. People did all kinds of weird stuff. Even now I glanced across the street to the row of shops where the tinker's place was, and a dwarf player named Bubba Gump Gimp was pan-frying some trout right there in front of everyone. As BAS towns went, Westfell wasn't the busiest in terms of players. This was because of its lack of quests and its low-level shops. There was a military garrison at the northern borders of the town, which offered combat-focused players a few noob starter missions, and there were plenty of shops selling basic equipment. But it was the sort of town that players would quickly outgrow, and once they reached level 10 and above, they would most likely head for the tougher parts of BAS. The ones who stuck around tended to be crafters like me, as well as folks who weren't even here for leveling, but just wanted to enjoy the full immersion. They wanted to walk through a sunny town where the nights didn't last long and were, in fact, just as pleasant as the day. They wanted to eat in taverns where the food tasted better than a microwave pizza. Instead of watching TV in their apartments, they wanted to spend their evening in the Westfell Merchants Plaza, where they could sip mulled wine and watch a fire eater put on a show. Ducking into an alleyway so I had some space, I took out a crafting hammer that I'd made earlier using my crafting station. Using the springs and the tinker's motion mechanism, or the TMM, I created my first tinkered item. Item modified. Crafting hammer. Modification. Poor, slow self-hammering crafting hammer. My modifications increased the value of the crafting hammer from 2 gold to 8. That was a decent change, but it didn't cover the cost of the springs and the TMM. Oh well. More impressive were its effects. A small blue bar appeared above the hammer. When I positioned the hammer above something and told it to activate, the hammer rose up and down of its own accord. As the hammer was rated poor, and I didn't yet have the tinkering skill, my tinkering work wasn't all that great. The hammer would probably stop working after a few repetitions. Anyway, it was a step closer to getting the skill. I took the hammer apart, set each part of it in my inventory, and waited a second. Next, I reassembled the self-hammering craft hammer again. Doing this counted as creating a new object, which took me even closer toward earning the skill. After doing this several times, I received a notification. You have learned a skill. Tinkering. Rank. Apprentice. The craft of repairing or modifying items, often with the use of mechanics and gears. Advanced tinkers can use explosive powder. Do you wish to accept apprentice tinkering? When I accepted, tinkering was added to my growing skill list. With 4 crafting-related skills, all I needed was to learn the architect skill, and then I could have the architect builder class. Just one problem, though. Right now, I didn't have any skill slots left. I needed to level up. Just then, my team chat pinged. Link. Guys, need help. Chapter 20. After receiving Link's summons, Hilly and I met at the edge of Crookshack Woods. I was wearing my set of furs, and I had an average spear to protect myself with. The base was made from solid oak, and the tip was a durable piece of flint with a sharp point. I also had 2 health potions that Link had brewed for me, and I kept those in loops on my belt. This allowed me to use them quickly. Rather than having to drink them, I just pressed my finger against the potion for 5 seconds, and I would consume it. While I looked in no way imposing, Hilly was a warrior dressed for war. She was wearing a complex leather chest piece that was tanned dark in some places, light in others. It was held together not with stitching but a series of metal rivets. The shoulder pads were layered with 5 separate pieces of leather, which protected her while allowing for a good range of movement. Did you learn the armorer skill? I asked her. Nope, she said, but there's an armorer in Westfell who gives you a discount if you bring him enough leather. Anyway, what's the deal with Link? No idea. I only know what he sent us in Team Chat. Link had sent us a message on Team Chat asking for help, then refused to elaborate. Checking the minimap, I saw that the orange dot representing him was deep in the Crookshack woods. It didn't seem to be changing location. "He's pinned down by something," said Hilly. "Must be." The afternoon was quickly fading. BAS was slowly moving into its endless black season, which was an overly dramatic name for a season that basically meant it went dark a little earlier in the evening. The woods looked foreboding in the growing darkness, and there was a strange, almost expectant silence. Even knowing I couldn't feel pain and that dying just meant a debuff and respawning in my hut, it was still a strange feeling to peer into the black of the trees and imagine that I saw shadows lurking there, waiting for us. This was the flip side of the full immersion coin, I guessed. Warm stews and cold beers were great, but full immersion also meant that the scary things felt real too. Holding a hatchet in her hand, Hilly stole off into the brush. It was a good weapon choice because the woodland critters were low level, and the hatchet offered a quicker strike rate. I followed her with my spear in hand, and we cut a weaving route deeper into the twilight maze of bushes and great elms, drawing ever nearer to Link's unmoving dot. Occasionally, Hilly paused and stayed in a half-crouch. She hadn't leveled her intelligence as much as me, but she'd at least put a point or two into it. When I increased my intelligence, it reacted with my crafting skills and produced more craft-based effects, whereas Hilly's skills were combat, hunting, and tanning focused, so she received under-the-hood boosts to her perception. This helped us now because we were able to avoid a grizzly bear that she spotted in the distance, and we took a more cautious route towards Link instead. But Hilly wasn't infallible. Twice we were set on by forest wolves that caught us unaware, pouncing from our flanks in blurs of fur and fangs. As low-level creatures, their intelligence was poor, and they were drawn into attacking Hilly, the stronger player. She and her armor took the brunt of their damage, while I stabbed the crap out of them with my spear. Though I had to admit Hilly did most of the killing, I got a decent share in the XP. Quicker than I could even see, Hilly took their pelts and put them in her inventory bag to work on later, in her workshop. Threading ever closer to the woodland's beating heart where animals lived and spread secrets that lay untold to the hearts of men, we finally found Link. He was in an open clearing. On one side of the clearing was him, with his foot caught in a huge trap made from sharpened wooden stakes. In the middle of the clearing was a strange-looking plant, with fruit that looked like it was made from crystal. On the other side was a giant bear. This thing was huge, so big that it made other grizzlies look like stuffed toys. Its claws looked like they could tear the lid off a tank. If tanks have lids, I don't know. I'm not an expert. And its teeth looked like they could bite through the hull of a cruise ship. Right now, the bear wasn't moving, though its fur-covered muscles quivered with tension. "Guys," said Link, "you okay?" "Well, present situation excluded, yes." "How the hell did this happen?" I said. "So remember the plant I was looking for? The banshee polkweed? Well, there it is. Turns out that it's got a protector." The banshee polkweed was the flower that only spawned in one place in the woods at any one time, and once it was picked, it respawned elsewhere in the woods. In the middle of a huge expanse of woodland, I could see why this little thing could be tough to find. "If you're caught in a trap, you can just choose an insta-death and respawn back in the hamlet," said Hilly. Link shook his head, speaking in a whisper. "No, once you see the polkweed, if you leave it, then it respawns somewhere else. It's taken me bloody ages to find it." "I don't think the bear over there is just going to let me pluck the flower, get you out of that trap, and be on our way." "No, you need to kill it," said Link. "Is this really worth it?" I asked. "If we were facing real death, no, of course not. But in BAS, sure. Honestly, the potions that I can make with this thing..." "This better be worthwhile," said Hilly. She took a testing step toward Link. When she did, the giant bear reared up on its legs. Standing at its full height, the thing looked even more terrifying. She took a step back, and the bear settled back onto all fours. "Okay, it's programmed with a field of aggro, which means it'll only attack if we get too close." "Do you think you can kill it?" I said. "That thing? It's elite. I don't know." "Elite? I can't see that. My hunting skill tells me that kind of thing. Hang on." Hilly was quiet for a moment. She must have been checking out the Great Bear on Blade and Sheath. The website had an entire section devoted to in-game monsters. "The short answer is no, I can't kill it. This thing is an elite guardian." "Damn it," I said. I knew about guardians. Spread throughout BAS were rare caves, rare treasure chests, and rare ruins. They were usually filled with low-level mobs that you had to hack your way through, culminating in an elite guardian battle at the end. The level of guardian depended on what it was guarding. Some of the battles in the higher-level dungeons lasted for hours in real time. "Sorry, Link," I said. "Hilly can't kill it, and she's the toughest of the three of us." "Aw, come on. Just take a death for me. Is that too much to ask? I'll buy you dinner at the Blade and Grunda." "Dinner and breakfast." "Done." "Dinner, breakfast, and lunch," I said, "since I'm the one likely to die first." "Fine, you asses, done." Hilly whispered to me. I don't know why she was whispering, since the bear worked on a field of aggro. "I'm the one who can damage it," she said, "so I need you to be bear bait. Get its attention. Keep close enough to it to get it focused on you, but keep out of the killing field for as long as you can. I'll hack away and see if I can bring it down before you die." I crossed my arms, thinking about something. "Josh," she said, "I don't like that idea. Even in BAS, I still don't like to die unnecessarily. Maybe I have a better plan." In my character menu, I accessed my stone masonry skill. As an apprentice, there were just a few different templates of buildings that I could make, each of them with one level. I selected basic limestone, one-roomed structure. Dragging limestone from my inventory, I piled it onto the silhouette of the building in my menu until a green notification told me, "Building ready to begin. Please select a location." On my display, a see-through outline of the building appeared. I could direct it wherever I wanted in the woods, moving and rotating it across the clearing at will. All I had to do was place it, and construction would begin. I took from my inventory the Instacraft potion that Link had given me as a thank-you gift. I held my finger against the vial to consume it without having to drink the horrible-looking oily liquid. Effect gained. Instacraft. Your next crafting project will be instantly created. Duration, 600 seconds. Working quickly, I overlaid my see-through structure right where the bear was standing and ordered it to begin building. A timer appeared as usual, but it rotated all the way around in an instant. Now, where the bear had been standing, there was a windowless, doorless limestone building with a pissed bear inside. The beast started bellowing from within, and the stone walls seemed to shake as it pounded them in a fury. A red bar above the building began to slowly empty. "Not bad," said Hilly. "Let's move our asses. Potion or not, I'm only an apprentice. It won't take it long to break through it." Hilly went to free Link from the trap, while I plucked the banshee flower from the ground and put it into my inventory. The bear was rampaging inside the limestone prison, stomping from one end to the other while roaring with an impossible fury and smashing its great paws against the walls. This made the structure shake and its damage bar plummet even further. Hilly got Link's leg free, and the trap he'd got caught in clanged shut. Hilly put it in her inventory. Link got to his feet. "The flower," he said. "I got it," I said. "Can you give it to—" The east wall of my hastily constructed building smashed into pieces, and from it emerged an angry giant bear covered in white dust. It opened its great jaws and snarled threats in bear tongue, spit dripping from teeth sharp enough to make mincemeat out of bone. "Shit!" The three of us took off into the woodland. Link, with his increased agility, was the fastest, followed by Hilly. Although I'd increased my agility a little, I was keenly aware that it wasn't enough. I was also aware that right now, at least, having a higher intelligence attribute was no comfort when I had a ridiculously fast and strong bear closing in on me. I tried my best to speed up, running at the wind of full pelt that had no regard for balance or obstructions in my path. Twice, I almost stumbled and only just carried on, and the bear kept coming, never missing a step. As it got nearer to me, almost within swiping distance, I was reminded of a saying. When you're being chased by a bear, you don't need to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun the slowest person in your group. Unfortunately, that was me. A great weight slammed into me, knocking me to the ground. There was no question of getting up or fighting back, even though I tried. I caught the bear with an uppercut that would have hurt it, had it been a man. As it was, the creature barely felt anything. With two great swipes of its paws, the bear ended my existence. Chapter 21. Luckily, my existence continued 1 minute later when I respawned inside the familiar and comforting confines of my hut in Blade's Rest. I was lying on my bed, wearing furs that were stained red. The stains would gradually disappear over time, but for now they served as a grim reminder that builders shouldn't go stealing a giant bear's favorite flower. Death debuff gained. You have lost 5 inventory items. My stomach dropped. This wasn't such an unusual debuff to get when you died in BAS. Sometimes you lost gold, sometimes XP, but plenty of times you lost some or even all of your inventory. But if I had lost the Banshee Polkweed, Link was going to be so disappointed. I checked my inventory to see what was missing. Let's see. I've definitely lost some of my limestone, my self-hammering hammer, some granite, some lumber. I couldn't see it. The Polkweed was gone. I checked again, hoping my eyes were deceiving me, and then I saw it. A tiny little flower in my inventory, sandwiched between 10 lumps of coal and 50 slate bricks. I breathed out in relief and shut my eyes for a moment, only to hear rapid knocks on my hut door. "Come in," I said. This command allowed Link and Hilly to enter my hut. Link stood over my bed. "Well, do you have it?" This isn't a comforting way to speak to a guy who just got killed. "Come on, Josh. Tell me that you got it." I made a grim face. "Link, buddy, I'm sorry to say that there's a giant bear who's gonna be pissed because I have his Banshee Polkweed." I gave the flower to Link, who immediately exited my hut and sprinted away, no doubt heading to his potioneering workshop. Hilly remained in my hut. "Fancy a beer?" she said. "You bet." I sprang out of bed with the speed and agility that definitely didn't belong to a guy who'd just been killed by a bear. I stretched my arms above my head until I felt a satisfying crack, then straightened my fur armor and headed out of my hut. By the time we got to the Blade and Grunder, word had somehow already spread through the hamlet about what had happened. When we entered the tavern, a grizzly bear came rushing at us. Hilly drew her sword. I stood there, shaking my head. The bear stopped running. From behind it came the sound of a grown man laughing like a kid. "That'd be scarier if the bear wasn't carrying a tip jar and a specials menu," I said. Hercule carried Big George back over to the bar, laughing to himself all the way. Gorgal, friend Rita, Hans, and Franz were sitting at our usual table, near the snug. Seeing us, Gorgal stood up. "We got up," he said. I shook my head. "No, don't worry about it. We'll sit over here. A chair's a chair." Gorgal nodded. "Metal armor. I make for you. No more death by bear." "I don't think I can use metal armor, but thanks. I'll take some of the offers there," Hilly said. "I will make." Hilly bought us 2 tankards of a new ale that Hercule was trialing called the Imp's Demise. It was a cherry ale. The idea of mixing fruit and beer seemed weird to me, but man, did it taste good. I ordered 2 bowls of crab ravioli, a special that was available today thanks to Atticus and Argyle expanding their operation to a beach way south, which was full of soft-shell crabs that you could collect by the bucketful. "Let me make a fool of you while we wait," said Hilly. She headed to the dartboard on the wall, which was kept in place by string tied around a nail. The dartboard was quite new, but it was already scored with thousands of dots, thanks to the archers and their drunken competition. Hilly won 1 game and started crowing about it, so I whipped her ass in the next 3. Hercule soon arrived with 2 bowls of ravioli served in a basil and garlic sauce. It was so good I ate 1 bowlful and then ordered another. "Hungry?" said Hilly. "Always." "Yep, stupid question." Link showed no sign that he was going to leave his workshop anytime soon, and Hilly told me she was heading northeast and would be gone for maybe 3 or 4 game days. "There's a canyon near a town called Forlorn Hope. They have buffalo running around, and when you tan their hides, the leather's crazy durable." This left me to my own devices, but that was good because I had lots to do. Heading toward the Traveler's Road, I stopped by the hamlet sign where Marvin the book-selling slug had left his request list. Already there were a few requests written on it. Hans and Franz had asked for a book on astronomy, while friend Rita had requested a book called The Blacksmith's Secret, a Saucy Adventure. Later on in Westfell, I crossed through Merchant Square, There were lots of strange-looking stalls set around the square, and they were selling all different kinds of foods such as spicy sausage, beef rolls, pork knuckle, and fermented cabbage. I bought a spicy sausage and a portion of fermented cabbage from a stall manned by an old gentleman with rosy red cheeks.
You eat now or take for later?
I'll take it wrapped up, please. My travels took me across streets where the taverns were open, and they had set tables and chairs outside. These were all occupied by folks wearing strange pairs of trousers that reached up to their chests and were held in place by multicolored straps that looped around their shoulders. Every table was taken up by giant tankards of beer. One tavern, the Ape and Mongoose, had a sign outside that said Happy Bavarnis Festival. Checking my world map, Bavarnis was a region in the far west of BAS, in a valley surrounded on all sides by towering lava mountains, the home of volcanoes that had been dormant for centuries. Seeing how busy and cheerful Westville was, except for some of the town's inhabitants who resented the influx of beer drinkers, made me think that maybe Blade's Rest should start having festivals. It'd be a good way to draw the kinds of footfall we'd need for higher levels. The spicy sausage and fermented cabbage was still warm in its wax wrapping when I reached Scribbler's Row. I headed to the end, where forked-tongued books lay. I couldn't say why I kept coming back here. Brip was an asshole, and it wasn't as if he gave me a discount. I guess I just found him amusing, and it was a change from some of the more boring merchants in BAS. Reaching his shop, I ever so gently opened the door. I did it inch by inch, as slowly and quietly as possible. When the gap was wide enough for me to fit through, I dashed in, startling Brip's weird demon bird. "Ha-ha! Got you!" I said, pointing. Its feathers stood on end, revealing scaly skin beneath. It was shaking. "Geez, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to give you a taste of your own—" The bird suddenly shrieked at me. It was so loud that I jumped. Its feathers flattened, and it made a sound that I was sure was laughter. Brip entered the shop front and was about to pounce on the counter when he saw me.
"Ah, it's you. What can I do for you?"
I put the sausage parcel on the counter and unwrapped the wax packing. "Firstly, I don't know why I'm being nice to you. Maybe I'm in a good mood, which is strange considering the day I had yesterday. But anyway, I don't know what satyrs eat. But you never seem to leave this place, so I reckon you never get to enjoy all the festivals and stuff that happen in town." Brip stared at the sausage and cabbage, which was giving off a divine aroma. "Something wrong?" I asked.
"No, it isn't that. It's just nobody ever bought food to me before."
"Yeah, well, maybe that's because you're an ass. Oh, I forgot. They gave me a wooden fork." I handed the fork to Brip, forgetting that he had hooves for hands. Shaking his head, he tossed the fork aside and went into the back of his shop, returning soon after with an implement that was fork-like, except that it had a grip that fit around his hoof, like a cutlass handle. Wielding a knife that was similarly handled, he cut up the sausage and gave some to his demon bird, and then he ate the rest with a speed that suggested a tremendous appetite had been brewing. When he was done, he burped and set down his knife and fork.
"Ah, tasty it was, yes indeed. Thank you, friend, for me, you did feed."
His voice trailed off as his eyes closed sleepily. I pressed the bell on his counter, and the tinging sound woke him up. "Hey, you fixed the bell," I said, delighted.
"Well, yes. I suppose there are some concessions I must make for customers."
"Anyway, no problem about the sausage. Now I need another skill tome."
My, you are busy, aren't you?"
"I'm building a town. Well, more of a hamlet right now. So yeah, I guess I am."
"Which skill tome do you need?"
"Something for learning architecture."
A tricky subject."
In one leap of his goat legs, Brip cleared the counter and landed in the shop front. He browsed his own shelves, muttering to himself, Architecture. Finding nothing, he once again leaped over his counter and jigged his way into the back area of his shop, where he was gone for 5 minutes. I looked up at the demon bird, which seemed to be regarding me with slightly less hostility than usual. "Enjoy the sausage," I said. It gave a happy-sounding squawk. When Brip returned, he was shaking his head.
"Sorry, human. I pride myself on my stock, but this eludes me. Eludes me it does, for I'm afraid that I must say I unfortunately don't stock your architecture book." "That didn't quite—" "It was a half rhyme," said Brip curtly. "Is there anywhere else I can try?" Brip suggested that I visit the Royal College of Builders in the town of Blaswegius, which was 500 miles away. There was no royal family in this region of BAS, so the college wasn't actually royally affiliated, he said. He thought that the pompous asses just believed that having royal in the name of the college sounded better. "That's a way away, even on a carriage," I said. "Are you sure there's nobody else who can help?" "If you're referring to the other booksellers, then all I say is this: they're bloody arseholes. Don't buy from them." "Surprise, surprise, you don't like your competitors." "Oh, I do. There's a rather nice slug who travels the land selling tomes. Delightful fellow he is. But the other shops of Scribbler's Row are pompous. Stick up their arses." "Okay, so let's say I won't try the other shops. There has to be someone who can help." "You could try the Crafters Guild," said Brip. "They have an assembly hall on Cottage Pass, near the church with the overhang that looks like it will fall off any blasted minute. But again, if you go to a guild, then on your head be it." "You don't like guilds?" I said. Brip spat. Then he realized he'd spat on his own counter, so he wiped it with a cloth. "Booksellers have a little club, and they do not let satyrs join it. Humans are contemptible, Josh. They aren't all like you. At least you're only half contemptible." Leaving Brip to his grumblings, I headed toward the Crafters Guild, getting lost on a maze-like street called Witching Alley, where many of the town's pickpockets operated. I had to double back on myself and then take a longer route past a park dedicated to the memory of the orcs who died in a battle near Westfell 50 years ago. I finally arrived at the guild maybe an hour before sunset. The Crafters Guild was a strange building, towering 4 or 5 levels above the shops on either side of it. It was narrow in structure and looked like a pile of Jenga bricks, with each floor sticking out at odd angles as though they were made separately and then haphazardly placed on top of each other. I would have expected a building structured like this to fall down, yet there was an oak tree outside it. An old oak tree, 30 feet tall. Beside it was a plaque that said that the tree was planted when the guild was opened. I guessed that if it stood for this long, maybe it would stay stable for just a little bit longer. Heading inside, I emerged into a foyer with a marble floor. Dotted around the room and pushed up against the walls were various stone statues. There was a giant hammer, a chisel, and a wood planer among many more. 3 archways led deeper into the guild, north, east, and west. There was nobody in sight. I was unsure where to go until I noticed that each archway bore a symbol etched into the highest point of the arch lintel. The one I needed showed an etching of some kind of blueprint. Following this archway took me into a tunnel lit by oil lanterns fixed to the wall. It ran true for a while before turning right, and then bringing me to a great hall. This place was huge, way bigger than should have been physically possible, given how narrow the building was from the outside. 1/3 of the hall was taken up by an open-plan tavern called the Grand Design, where a burly-looking barmaid served beer and food to folks lounging by tables. Another was given up to great, long oak desks, on which were spread white and blue rolls of paper, covered tip to toe in pencil markings. Most looked incomprehensible to me, but glancing at one paper, I was sure I was looking at the design of a windmill. Finally, the furthest third of the hall was given to merchants who'd set up various stalls. There were 5 merchants in total. Some of them sold blank prints to design things on. 2 merchants both sold pencils, triangles, protractors, and the like, and they seemed to regard each other with hostility and were constantly yelling over each other. The merchant that I needed was a woman who was spaced away from the rest. She was sitting behind a wooden stall, yet she didn't have any wares on show. As I moved toward her, a man suddenly appeared in front of me. He was wearing a smart, stark blue suit. "Excuse me, sir," he said, his nose pinching with every word. "Are you a fellow of the guild?" "Nope." "Then you must pay 50 silvers to enter." I got my money out. He arched an eyebrow at me, tilting his head slightly upwards as though he found it repugnant to face me straight on. Are you a craftsman, may I ask? Becoming annoyed, I said, What the hell's it got to do with you? I have to ask, as only craftspeople may enter, if you would be so kind, sir. He held out his palm. Feeling annoyed and wanting to get this over with, I placed 50 silvers on his palm. He didn't do anything with them. Ahem, I need to analyze your skills, sir. If you would be so kind as to touch my palm with your index finger. I shrugged. You're the one who's gonna look stupid, buddy. The employee, gatekeeper, whatever he was, shut his eyes for a moment before saying, Very well. With no further barriers to my entry, I crossed the hall of the Architects' Guild and sought out the merchant lady, who was sitting alone. She had gray hair that fell to her shoulders, and though her complexion was pale, her right hand was a deep purple, and her fist was clenched. She acknowledged me with a slight nod of her head. Carpentry, improvisation, stonemasonry, and tinkering. An apprentice in most, skilled in just one. Hit the nail on the head, I said. How'd you do that? It is written in the stars. Written in your code, more like, I thought. I need some training. Can you offer it? Perhaps if the stars shine gold enough. A menu system opened for me. Jacqueline Maysharp, Fellow of the Westminster Architectural College. Services, Architecture, Beginner's Instruction. Custom Building Design. Prices depended upon size. Instant skill training in architecture cost 275 gold. In my personal stash, I had 78 gold, 10 silver, and a few coppers. I had more than that in my inventory, but the rest of it was earmarked for Hamlet stuff. It wasn't really mine to spend. This was a steep price to pay for a skill which would cost me maybe $5 and some time if I used a skill tome. The trouble was, there didn't seem to be any architecture skill books in Westfell, and the nearest town from here was a fair distance. But maybe there was something I could do. Thanks, but I'll leave it, I said. I headed back to Blade's Rest, where the familiar sight of our growing little hamlet with the limestone paving and the soft light glowing from the makeshift lamps gave me a warm feeling. At the hamlet sign, I made an entry in Marvin's request book saying that I wanted some kind of guide to learning architecture. After that, I headed to my hut to do some nice, quiet crafting. That was when I heard the sound of wild beasts tearing across the field toward me. Chapter 22. My first thought was bears, or rather, bear, no plural. I thought that maybe the bear from the woods had tracked me or something, and it was so pissed that I'd stolen its banshee flower that it wanted to kill me for a second time. Instead, I was surprised to see 8 grunders heading in my direction. My visit to their village in the south made it seem like they did their best to appear more sophisticated than the rats and other critters that they resembled, but not today. These grunders were sprinting on all fours. I brought my spear out from my inventory and then headed into the hamlet, ready to round everyone up and warn them that we were under attack. It occurred to me that maybe we needed a giant bell for that very purpose. But the grunders didn't attack. They didn't even follow me. Instead, they gathered at the hamlet sign without making any move to enter our settlement. Among them was Oak, the grunder chief. He looked especially old today, and he was wearing a fur coat with 4 holes for his paws and legs to fit into. One of the grunders picked up Marvin's request book and sniffed it, but Oak slapped it out of his hand. He said something, and thanks to my language skill, I was able to pick out a smattering of words. "Put it, not yours." "Sorry, Chief," replied the rebuked grunder. Hilly joined me, sword raised. She was wearing just her trousers and shirt and tanning apron, no battle gear. At least, not at first. One rummage in her inventory later, and she was dressed as though she was heading into war. "I'll take the old one," she said. "Whatever happens, let me have him. Smug old git." "What's going on?" said a voice. Link was wearing a checkered shirt, green and brown. Around his waist was a leather belt that Hilly had made for him. It had 12 loops, each big enough to fit a potion vial. When he put a vial into a loop, he just needed to tug something on the belt's other side, and the loop tightened and held the vial in place. Like with all potions, merely holding his index finger against the glass would let him quickly consume it.
What the potions were, I had no idea. I recognized the blood-red liquid of a healing potion, but the others were strange. Some were gloopy like glue. Others looked to me like vomit. They were definitely brews that you'd quick consume rather than actually drinking them. "These guys followed me here, I think," I said. "Either that or they were heading here, and it was just a coincidence that we met at the same time. Aren't those the Grundas who we made a trade deal with?" "Sure are," said Hilly. "They're holding some of Josh's shovels. Crude shovels, not something to go to a fight with. Still, I knew something bad would come from arming a bunch of overgrown rats. I didn't arm them. If a gardener walked around you holding a shovel, would you shout for a cop and tell him that the guy was armed? Yeah. Just stay here for a second," I said. I started toward the Grunders. Hilly caught hold of my arm. "Hold on. If anyone's gonna kill him, it might as well be me. I get skill points for all of my attacks. They're not here for a fight. Look at them. They aren't moving. Maybe they can't get any closer." "This is a player-owned hamlet," said Link. Hilly shook her head. "A place only gets critter protection as a perk when it's a village. If the Grunters wanted to attack, they could, assuming they figure out that they can climb over the gate." "We can get attacked while we're in here? Then why aren't the fences higher? You're the head of defense." "Sure, and that's why I'm always hunting close by. I've spent so much time exploring Gobbler's Creek that I could tell you every animal that's in it. I even named some of them. For instance, there's a wild boar called Percy who roams near a pond northeast. In any case, the only mobs around here likely to come near the hamlet are the wolves and the Grunders. We decided to make a trade deal with the Grunders, so that leaves wolves. They won't attack a place that's populated. Hence, I deemed us secure." I approached the Grunders, some of whom shrank back in my presence while others quivered with barely contained hostility. Oak regarded me with old, ratty eyes that contained more than a spark of wisdom. Hilly and Link followed me close behind. "Hello, human," said Oak. "May enter?" "Maybe, if tell why here," I replied in Grunder, using my language skill. "Huh?" said Hilly. "What am I missing here? You can understand them?" I explained to Hilly that I had earned the language skill, and that I had done it using a human Grunder skill tome. I hadn't been entirely sure how it worked until now, but the way I figured it was this. Whatever the Grunders said, the game rendered it as unintelligible rat language to Hilly and Link. To me, however, it played it in English. Then when I spoke to the Grunders, the game allowed them to understand me, but when Link or Hilly spoke to them, the Grunders had no clue what they were saying. "We in trouble," said Oak. Deep trouble." I repeated this to Hilly and Link. "Well, we don't want it brought to our doorstep. Scram," said Hilly. "Josh, translate what I just said. Tell him to scram." "Lady questions our motivations for helping in your troubles," I said. Oak took a pouch from his robe. It was a purse bulging with coins. With his rat claws, Oak opened it and took out a gold coin. "We have more of gold toys you covet, but must help." When I led the Grunders through the hamlet, they were scared of the sounds coming from Gorgal's forge. One of the braver, younger Grunders spotted Hans and Franz on the roof of their hut, messing with their telescope. Despite the urging of an older Grunder, it climbed up and joined the boys. Franz was fearful and backed away to the edge of the roof, whereas Hans smiled brightly at the rat-like creature. "Would you like to look through the telescope?" he asked. At the Bladen Grunder, the creature stared at the tavern sign hanging above the door. Hercule had commissioned it from a sign maker in Westfell, but since I was paying him, I had made a few suggestions. As such, the sign depicted 3 brave, strong-looking human adventurers standing tall and holding blades, and near them were Grunders prowling proudly through the prairie. The Grunders pointed at the sign and spoke too excitedly for my apprentice language skill to follow. "Yes," said Oak. "I see it. Be quiet." The tavern was empty tonight. With the endless dark season in full sway, the NPCs were programmed to travel less often on the country roads when it was night, since critter activity was increased after dark in any case, and it increased even more on endless dark nights. This meant that Hercule found himself at a loose end. When we entered the tavern, we caught him filling a few minutes of it by dressing Big George, his stuffed bear, in some rough combat leathers that Hilly had given to him. While learning tanning and basic armory, she had made lots of practice armor that was mostly worthless, and she donated it to everyone she could. "Why not just throw it away?" Link had asked her. "I should, but knowing I made it, I can't bring myself to." Gorgal, friend Rita, Hans, and Franz entered the tavern shortly after, meaning that quite a crowd of us were there for the Grunders' summit and to hear their woes. Hercule dragged 2 tables together into the center of the room so that we could all sit close to each other. Ever playing the host, the barman took our drinks orders and even offered to start cooking a stew. "I have plenty of beef left over, thanks to Hilly. I can make us a nice beef and ale stew. How's that sound?" Never once to turn down Hercule's cooking, we agreed that it sounded great. Gorgal asked for some pickled herring, and Hercule said he didn't have any. When a look of disappointment crossed the blacksmith's face, Hercule laughed and said he was only kidding. "Some pickled herring coming right up," he said, clicking his fingers, then pointing at Gorgal. Then he said to Hans and Franz, "You boys got a taste for herring like your old man here?" Franz looked at Hans, waiting for his brother to speak. Hans said, no." "Disgusting," Franz agreed. "Okay, so beef stew for you guys, herring for Gorgal here. Nothing for you, friend Rita? You sure? Okay then. Now that just leaves you fellas." He asked me to see if the Grunders were hungry, and if so, what they liked to eat. Gorgal was about to speak, but I asked the Grunders first, and the blacksmith gave me an impressed smile. From then on, however, I asked Gorgal to take over most of the translation duties in the interest of speed. "We eat only that which grows in the ground or on trees," said Oak. "We thank you, man of the tavern, but we had communal feast but 4 hours ago." Hercule nodded. "Right you are, then." "So," I said, facing Oak, "let's talk turkey." Gorgal translated this literally. "Turkey? Why would we do that?" "Never mind. Just tell me what's going on." Hilly nudged Link. Weird as hell, seeing Gorgal and Josh talk to them, isn't it? It's fascinating. "May you please be quiet," said Oak. Gorgal translated this for Hilly and Link. Hilly glared at the old Grunder, but said nothing. Oak proceeded to tell me what had gotten the Grunders so worked up that they journeyed all the way here to a human settlement to ask for help. It turned out that an emissary had recently arrived at their settlement. It was a representative from the Grunder settlement east some ways, led by an individual named Redfang. "Redfang is taller than other Grunders," said Oak, "and he is stronger. On his back he wears the toughened hide of a cow, shaped and treated for battle." Gorgal translated what Oak said as he said it. Hearing this, Hilly said, "Leather armor?" I repeated it to Oak. "Yes, leather armor. Armor of the dead cow, the protection of the heifer, the toughened battlements of the bovine." "Okay, we get it," I said. "Redfang has one great red tooth that can crush through a shield of metal, and it is said that with it he has murdered menfolk and Grunders alike." "So this Redfang fella, what did he want?" Redfang, Oak told us, had heard about Oak's dealings with what he called the loathsome two-legged apes. Oak assured me that this wasn't a poetic embellishment on his part, and that Redfang's emissary had really said it. At any rate, Redfang was disgusted that Oak would give a golden shower. Evidently, he didn't know the word for coins either, to the humans, and he decided that Oak's settlement was giving Grunders a bad reputation. As such, he'd decided to obliterate them. He'd really do that? Grunder versus Grunder? I said. Gorgal said, "Grunders eat own babies sometimes, when litter's big and times are bleak." Hilly, after digesting everything Gorgal and I translated for her, said, "So, you want us to take care of this Red Fang dude for you? You want us to kill him, slaughter his best warriors, burn down his settlement, and then bury his ashes in a pit where no sunlight ever reaches? That's what I'm hearing from you, Oak. Tell me if I'm wrong. Oh, food's here." Hercule arrived bearing metal trays stacked with bowls of stew. He dished these out before disappearing and then returning with yet another tray. This one had hunks of bread for dipping in the stew, as well as a generous bowl of pickled herring. Franz saw the fish dish placed in front of his father and eyed it hungrily until he saw that Hans was pinching his nose, and then he did the same. Seeing the feast laid in front of us, the Grunders eyed the fare with hungry eyes. Without a word, Hercule went to the kitchen, returning soon after with bowls full of chopped wild onions, shredded lettuce, carrots, and roasted broccoli. He laid this in front of Oak and his people. The Grunders waited for Oak to take the first bite, and then, mostly through custom, began to eat as well.
"Red Fang has delivered his ultimatum,"
said Oak, who had a stray piece of lettuce stuck to his snout. An ultimatum implies a choice. What's he demanding of you? Said Hilly.
"Nothing. He says he will destroy us."
That's not an ultimatum, then. It's a threat. Or maybe a statement of fact. I don't think he really cares about the semantics, I said. The tavern door opened, and in scurried a Grunder, young with a slinky body that was covered in mud. It moved quickly and with little sound, and its thigh and shoulder muscles tensed with surprising knots of muscle.
"Ah, Scout Derek, you have returned," said Oak.
Derek, the Grunder scout, nodded. He had an unusually serious look on his face when compared with the other Grunders who, even when threatened by their destruction, retained an almost cute look. The scout composed himself.
"Red Fang approaches, Chief Oak. He and 40 of his best warriors are coming from the south."
Chapter 23. According to Derek, we had 6 hours before Red Fang arrived. In terms of real minutes, that wasn't long at all. I was already planning things in my head. Hilly put her wooden spoon in her almost empty stew bowl, and she pushed the bowl away and got to her feet. All right. I'm the head of defense in this clown house, so it looks like it's down to me to sort this out. Here's what we're going to do. We were quiet to a man and to a Grunder, waiting to hear what she had to say. She pointed to Oak. You and your other rats need to get the hell out of Blade's Rest. With that, she sat back down, grabbed her bowl, and resumed eating. Link stared at her. What? She said. That's it? She shrugged. Let the mean collection of computer code kill the meek computer code. We're here to build a town, not get involved in the battle between fake rats. Oh, come on. I know what you're saying, but look at 'em. Look at their little faces. Josh? I have to say I agree with Hilly, actually. I don't see why we'd get involved in this, even for a pouch of gold. It was then that a notification appeared in front of me. Special event. Protect Oak. Your settlement is soon to be under attack from a hostile Grunder who seeks to kill one of his kind. Protect Chief Oak from harm to earn a reward. Rewards: 2,500 gold. 3 times Hamlet chests. Maybe I spoke too soon, said Hilly. I mean, Link's right. Look at Oak and his little friends. Look at how cute they are. I stood up. I don't think we can hold out against so many Grunders, but it's worth a try with so much gold at stake. I wonder why we got this as an event. Dynamic content, said Link. The devs are trying to build the player creation side of things. Random events will be a big part of that because they keep things fresh. Add in the fact that our actions caused a complex chain of events and, well, yeah, this system rules. And all this coming from a guy who never played BAS until recently. What can I say? When I'm into something, I'm into it. I can read, you know. I stood up. If Red Fang's coming to us, then we better get this place defensible. We haven't got long. Hilly nodded. Hey, old rat man, can you send a few of your vermin out to scout for us? Translating this for Hilly, I said something that I hoped sounded like, Esteemed Chief Oak, your quickest Grunders may be best deployed along our perimeter. Oak nodded. It will be done. Just then, a notification told me that my language skill had already jumped up in rank to novice, which increased my comprehension and my ability to digest language books. I dismissed the notification. So the rats are scouting for us. That's good. Everyone else follow me, said Hilly. Where to? Said Link. My workshop. Gorgal and friend Rita went to fetch their metal armor and their hammers. They also had a spare sword they could give to Hercule, but he declined, disappearing into the back room of the tavern. He came out holding a long wooden box. Don't worry yourselves, folks. I don't need your weapons. I got my own. In one smooth motion, he flipped the latch, and opened the box to reveal a gleaming blade resting on a bed of quilted fabric inside it. The blade was old. I could see that much, even though it was clean and shiny. It gave off an aura of age and legend. He dropped the box, kicked its underside with his boot, and sent the sword spiraling in the air. He twisted on the spot and then caught it, ending his rotation by facing us and holding the sword with the point stretched outwards. "Man, he's cool," said Hilly. Hercule mimicked sword blows in the air. "This old thing's just a relic from my old days." Hans and Franz took Paddy the mule and Yulf, Hercule's horse, into their hut after badgering their parents until they secured permission. They worried that if the animals were left outside, they might get hurt, or they might get spooked and run away. Gorgal suggested hobbling them, but the boys couldn't stand the idea of the beasts standing there scared and unable to move while a battle raged around them. Link, meanwhile, sprinted off toward his own workshop where he slammed the door. Soon enough, a strange yellow smoke rose from the chimney. I headed outside the Blade and Grunder, where I appraised our hamlet's defense. I wasn't at all happy with what I saw, but then I never expected to be invaded by 40 Grunders. I took my last Instacraft potion from my inventory and pressed my finger against the glass until I absorbed its contents. When a notification told me that the potion was in effect, I got to work. 4 game hours until Red Fang gets here. Not long at all. First, I examined my inventory to see what materials I had to work with. I had steadily crafted through much of my lumber supply, and Link was so wrapped up in potioneering that he hadn't purchased more supplies from the loggers. I guess that was my fault. I should have let him know I was running low. Similarly, I had been planning to make another trip to Glenda Guildfree at the quarry to put in another order for stone. I could hardly do that now, so I was going to have to improvise. Using the very last of our timber, I created a new fence wall surrounding our existing one, leaving just a small gap between them. It was so tight that a normal-sized person would struggle to walk through it, and they'd have to go sidewise if they persevered with the attempt. On the tops of both fences, I placed nails with the sharp ends pointed upwards and slightly slanted, making them difficult to climb over without giving yourself the BAS version of stigmata. My hope was that even if the Grunders got over the first fence, this would leave them sandwiched between that and my original fence. Faced with the choice of trying to climb yet another nail-studded fence, or just following the narrow walkway to find an easier way into the hamlet, that would delay them enough for us to launch an attack. I headed to Link's workshop, where I had to knock on the door 7 times before he answered. He was wearing a leather apron and some goggles, as well as thick gloves that reached to his elbows. His apron was covered by all kinds of stains, and even though it was made from thick leather, parts of it had dissolved away. Link was going to burn through lots of aprons as long as he worked as a potioneer. "Yup," he said, his face glistening with sweat. I explained to him about the 2 fences and the narrow passageway. "What I'm hoping is that you can make something we can throw on them while they're trapped in the walkway between fences. We'll call it the Passageway of Death." "Nice name. You need something fiery?" I wasn't thinking that we'd just douse them with water. Link clicked his fingers and pointed at me. "Leave it to me. Did you get that gesture from Hercule?" He shrugged. "He's a cool guy." The game hours ticked by way too quickly, and even with Instacrafting, it didn't leave me much time to do anything else. As Oak's scouts fled back into the hamlet, Hilly arrived adorned in her finest leather armor and holding a new sword that she'd bought in Westfell for a momentous occasion like this. It was a long sword by name, and it was easy to see why. It was also as tall as she was, yet she held it with a relaxed grip like it was nothing. Due to my low strength attribute, my stance with the sword would have been much less refined. Following her were Oak and his Grunders. Some of them had leather armor of their own, such as I'd already seen them wear. For the ones who had arrived here without leathers, Hilly had quickly cobbled something together in her workshop. They looked ridiculous, but at least they had a little more protection. Oak and some of his more elite warriors, if you could call them that, wore steel claw caps that were well worn and reaching the end of their durability judging by the many dents on them. The hamlet became a cauldron of noise as we made our final preparations. Hercule thought twice about leaving Yulf in a hut, and instead let him out, saddled him, and then climbed onto his back. He galloped in a circumference around the village, swinging his sword in practice arcs to loosen up. Hilly took charge of the Grunders, placing them in strategic points around the hamlet's inner fence. By far the most imposing of us all were Gorgal and Fenrida. They were huge in any case, but their great metal chest pieces and black and steel head visors that hid their cheery faces added another aspect of menacing power to their statures.
"Josh! Hilly! Come here a sec,"
said Link. He was standing in the doorway of his workshop. The two of us followed him inside, where the air smelled like a mix of sulfur and something vinegary.
"Don't worry about the fumes," said Link. "They're toxic as hell, but they're mostly vented, and this isn't real life anyhow."
A wooden workbench was pushed up against the wall. While the workbench that I'd created for myself was perfunctory and well finished with perfectly sanded edges and a pleasant dark hue, hell, the thing could have come from IKEA. Link had asked for something different. He wanted his workbench to look rough and uneven, like it had been made in the forest by some woodland-dwelling society.
"I hate stuff that looks too well made," he told me.
On top of his bench were 4 dozen vials, each of them filled with liquids of various colors and consistency.
"They're mostly rated minor to mediocre," Link explained. "Best I could do under the circumstances. I'm close to getting this skilled rank in potioneering, though."
Hilly approached the workbench.
"Looks like you've done plenty enough to me. What are we looking at here? None of us use mana, so you'll notice there are no mana potions. Exhaustion might be a factor if the fight goes on long enough, so grab a couple of the yellow potions each. Red ones offer healing, obviously, and I made plenty. Take 6 each. Hilly, maybe you want to take more considering how much we need you."
Hilly saluted.
"You got it."
I didn't know whether to be offended that I evidently wasn't as needed in the fight as Hilly, or to be glad that my risk of death and a subsequent debuff was less. I decided to adopt an attitude of gratitude, as became the new outlook on life that I was really trying hard to foster. Link carried on.
"The black potions are something called Betty's Whistle. They'll explode and catch fire when the glass is broken with enough force. You can either physically hold them and then throw them at folks, or tap the glass with 2 fingers, and a cursor will appear." "Can't wait to try 'em," said Hilly.
"This looks great. You've been busy," I told Link.
He nodded. "Can't say I'm happy that I'm making stuff that explodes. But still, let's get this over with and we can go back to the nice, calm version of Blade's Rest. Josh, catch!"
Hilly tossed something at me. It looked like a leathery snakeskin. When I caught it, I saw that it was a quick-access potion belt with 20 access slots, 10 on each side. I took the 2 healing potions off my current belt and put it in my inventory to sell the next time I met a merchant. After fastening on my new belt, I filled one side with healing potions and exhaustion potions, and the other with Betty's Whistle.
"Just one last thing," said Link.
From his inventory, he took out 3 more potion vials that he held with the reverence of a steward holding the king's crown and being scared to drop it.
"One for you, Hilly, and Josh, here's one for you."
We each took a potion from him. Hilly pulled the cork off her vial. From inside the glass came a wailing scream. She dropped the glass. Link quickly made a kneeling motion and caught it, then breathed out in relief.
"Yeah, don't do that."
"This is the banshee polkweed thingy, isn't it?" I said.
"The flower we almost got killed by a bear to get?" added Hilly. "Almost? You know what I mean."
Link nodded.
"One-of-a-kind flowers. Now that I picked it from the Crookshack Woods, it'll respawn in a different region in BAS, and it'll move around the region every day. It's more elusive than your front door keys when you're in a rush to get out." "What does it do?" asked Hilly. "Easy. Drink the potion and then focus on the enemy. It'll mark them as wailed, which is where the Banshee name comes from. When they're marked, they suffer a 50% reduction in defense."
"Do you have any of the plant left?" I asked.
"Yeah, I didn't use all of it. Maybe half. I'm saving the rest for when my potioneering improves and I can make more potions using less of the plant. It's about time that Red Fang got here," said Hilly. "Let's go exterminate some rats."
Outside the workshop, Oak's grunders were spread throughout the hamlet. The smaller, sleeker ones were clinging onto parts of the fence and staring into the fields of Gobbler's Creek beyond. The bigger, stronger grunders surrounded Oak. I headed over to Gorgal and friend Rita. "Are you sure that you want to fight?" Gorgal pounded his chest, making the metal ring.
"Blade's Rest is home."
He was wearing an unusual amount of jewelry to complement his metal chest piece. When he saw me staring at them, he pointed at each piece in turn. First, the metal bracer on his left wrist, and then he went to explain each item in turn.
Bracer to increase strength. Bracer to make less tired. Ring of strength, another ring of strength. Ring of replenish health.
Guy's got more bling than Mr. T, said Hilly. From across the hamlet came a grunder, scampering over the grassy areas and then onto the limestone path. Its pace, coupled with the change in terrain, made it slip, but it righted itself and headed to Oak, where it said something so quickly I couldn't translate it. Oak approached me.
Red Fang is here.
All right, everyone, I said. Good luck. Grunders scattered to their planned positions, while Hilly, Link, and I headed to a northeast part of the inner fence, where Red Fang's approach had been spotted. I took 3 wooden benches from my inventory and placed them by the fence. These were simple wooden steps that let us see over the fence when we stood on them.
Holy shit, that's a lot of Grunders,
said Hilly. Climbing onto my bench, I peered over the inner fence to see a horde of rat-like warriors tearing across the plains. They were dressed for war, wearing not just Grunder-customized leathers, but also metal shoulder pads with spikes jutting from them. Red Fang led the way. As well as being bigger and stronger than the rest, he was also the fastest, and he was at the head of the column and quickly gaining ground on the hamlet.
Time for some pest control, said Hilly.
The Grunders reached our outer fence. Some of them started climbing it, only to put their paws through the nails that I'd placed on top. One Grunder managed to place his paws on a part of the fence that was free from nails, only to receive a blow to the head from Hilly. He lost his grip, falling down onto his friends and knocking them off the fence. Now that I knew which part of the fence they were focused on, I used my crafting menu. This structure belonged to me, so I was free to add or modify it as I wished. While adding stuff took time, if I didn't have an instagraph effect, removing things was instantaneous. I removed a panel of the fence, giving the Grunders access to the walkway between the outer and inner fences. It was so narrow that they could only scurry into it one at a time. Hilly placed her fingers against one of her exploding potions.
Steady, I said. They're getting in. We want them to.
We did nothing, letting the Grunders file into the small passageway. When the last of them were inside, I used my improvisation skill to replace the section of the fence that I'd dismantled, trapping them in an inner loop passageway that had no way in or out. The Grunders soon realized their predicament. Some of them began to scrabble over the walls, while others pushed and shoved against each other, desperately searching for a way out.
Okay,
I said. I tapped 2 fingers against a black potion on my belt. A crosshair appeared on my display, and I aimed it at the Grunders and threw it. The vial smashed against the fence, and the liquid inside exploded in a fiery rain that fell on their backs. To the left and right of me came more shattering glass. Soon the inner passageway was a spectacle of burning Grunders. Some of them scurried over the walls, not caring about the nails on top. All told, 15 of them made it over the fence and into Blade's Rest, where they rolled on the grass until the fire on them extinguished.
"Here we go!"
shouted a voice. Hercule galloped forward on his horse. In the corner of his mouth was a rolled cigarette, and in his right hand he held a sword, twisting the hilt in his hand as he neared the Grunders. With great thudding steps, Gorgal and Fenrita stopped to meet the invaders. 4 Grunders set on them, and with one swing of his hammer, Gorgal sent them sailing up high, arcing way over the fences and landing somewhere in the fields beyond with a crunch of shattering bones. Oak gave a command, and his protectors separated, each heading for one of Red Fang's warriors. Red Fang himself charged toward Oak. As imposing as Red Fang was, his leather armor was almost burned away, and only his metal shoulder bracers were intact. His gait was less sure than before, and his right back paw was badly burned. As he neared Oak, I used stonemasonry and a last piece of stone to craft a step right in front of him. Knowing that there would be a few seconds of delay as it constructed, I aimed it a little further ahead of him. His momentum carried him into it, and he tripped and tumbled, rolling along the grass and coming to a stop on his back, not far from Oak. Hilly stepped in front of him and delivered a downward swing with her sword, cleaving the warrior Grunder in 2. The split pieces of him landed in the grass. Seeing their leader lying in pieces, many of the remaining Grunders fled. Of those who didn't, Gorgal, Hercule, and Fenrita took care of them, stabbing and hammering until the air around Blade's Rest was silent once again. Chapter 24. The morning sun was only just rising when the battle was over. The air of Blade's Rest was calm, yet it carried with it a faint hint of sadness, an effect helped or perhaps caused by the scent of Grunder blood in the air. Despite his fighting efforts, Hercule had already opened the tavern, though not to customers. Instead, he made a vat of coffee and started cooking bacon and eggs for the humans, and he prepared salad for the weary Grunders. He brought out mug after mug of coffee and made sure everyone had a cup, keeping up morale by slapping folks on the back and telling them what a good job they'd done. He even found time to write "Victory for Blade's Rest" on the chalkboard outside the tavern. I helped Oak and his people separate their fallen from those of Red Fang's people. "Don't worry about their bodies," I told him. "We'll get rid of them."
"No," said Oak.
"Huh?"
"They will be taken to our village for consumption."
"You're going to eat them?" I said. He nodded. "But you guys are vegetarians."
"It is our tradition. The victors eat the fallen, that they may digest their strength and spirit. Always has it been."
The Grunders began dragging Red Fang's people's corpses out of Blade's Rest and into the pastures beyond. For hours they did this, never stopping for a break. Soon enough, they eventually had 40 of them piled outside. Flies were already gathering around the charred and mutilated bodies. I wondered how lifelong vegetarians could break their diet, not out of necessity, but for some weird ritual. And worse, how they broke their diet to eat the flesh of their own. Finally, I wondered how they were going to carry so many bodies all the way south. An answer came soon enough when a carriage arrived. It was driven by a man who wore a white shirt with yellow patches under his armpits. He had long hair that he swept back to cover an expanding bald patch. The carriage was of simple construction, with just a space on the back to store things. His horses looked a little bit underfed. Either that, or they were overworked. Curious, I headed toward them when I heard the man speak.
"Sorry I'm late,"
he said. Oak climbed onto the driver's seat, sitting next to him.
"It is of no matter."
I was surprised that a man who appeared to be a simple carriage driver could speak Grunder, but then I noticed Hilly standing beside me. "Did you hear that? Little bastard spoke in English," she said. The Grunders loaded Red Fang and his people's corpses onto the carriage, stacking their limp, furry bodies 5 high. The driver faced straight forward, as though willing himself not to look at what was going on.
"Ready?"
he said. Oak nodded.
"Onward!"
"2 stops, ain't it?"
"My old village first," Oak said, "and then my new one."
The driver flicked his reins, making the horses snort. Slowly the carriage wheels began to turn, flattening the grass as they went. The Grunders ran alongside and behind it, a pack of them keeping up with their old master, who appeared to be having a casual conversation with the driver. "Did I just hear that?" said Hilly. "I'd be asking the same thing, if you weren't here as well. What's going on?" said Link, approaching us with 3 mugs of coffee. He gave one each to me and Hilly. "Stop me if I read the situation wrong," I said, "but I'm pretty sure Oak can speak English, right? Not only that, but he arranged in advance for a carriage driver to arrive here this morning so he could help transport a bunch of corpses back to their village." "You're dead on so far," said Hilly. "As well as that, he said they're going to their new village after they go home. That means Red Fangs, I take it." "What are you saying?" said Link. "That old rat isn't all he makes out to be. He lured Red Fang here so that we'd kill him and his warriors. Now that Red Fang's village is pretty much defenseless, Oak's gonna take it for himself." Hilly shivered. "Gives me the creeps, conniving like that. The worst thing is that he's seen our hamlet. He knows everything about it. The layout, our defenses. We better work on that." "I'm on it," said Hilly. "Let's shore this place up." I had leveled up twice in the battle, thanks to receiving an enormous amount of combat XP. This gave me 13 attribute points to spend, 6 that I received for level 6, and 7 more for hitting level 7. I quickly checked the Sheesh skill guide, looking up what it took to learn architecture. Skill, architecture, beginner requirements, 20 minimum intelligence, 2 plus crafting skills. I was surprised to see such demanding requirements just to learn a skill. However, when I checked carpentry on Sheesh, that too had a minimum agility of 2 and an intelligence of 5. I guess I just hadn't realized about the skill requirements for it because I had already met them. My current intelligence was 11, which meant I had to spend 9 of my attribute points to bring it up to the minimum level for architecture. I did that, which greatly expanded the available items in all my crafting skills. Items were added to improvisation, carpentry, tinkering, and stonemasonry. I didn't have time to check them in detail, but a glance revealed more available building outlines, as well as utilities such as oil lamps, stone guard walls, and gates with gear and pulley systems. This left me with 4 points to spend. Agility was moderately useful in some crafting skills because it improved your crafting speed. I was tempted to spend my points on that. On the other hand, this battle proved that no matter what, I wasn't going to escape at least a little bit of fighting in this BAS playthrough. Maybe I should use some points to increase my strength. It was a dilemma for sure, but I decided to trust in my original plan. I was never going to have a character build that could win fights on brawn alone, so why fritter away valuable points by putting them into strength? I spent the 4 remaining attribute points on agility. I was about to get started on planning my 2.0 version of the Blade's Rest defenses when I saw a carriage approaching from the Traveler's Road, turning at the crossroads and heading in our direction. It was a familiar carriage, one pulled by a happy-looking elephant. Heading to the hamlet gates, I was met by Marvin the Slug, who pulled Charles the elephant to a stop. Marvin was wearing a finely embroidered waistcoat as well as his signature top hat. He looked to have done well for himself recently, judging by his fancy new clothes. A strange thought hit me then. Why is the slug with the one with the high AI, and the elephant is the one pulling the carriage? Oh well, I'd go crazy trying to explain the eccentricities of BAS. Marvin took off his hat and held it aloft. "Good morning, sir. Good morning to you. It is not a mirage tricking your eyes. Certainly not. It is I." Marvin looked beyond me, at the hamlet where the limestone paving bore the stains from the previous night's action. "What in the name of lettuce happened here?" the slug said. "Long story." "Stories are my currency, dear human. Or at least other people's stories. On that note, we have business to conclude, Just then, Franz and Hans came tearing out of their hut, eager to get their mitts on the astronomy book that they had requested. Behind them came friend Rita, looking exhausted beyond belief but clearly unwilling to miss the chance to collect her steamy romance book. I quickly paid Marvin for the architecture book that I had ordered. Wasting no time, I went to my hut, where I sat on my bed and opened it. On the first page of the skill tome was an explanation of what architecture was, along with a brief overview of some of the most revered architects in BAS, both past and present. There was also an advertisement at the bottom of the page paid for by the lady in the Architects Guild who charged a fortune for training. Turning over the page, I saw the diagram blueprints of 5 different types of buildings, ranging from a 1-story townhouse to a building so high it was almost like a tower block. To learn the skill, I had to copy each diagram several times until the skill sank into my bones. Or, in other words, until BAS had had enough jerking me around. I had already bought blank craft prints for when I needed to do some architecture, so I was ready. For the next couple of game hours, I copied the diagrams onto them. Then I copied them some more. In total, I must have worked for maybe 12 game hours, repeating them again and again. Finally, a notification weaved itself into my vision. "You have learned a skill. Architecture. Rank, Apprentice. The planning and construction of buildings and other structures. Do you accept Apprentice Architecture?" You bet your left nut I did. I accepted the skill, and immediately it wrote itself into my skill list. But that wasn't all. No sooner had I accepted this 5th skill than I got the prompt that I'd been looking forward to for a while now. "Class requirements satisfied. Architect Builder. You have earned 5 builder-related skills, and now can choose it as a class. Architect Builder class rewards. Immediate membership to the Builders Guild.
ability to create custom craft plans from scratch, access to the builder's job board, increased relationship with merchants who sell crafting and building supplies, 50% discount on crafting training, 25 increase in crafting speed on all crafting-related skills. Unlike with learning skills, I didn't have a choice of whether I wanted the class or not. The fact that I had collected 5 class-related skills made the choice for me, and my sole available class slot was removed. I did, however, have the freedom to toggle the class on or off. This would become useful later on when I earned enough class slots and enough skills to have an extra class or two. Though a player could collect as many classes as they wanted if they persevered in learning skills, they could only have one class activated at once. With my leveling done, I was left with a single notification in the upper left of my display. I expected it to be about our hamlet leveling up, but it was something else. Special event completed. Protect Oak. You have protected Chief Oak from his enemy Red Fang, earning yourself a reward. Rewards: 2,500 gold, 3 times hamlet chests. Hilly and Link joined me in my hut, where we decided to open our hamlet chests together. As the 3 joint owners of Blade's Rest, the 2,500 gold was split between us, as were the hamlet chests. "Man, I'm exhausted," said Hilly. "Use one of the potions I gave you," replied Link. "In real life, I mean. I'm gonna do this and then log out." "I hear you." We each placed our chests on the floor of my hut. Hilly opened hers first, receiving a tanning tool set that included a weird-looking implement for deherring things, as well as an array of knives for fleshing. They came in a fancy roll of leather, with lots of hoops on the inside that kept the knives tucked tight. As well as that, she got a hunting horn that, when blown, actually drew animals toward her general vicinity for 5 minutes. Finally, she received a yew bow that was almost as big as her. It was well finished, with a dappled effect running down the wood so it looked dark in some places and light in others. It didn't, however, come with arrows, which I supposed was the bow and arrow version of batteries not included. "You next, buddy," I said to Link. "It's weird that we do it this way," said Hilly, "watching each other open our loot like parents watching their kids, but I kinda like it." In Link's hamlet reward chest was a forager's backpack, which had 500 spaces. This was the equivalent of getting an iPod. It had more space than he could ever fill. As well as that, he got a set of potioneering vials and flasks that improved not just the quality of his potions, but the rate of his skill rank increases too. Finally, his last piece of loot was a strange run of glass tubing called a concentrator and diluter, which let him create twice as many potions as before with the same amount of ingredients. Link immediately left my hut and raced off to his workshop, leaving Hilly and me laughing. "Aren't you gonna wait to see me open mine?" I called out to him. "Sorry!" Hilly took a seat on my bed. "Ooh, go ahead. Open yours, you dope." Inside my hamlet chest was just one thing. Item received: Architect's glasses. These were a pair of spectacles, brown-rimmed, and with glass lenses that didn't, thankfully, change my vision. What they did was to point out improvements and weaknesses in existing building craft prints. They could also be used to do the same on already constructed buildings and structures. According to Sheesh, they were a semi-rare item. I resolved to try them out straight away. First, though, with our chests opened, one thing puzzled me. The requirement for our hamlet leveling up was that we had 50 people visit Blade's Rest, and that they stayed for at least 4 hours, right? The Blade in Grunder has been open for a while now. I'd be surprised if we hadn't satisfied it yet. Let me check. Nope. Says here we're still at 49. We need just one more person to visit then. Tell you what, I'll go and find someone on Traveler's Road and persuade them to come over here for a while. I headed out of my hut and crossed through the village. BAS had a cleaning effect where the corpses of dead monsters, deceased players, and the stains of battle gradually disappeared over time. It was a pointless drain on resources to keep dead bodies littered all over the game map, and the place would soon become crowded with them otherwise. As such, Blade's Rest was already looking a little cleaner, and it wouldn't be long before all the bloodstains were gone. This aspect of the game was lost on Hercule, however, who was using a bucket full of muddy water and a broom
to scrub the pathway in front of the Blade and Grunder. He waved at me as I walked by. After I pushed open the hamlet gates and started toward the traveler's road, I saw a lone figure walking down it. They were short and squat, and they walked in a sort of hopping way, as though their every step was scored by music that I couldn't hear. It didn't take me long to make out a familiar bearded face, mischievous eyes, and goat legs that hopped and skipped down the way. As strange as it was to see Brip away from his bookshop, I was weirdly pleased. I was, however, a little less happy when he got closer and saw his freak bird sitting on his left shoulder. Around his right shoulder he'd slung a cloth burlap sack. "Oh, geez," said Hilly from behind me. "Not this guy. Link told me about him. If you need me, I'll be in my workshop." Brip skipped his way to the Blade's Rest gate, where he paused a moment to read the sign. He smiled at me. "Here am I, and pleased you are, to see Brip, who has traveled far." "I thought you didn't like doing the rhyming stuff," I said. "Sorry, human. I'm just excited." It was true. He did look excited. It was like seeing a different satyr altogether. Gone was the grumpy-faced creature who manned his bookshop counter, always ready with a scowl. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Our last conversation made me think about things, you cheeky human. I haven't taken a day off in a long time, and what do I have to show for it? Not even an imp's testicle, that's what—" "Imp's testicle?" "Nothing is what I mean, human. I could open my shop for all the hours of the day and the night, and people would still prefer to shop with my human competitors. So I thought to myself that I would make a change in my life." "You're going traveling?" Brip nodded. "I am, or I was. My travels are complete because I am at my destination. Now, where's this tavern you were telling me about?" I led him through the village. Hans and Franz were helping scrub blood from the limestone pathways, oblivious that it would soon disappear anyway, while a proud friend Rita watched from her doorway. They hadn't even been asked to do it. Gorgal, as ever, was in his forge. It didn't matter that he'd spent the last night fighting Grunders. It was daytime, and that meant it was forge time. In the Blade and Grunder, Hercule was back in the kitchen getting started on the day's special dish. It was a king prawn linguine, according to the specials menu resting in Big George's left paw. That meant Hercule must have got a delivery from Atticus and Argyle that morning. "Take a seat," I told Brip. He pranced across the tavern and to the table near the snug which Hilly, Link, and I usually occupied. He hopped up onto the bench and then scooted along. Peering across the tavern to the regular food menu on the wall, he squinted and then took a pair of spectacles from his pocket. He perched them on the end of his nose and studied the menu. Let's see. I'll have the beef and ale stew. I have never tried that, but I haven't tried prawn linguine either. I don't even know what a linguine is. Is it some kind of special prawn? But what's this? Rarebit? Is that a delicious rabbit? I can't decide. You know what? I'll take one of everything. Over at the bar, Hercule nodded. A guy with an appetite. You'll fit in around here, pal. And a drink? One of everything. 1 pint of every beer? Yes, replied Brip, nodding. And a glass of every wine, says I, for I am thirsty, I do not lie. Here we go again. I'll help with the drinks, I said. Hercule nodded. Appreciate it, buddy. Hey, Brip, I'll bring your meals out one by one. That all right? Quite all right. Hercule clicked his fingers and pointed at him. Sit tight, buddy. After pouring an army's worth of beer for Brip, he paid me in gold coins. I left the bar and took a seat across from him in the snug. He gestured at his collection of different-colored beers. Take whichever one you want. Thanks. As I sipped on a pale ale and Hercule brought dish after dish for the always-hungry satyr, Brip told me what he was actually doing here. It turned out that he had sold his shop in Westfell and taken all of his gold from the private vault he rented in the cellars of a Westfell bank named Stepson's Lenders and Gold Storage, a name, if you asked me, that was a siren call to thieves and rogues. After that, Brip had purchased the services of a transport carriage, and he had paid 2 teenagers to help load all of his books onto it. When they were done, He offered to pay them double if they could beat him in a game of riddles, which they lost. The carriage driver would be on his way right now, Brip told me. And when he arrives, I shall challenge him to a riddle also. That reminds me. Tell me something, human. How good is Mr. Hercule at riddles? Don't even think about it. Pay him fair and square. Ah, you're no fun. So what's the deal? You aren't just going traveling, then? He took a big swig of golden ale and shook his head. No, it's much better than that. I'm here to do you a favor, you sly scamp. I'm going to open the very first bookshop in Blade's Rest. After discussing it with Link and Hilly, we decided that it might not be such a bad thing to have a bookshop in the hamlet. After all, I had already made many trips to Westfell in order to buy books. It might cause a rift with Marvin, who had added Blade's Rest to his daily rounds, but that couldn't be helped. And so, after Brip had spent 4 hours in Blade's Rest, I received a notification telling me that our hamlet had reached level 3. There was no physical change in terms of its appearance. However, its signal on the map grew slightly larger. This meant that more people would discover Blade's Rest, and they would be more likely to come and visit. Now, we just had to make sure that it was a place worth visiting. This concludes Welcome to Blade's Rest by Tom Watts. Narrated by Ryan Burke. Copyright 2022 by Tom Watts. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tom Watts and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.